A day begins at dawn at the caravanserai, a fortified roadside inn, where you, a medieval merchant, and your fellow traders have sheltered for the night. As the massive wooden gates creak open, you step out into the morning air of the Syrian desert, where ahead of you a long caravan of camels stretches into the horizon. By noon, the sun blazes overhead, and the caravan plods forward in a haze of dust. In the distance, mirages shimmer, and you recall warnings that in some deserts travelers hear of phantom voices calling their name, a phenomenon that Marco Polo himself described while crossing the Gobi, where weary souls were lured off the path by desert spirits. It's moments like this you're glad to have your companions around, knowing that straying from the group could mean never being seen again. And now shift the scene to the deck of a creaking cog ship in the Baltic Sea. This time it's winter, and an icy wind bites at your face. The ship is carrying barrels of herring and bundles of furs bound for a trade fair hundreds of miles away. As a merchant of the Hanseatic League, you've weathered worse storms than this, but it never gets easier. You still eye the dark clouds on the horizon with unease. Each wave that crashes over the bow reminds you of the risks that your profession carries, and not every vessel reaches its destination. You've had many colleagues that have lost their fortunes. Some of them lost their lives, whether to a shipwreck or to pirates. But this is the life of a traveling merchant in medieval times, a life of constant motion, high stakes, and endless adaptation. These traders were the great connectors of the Middle Ages. Long before globalization, they stitched together a patchwork of trade routes over land and sea that linked kingdoms and continents. A caravan carrying Chinese silk, for instance, might eventually bring that precious fabric into the markets of Persia or the ports of Italy. A sack of black pepper from India, worth its weight in silver in England, passed through many hands and many miles to reach the table of a European noble. And at a time when most people never traveled more than a few dozen miles from home, the merchant routinely journeyed thousands of miles, crossing deserts, oceans, mountains, and frontiers. And so today, that is our topic, the life of a medieval merchant. What was it actually like? That's what we're here to discuss. Now, before we begin, I'll do the customary welcome hello to any newcomers. Consider subscribing if you have not yet. Also, a friendly reminder that this video, along with all of the other videos on the channel, are 100% ad-free. You won't get interrupted by ads because we hate them as much as you do. We're going to get along on that part, I suppose. We rather prefer to be supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal, and also those who check out the merch store. All the links are available in the pinned comment and description. But if you really want to help us out, just tell your friends and do the like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, algorithm boosting things. We would appreciate that. Now, without further ado, let us begin the life of a medieval merchant. Well, let's start by saying that merchants occupied an ambivalent yet increasingly important place in medieval society. In the early Middle Ages, many societies were structured around the three traditional orders. Now, that was the nobility, those who fought, the clergy, those who prayed, and the peasantry, those who farmed. Bit of an oversimplification, but that's pretty much it. Merchants did not really fit neatly into this hierarchy. You see, they were not lords or knights, nor were they monastic scholars, nor serfs tied to the soil. They were a new and sometimes unsettling breed who earned their living through trade and travel. They didn't really make anything, didn't produce anything of value, but they rather just shifted things from one hand to another. And for some medieval thinkers, especially within the Christian church, commerce was viewed with suspicion. A life of profit-seeking could easily slide into greed, and lending money at interest, usury that is, was condemned as sinful, and rightly so, by the way. No one likes interest. Well, medieval sermons and more moral tracts sometimes cast merchants as figures of avarice, more concerned with earthly riches than their spiritual salvation. And in literature we find hints of this mixed reputation. Geoffrey Chaucer, writing in the 14th century, introduces a merchant in the Canterbury Tales who wears rich clothes and boasts of his profits. Yet no one knew he was secretly in debt. Now Chaucer's wry observation that this businessman kept his unsavory financial troubles hidden beneath the facade of success reflects a pretty common stereotype. The clever, possibly untrustworthy merchant who might be engaging in sharp practice or living beyond his means. And we can of course see that going into the modern day, the social media stuff, keeping up with the Joneses. Well, nowadays it's more than keeping up with the Joneses, it's keeping up with some billionaire on his yacht. Anyway, we won't talk about that too much, but you can see the parallels of trying to keep up appearances, that's for sure, especially when you have to look successful in business, this kind of thing. Yet, for all the skepticism, merchants were indispensable, and they were often quite respected, especially as the medieval period progressed. By the High Middle Ages, that is the 11th to 13th centuries, Europe was witnessing a commercial revival. Towns grew in size and population, and a wealthy merchant class, the bourgeois, began to assert itself. In Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Florence, merchants and bankers became the ruling elite, proudly patronizing art and architecture and negotiating with princes on pretty much equal footing. Even in Northern Europe, alliances of merchants such as the Hanseatic League gained political clout, securing charters and ultimately privileges from kings and city councils. Meanwhile, regional trade networks solidified through annual fairs. In France, the Counts of Champagne hosted great fairs that became Europe-wide marketplaces, where French, Italian, English, and Flemish merchants convened under guaranteed protection to trade textiles, spices, leather, pretty much anything was on the table. Such fairs played a pretty big role in knitting together the northern and southern economies of Europe, and provided neutral ground for merchants of different cities to do business in a safe manner. These guilds and associations protected their members' interests, and after time established monopolies over trade in certain goods or regions. A successful merchant could climb the social ladder, endowing churches or charitable foundations in his hometown to burnish his reputation. In fact, some merchants were even knighted or ennobled for their service to monarchs, often in the form of crucial loans or supplies during wars. Different cultural and religious environments had their own attitudes toward merchants. In the Islamic world, commerce held a particularly esteemed position. After all, the Prophet Muhammad himself had been a merchant in his youth, working in the caravan trade. Islamic teachings praised an honest trade too. A famous hadith, that is a saying, promised that, quote, the truthful and trustworthy merchant will be respected with the prophets and the righteous. Muslim merchants, whether Arab, Persian, or later Turkish and Indian, were key actors in a vast network that stretched from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean and beyond. Many attained great wealth and social standing. Cities like Cairo, Baghdad, Samarkand. They depended on trade, taxes, and the entrepreneurial activity of the merchants who would come and go. Not to mention, their rulers often provided caravanserais, market regulation, and guards to encourage commerce. Likewise, in the Jewish community, which was scattered across many lands, merchants held a prominent role. Jewish traders often served as neutral intermediaries between Christian and Muslim realms, where religious restrictions hampered direct contact. The Radhanite merchants of the early Middle Ages, for example, were Jews fluent in multiple languages, who could move with relative ease across cultural boundaries. They played a vital part in keeping trade alive between Europe and Asia, at a time when politics and warfare might have otherwise severed those links. Over in India, many merchant castes enjoyed prosperity and a measure of respect, though the Hindu social hierarchy theoretically placed traders below priests and warriors, the old caste system, of course. Well, in practice, powerful mercantile families in medieval Indian ports like Calicut or Cambay could wield significant influence, financing temples or even swaying local politics. In Song Dynasty China, 10th to 13th centuries, Confucian officials tended to look down on merchants as mere profit makers, ranked below peasants and scholars. However, the reality is that Chinese merchants flourished, especially in periods of social stability. They organized long-distance trade, sometimes with tacit imperial support, and some became very wealthy. Indeed, by the late medieval period, under the Yuan, the Mongol dynasty that is, and the early Ming, Chinese merchants were sailing ships to trade with Southeast Asia and India, amassing fortunes and even contributing to public works. So the life of a merchant demanded a kind of cosmopolitan mindset. Successful traders often learned foreign languages and customs, and they acted as cultural intermediaries, while a peasant's world might be bounded by the local village and a noble's by his estates in the king's court. A merchant might routinely traverse many realms, interacting with Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, depending on where the business took him. And this exposure made merchants sometimes more worldly, or perhaps even more open-minded than their compatriots. But of course that comes with the reverse side. It could arouse suspicion. A traveling merchant might be the only person in a small town who had even seen the wider world, which could make him an object of curiosity, and sometimes an object of jealousy. When things went wrong, the foreign merchants were often the easy scapegoats. For instance, when the Black Death plague struck Europe in the 14th century, there were rumors that wandering merchants or strange traders might have brought the disease with them. And, well, in truth, they did inadvertently spread infections along with goods, but so did all travelers. And it wasn't intentional. Nobody really knew about germ theory at the time. In any case, in some German cities during the late Middle Ages, local guilds would periodically accuse resident foreign merchant communities, like the Venetians or the Hanseatics, of unfair practices, leading to tensions and sometimes even expulsions. And despite such challenges, the merchants persisted and gradually helped transform the medieval society. They introduced coinage and credit into economies that had long been run on a barter system. They founded banks and pioneered new business techniques, double-entry bookkeeping, bills of exchange, things like that. Things that are still in use today. But they also formed their own subculture, with values emphasizing negotiation, contract, adventure. To be a merchant was to put your hand up for a life of uncertainty in exchange for potential rewards. A popular medieval saying went, "Whoever would become rich must rise early, work late, and take risks." And let me tell you, that, I think, will always be true. It encapsulates the ethos of the merchant class as well. Diligence along with daring, both necessary virtues. No one gets rich by playing it safe. You have to take risks. It's been, well, true for all of human history, really. So, we can say that merchants in medieval society, there we go, straddled the line between an outsider and an elite, between suspicion and admiration. They were sometimes maligned in moral literature, yet they became engines of economic growth and innovation. And so, as we continue on our journey into the merchant life to look at how and where they traveled, you really must keep in mind that everything is within this pretty complex social backdrop. The merchant on the road had to navigate not only geographic hurdles, but also the intangible perceptions of the people that he met. He had to earn trust, strike fair deals, and prove that his presence was a benefit rather than a threat. For medieval merchants engaged in long-distance trade, overland routes were both vital arteries of commerce and tests of endurance. Foremost among these was the Silk Road. We've all heard of that. The network of trails, paths, and caravan routes that spanned Eurasia from the Mediterranean to China. The Silk Road was not a single road, but a web of interconnected routes running throughout some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. Soaring mountain ranges, endless deserts, rugged steppes. Yet for over a millennium, merchants braved these paths to carry high-value, low-bulk commodities across continents. The very name, Silk Road, comes from the lucrative Chinese silk that was one of the main goods transported westward. But many other items traveled that path as well. Spices from the Indies, porcelain and tea from China, precious gems from Afghanistan, fine textiles from Persia, and in the other direction, of course, was European wool, glassware, silver, and countless other products. Trade along these routes had flourished during the time of the Roman Empire in Han China, and after a decline in late antiquity, it never completely died out. So by the early medieval period, the 7th to the 10th century, a group of intrepid Jewish merchants known as the Radhanites kept east-west commerce alive. According to the 9th century Persian geographer Ibn Khordadbeh, these Radhanite traders knew multiple languages and traveled from France and Spain all the way to China following various routes, some going overland across the Frankish and Slavic lands to Central Asia, others via Egypt and the Arabian Peninsula, and still others mixing sea and land traveled through the Indian Ocean. They specialized in precious, portable goods like spices, perfumes, jewels that could satisfy the long journey. The picture we get is of highly resourceful traders who could navigate the customs of both Christian Europe and the Islamic world, serving as intermediaries at a time when direct contact was often hindered by political and religious barriers. As for overland travel, that was typically done in caravans, groups of merchants, guides, animals, sometimes an armed escort, band together for safety. No sensible merchant would venture alone across the vast stretches between cities. A typical caravan in Central Asia might include dozens of camels or pack horses loaded with bales of merchandise. Camels were particularly favored for the desert legs of the journey, the two-humped Bactrian camel in the cold Asian deserts, and the dromedary in the Sahara and Arabian regions, while mules or yaks would be used in high mountain passes. The caravan moved at the pace of its slowest animals, perhaps covering maybe 20-30 miles on a good day, often less in difficult terrain. At night they would halt at a caravanserai if one was available. These were roadside inns maintained in many Islamic realms, specifically for merchants. Ibn Battuta, who traveled across Central Asia and Persia in the 14th century, described grand caravanserais in Iran and Anatolia, some with hundreds of rooms and stables of animals. These compounds provided food, water, and a safe haven from bandits, essentially functioning as an early kind of, truck rest stop for traders, caravans, this kind of thing. Where formal caravanserais were lacking, caravans camped in the open, posting guards in shifts to watch for thieves or wild animals. Travelers often arranged their sleeping places in a circle around the camp, with animals tied within the perimeter to deter nighttime raiders. And they had to be light sleepers. A rustle in the dark, a camel's snort, could signal trouble that required immediate vigilance. So, the Mongol Empire in the 13th and 14th centuries brought a golden age for Silk Road commerce. The Mongols conquered a huge swath of Eurasia, from China through Persia into Russia, creating what historians call the Pax Mongolica, the Mongolian Peace, a period of relative stability that made long-distance travel less dangerous than before. The Mongol Khans were keen promoters of trade. They knew that commerce brought wealth, so they established a system of relay stations across Central Asia and Mongolia. At these posts, usually spaced a day's journey apart, official travelers and merchants could find fresh horses, supplies, and lodging. Some merchants were even issued special passports in the form of tablets or medallions that signified the bearer was under imperial protection. Probably a good thing to have, that's for sure. Now, the Mongols' trade policy was efficient. It worked. Marco Polo, the Venetian merchant who traveled to the court of Kublai Khan in the late 13th century, marveled at how efficiently this relay system worked. Messengers and traders could cover vast distances with remarkable speed by changing horses regularly and resting at the way stations. Thanks to such measures and the sheer might of Mongol law deterring banditry, few robbers would dare to attack a caravan under the Great Khan's protection on pain of terrible punishment. A merchant in this era could traverse from the Middle East to China more safely than at any other time in the medieval period. And indeed, we have accounts of European envoys and traders, like the Franciscan friar William of Rubric in the 1250s, who encountered thriving caravan trade routes in Central Asia. They described long lines of camels, laden with textiles and spices, and bustling market cities like Bukhara, Samarkand, and Kashgar, where goods from many civilizations exchanged hands under the eyes of Mongol officials. But none of this is to say that the Silk Road was ever easy or routine. Far from it. Nature itself posed one of the greatest threats. Crossing the Gobi or the Taklamakan deserts, merchants faced searing daytime heat and freezing nights, not to mention scarcity of water. A sandstorm could obliterate tracks and choke travelers. Marco Polo's account vividly mentions travelers in the Gobi Desert becoming disoriented by strange sounds, what we might attribute to the howling wind or shifting sands, but he interpreted them, echoing the local folklore, as voices of spirits or demons attempting to lead unwary wanderers astray. To combat this, Polo wrote that bands of travelers made a point of keeping very close together, and before sleeping they set up a sign pointing to the direction of travel the next day. They also fastened little bells around their necks of their beasts, so that by listening for the sound they could keep the herd from straying off in the dark or in a sandstorm. In the high mountains of the Pamirs, or the Tian Shan, altitude sickness and narrow cliffside paths tested the courage of even the hardiest merchant. One misstep could send a mule and its valuable cargo tumbling down into the abyss. But moving beyond Asia, there were other critical overland routes in medieval times. One of the most challenging was the trans-Saharan trade, linked to the markets of North Africa and the Mediterranean, with gold, salt, and ivory of West Africa. Much like the Silk Road, the Saharan routes were plied by caravans, but these consisted almost entirely of camels, and were organized often by Berber and Arab merchants on the northern end, and by African merchants from the Sahelian kingdoms on the southern end. The Sahara is the world's largest hot desert, and crossing it was a monumental undertaking. Caravans typically departed from oasis towns on the desert's edge, such as Sijomasa or Tunis in the north, and traveled to entrepot cities like Timbuktu or Walata on the southern fringe. The hardships of the Sahara were notorious. Water sources were few and often unreliable. Travelers filled goatskin water bags to last days between wells, but water in the skins could turn fetid under the baking sun. One medieval geographer quipped that Saharan well water, quote, had none of the qualities of water other than being liquid, so foul was its taste. Caravans had to carefully plan stops at known springs, and nomadic guides, often from the Tuareg or Sanhaja tribes, were hired to lead the way. Without their expertise, outsiders would almost certainly be lost in the trackless seas of sand dunes. These guides, however, were both protectors and potential threats. In some periods, today's guide could turn into tomorrow's bandit. Wise merchants negotiated payments or profit-sharing with nomadic chieftains up front, converting would-be robbers into caravan guards. It was essentially an early form of protection money, but one necessary for survival. Even so, armed security rode with the larger caravans, and punishments for anyone caught trying to raid or betray the group could be, excuse me, a little bit tired. Could be draconian, of course, the punishments. The Sultan of Marrakesh, for example, was said to have displayed the heads of captured highwaymen on his palace walls as a warning, and dare I say that must have been quite effective. Now, caravans often traveled by night in the deep Sahara to avoid the extreme midday heat, navigating by the stars and resting at midday under whatever meager shade could be found. Ibn Battuta, who crossed the Sahara to reach Mali, noted that merchants would fatten their camels for months before the journey, so the animals could better withstand the trek. During one crossing in 1352, his caravan of 1,000 camels nearly ran out of water. Travelers resorted to slaughtering a camel and drawing water from its stomach to drink. A desperate measure, but one that could mean the difference between life and death when the next well was still a day's walk away. Ibn Battuta also relates an anecdote of a fellow merchant who had a habit of catching desert snakes for sport. This unfortunate soul was bitten by a viper one evening, which I'm sure that was only bound to happen. His companions cauterized the wound with a red-hot iron, then slaughtered a camel and thrust the man's arm into the warm cavity of the camel's belly, hoping the heat and moisture would draw out the poison. And guess what? Lo and behold, he survived. He did lose a finger, though, but still alive. crediting the impromptu remedy. Such were the lengths to which travellers might go in the middle of the Sahara, where no physicians or settlement could be found for hundreds of miles. But despite the dangers, the overland routes like the Silk Road and the Saharan trails were lifelines of wealth and cultural exchange. They were plied not only by merchants seeking profit, but also by pilgrims, missionaries, and diplomats, all of whom left traces of cross-cultural contact. A merchant caravan could include people of many faiths and tongues, and in the marketplaces of Central Asia, one could hear a babble of languages. Trading cities became melting pots. In a Silk Road hub like Samarkand, one might find mosques, churches, Buddhist stupas, and Zoroastrian fire temples in the same quarter, each serving a different community drawn by trade. In the Sahara, oasis towns similarly became cosmopolitan nodes. The city of Timbuktu, for example, hosted North African Muslim traders, black African scholars, and nomadic Tuaregs, exchanging not just goods but also ideas about law, science, and theology. For the medieval merchant, mastering the overland routes meant more than just knowing geography. It required understanding the people's politics along the way. Caravans had to pay tolls or tribute when passing through a lord's territory or entering a city gate, and the cleverest among traders often carried small gifts for local chiefs, or kept copies of royal safe conducts to present to officials. In some cases, they hired local agents or partners. For instance, a Silk Road caravan leader might rely on a Persian broker in Bukhara to handle sales farther west, or a Mali merchant might entrust his gold to a Moroccan colleague for the leg north to Fez. Few merchants traveled the entire length of these routes themselves. Typically, goods changed hands multiple times. Even so, there were notable exceptions who did go the distance and return home with astonishing tales. These accounts, like those of Marco Polo, or the less famous itinerary of Benjamin of Tudela, a 12th century Jewish traveler, fired up the imagination of those who heard them, expanding the medieval people's sense of the wider world. By taking these overland paths, medieval merchants helped knit together far-flung regions into an interconnected world system. The flow of goods was accompanied by a flow of knowledge. European maps, by the 14th and 15th centuries, incorporated information gleaned from Asian caravans, and Arabic geographers wrote about African gold lands based on reports from traders. In a very real sense, each merchant caravan that set out across the steppe or the desert was a small step toward the globalized world to come. The Silk Road and its sister routes were the highways of the medieval world, and those hardy souls who traveled them played a key role in the economy and the culture of their time. So if overland routes tested a merchant's endurance on land, the maritime routes did the same on water. Medieval merchants often took to the sea when they could, since a ship could carry far more cargo than a caravan, and sometimes travel faster, that is, assuming that the winds were favorable. The Mediterranean Sea was a hub of maritime trade through the Middle Ages. In the early medieval period after the fall of Rome, long-distance sea commerce in the West had diminished, but it had never disappeared. Byzantine ships and Arab dhows still plied the waters carrying wine, oil, glass, and luxury goods. By the 11th century, a revival was in full swing. Italian port cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa emerged as major commercial powers, launching galleys and round ships loaded with merchandise. A Venetian or Genoese merchant of the 13th century might own shares in a ship, or just pay for space in the hold, heading to Constantinople. Well, these ships would carry European products such as timber, metals, and wooden cloth, and return with Eastern spices. Egyptian grain, perhaps, Syrian silk, other treasures. Sure, they could go to Constantinople, but They could also end up at Alexandria or Acre, plenty of other port cities around the Mediterranean. Now, as for the Crusades to the Holy Land, 1095 to 1291, they ironically helped boost this trade. Fleets of Italian merchant vessels followed in the wake of Crusader armies, and soon merchants were setting up permanent quarters in places like Acre and Antioch. And they obtained special privileges from the local rulers. For example, the Republic of Venice secured its own quarter in Constantinople, where Venetian merchants lived under their own laws and ran their own markets. Such enclaves, fondaci, as the Italians called them, were essentially self-contained merchant colonies abroad, complete with warehouses, chapels, and lodgings, where foreign traders could conduct business without fear of local interference, and often without paying local taxes, which is probably more to the point. But sea travel had its own perils. Shipwrecks were a constant fear. Navigation relied on the stars and the sun, and by the 13th century the magnetic compass had been adopted by Mediterranean sailors, a great aid on cloudy nights or open seas. Still, storms could drive ships onto rocks and send them to the ocean floor without warning. Medieval chronicles are full of references to lost ships and the grief of investors or families awaiting news that never came. One treasure-laden Genoese ship, called the Meloria, famously sank in 1241 with a cargo of Asian goods. Its loss was so economically devastating that it was blamed for a financial crash in Genoa that year. Talk about putting all your eggs in one basket, huh? Well, it wasn't just the shipwrecks. Pirates were also a menace. In the Mediterranean, pirate corsairs, some independent, others essentially privateers hired by rival powers, lurked along major sea lanes. Merchants adapted by traveling in convoys for safety. By the 14th century, Venice organized state-sanctioned convoys known as the Muda, fleets of armed galleys that would sail together on fixed schedules under military escort, bound for destinations like Flanders, England, or the Levant. Very few pirates dared attack a well-defended convoy, and the system made voyages a bit more predictable, almost like a medieval shipping line. Northern European traders did likewise. The Hanseatic League's merchants often fitted out their stout cog ships with crossbows or even small cannons, and then they would sail in groups, especially through pirate-infested waters like the English Channel. But despite these precautions, piracy and naval warfare still took their toll. In 1368, for example, a large Venetian convoy returning from the east was set upon by Catalan pirates near Alexandria, resulting in numerous ships captured or sunk. Incidents like that reminded everyone that the sea, like the desert, could turn deadly without any warning. Life aboard a merchant ship, of course, was not very comfortable either. A medieval merchant vessel was small by modern standards, perhaps 60 to 80 feet long for a typical trading cog, and the space was very cramped. Crew and passengers slept wherever they could find room, often on the open deck, under woolen blankets, or in the hold among barrels and bales. The diet was monotonous. Hard biscuits, salted meat or fish, dried legumes, maybe a bit of garlic or onions for flavor. Fresh water was stored in wooden casks, and inevitably went stale, or got filled with algae. Sailors sometimes preferred to mix water with wine, or drink ale to avoid the foul taste. As for hygiene, that was rudimentary, and contributed to sickness on longer voyages. A trip from Italy to Flanders, for instance, might involve weeks of creeping along coasts and braving storms at sea. Plenty of time for rats, lice, and illness to make their new home and spread on the ship. And it's no coincidence that the Black Death spread by ship in 1347. Ships were often overcrowded and unsanitary, though to medieval people they were just, well, no worse than life on land, I suppose. But despite all the hardships, medieval mariners made very impressive journeys, especially with what they had at the time. Consider the northern merchants. In the 13th and 14th centuries, ships of the Hanseatic League linked the Baltic to the North Sea and beyond. A German merchant from Lübeck might send a vessel to trade in Novgorod, present-day Russia, for furs and wax, and then carry those products to Bruges in Flanders to exchange for fine woolen cloth, which in turn might be carried to Bergen in Norway to trade for stockfish, that is, dried cod. Each leg was a substantial sea voyage, and every one of them had their own challenges. Navigating the foggy Baltic or the stormy Bay of Biscay, but the Hanseatic merchants coordinated through their contors, that is, trading officers, in foreign cities, and, well, they just made it work. They too had their enclaves. The Hanse merchants in London lived together, and at the Steelyard, with strict rules. No local women, nightly curfew, a password to enter. And those in Novgorod stayed at fortified compounds called the Peterhof, where they operated under their own laws. These arrangements show merchants abroad how they formed supportive communities to help each other survive and prosper in the distant lands. But perhaps the greatest maritime network of the medieval era was the Indian Ocean trade. While European seafarers mostly hugged the coast, merchants from the Arabian Peninsula, Persia, India, and even China were boldly crisscrossing the open ocean. By the 8th century, Arab and Persian ships regularly sailed from the Red Sea or Persian Gulf to India's west coast, and sometimes on to Southeast Asian ports like I do apologize, Srivijaya, in today's Indonesia. Well, maybe they had trouble pronouncing it too. Excuse me for being human. Well, the seasonal monsoon winds governed this trade. Every year ships would sail eastward on the summer monsoon, as when winds blew from Africa towards South Asia, and then ride the winter monsoon back west. The winds were actually pretty reliable, so reliable that navigators knew a roughly 6-month cycle for a round trip. For example, a merchant might depart Oman in June, reach India by July, wait in Indian ports for a few months, and then catch the December winds to return to Arabia. As a result, merchants often had to spend extended time in foreign ports waiting for the winds to shift, which meant that they became temporary residents abroad, learning local customs, sometimes even starting families there. In fact, many coastal communities around the Indian Ocean had established merchant diasporas. There were Arab and Persian merchant quarters in Indian and East African ports, and by the 13th century there were even small Muslim and Jewish trading communities living in the Chinese port city of Quanzhou. Chinese officials of the Song dynasty appointed special administrators to manage the affairs of these foreign traders, a sign of how significant and ultimately accepted their presence had become. Now, the scale of the Indian Ocean commerce was vast and diverse. Arabian frankincense and African ivory made their way to India. Indian spices, pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cotton textiles went westward to the Middle East and Europe. Chinese silks and porcelain moved in all directions. Everybody wanted them. The ships that carried these goods were some of the largest of their time. The Arabs and Indians built dhows and large sailing ships, sometimes called junks by later Europeans, with capacities of several hundred tons. Chinese junks, especially in the 13th and 15th centuries, were truly enormous, multi-decked with watertight bulkhead compartments, the crews numbering in the hundreds. Marco Polo described these Chinese vessels with awe, noting their size and construction. Such sturdy ships could undertake long ocean voyages with a low risk of sinking, and they are, well, rather impressive to foreign observers, who were used to these smaller crafts of the Mediterranean. But of course, piracy was present in the Indian Ocean too, though the sheer expanse of the sea made it a bit less pervasive than in Europe's narrower waters. Certain choke points, like the Strait of Malacca between Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula, were notorious for pirate fleets preying on laden junks. Local rulers or warlords in those areas might demand tolls from passing ships in exchange for protection. Protection from themselves, basically, or simply just to avoid attack. In the Persian Gulf and around the Ceylon, which is Sri Lanka, pirate raids occurred as well. Through powerful states like the Chola kings of South India in the 11th century and later the Omani sultans took measures to police important routes for their own benefit. But generally speaking, the Indian Ocean trade network thrived on cooperation and mutual interest rather than domination by a single navy or empire. No one kingdom controlled these seas in the medieval era. Instead, a kind of tacit understanding prevailed. Ships from distant lands would trade peaceably at the established ports. Merchants developed common practices, like using bilingual brokers and accepted weights and measures to smooth transactions in foreign lands. They also often traded via trust-based credit, relying on long-standing relationships. It's quite telling that medieval Arab documents from Cairo mention partnerships between Muslim, Jewish, and Hindu traders, pragmatic alliances to share costs and profits of maritime ventures. From various travel accounts, we know the stories of individual merchant voyages on the Indian Ocean. The Geniza letters, documents from a medieval Jewish archive in Cairo, include one from a trader named Abraham ben Yiju, who in the mid-12th century lived for years on the Malabar coast of India. He dealt in spices and dyes, married a local woman, and later returned to the Middle East. His letters reveal both profit and peril. At one point he anxiously writes about a shipment lost at sea, and asks his associates to help recover any of it if they can. Another famous traveller, who we mentioned, Ibn Battuta, though not primarily a merchant, often relied on merchant ships to get where he needed to go. On one leg of his journey in the 1340s, he prepared to sail from the Maldives with a large ship that was to carry his possessions, while he took a smaller companion vessel. But fate intervened. The larger ships, with his goods and gifts, departed without him, and they later sank in a storm, and he only survived because he had not been on board. Silver linings, I suppose. He did lament the loss of his property, though, but it showed for him how chancy sea travel could be. And we also have an intriguing letter preserved from the Geniza collection describing an Iraqi Jewish merchant who lost everything in a shipwreck. The letter is essentially a plea on his behalf to the broader trade community, asking others to extend him loans or goods on credit so he could restart the business. It shows both to the ever-present risk of ruin at sea and to the solidarity that merchant networks could offer to one of their own in times of misfortune. And so in many ways, the maritime trade routes of the medieval world were the precursors of what we have now in this global economy. They allowed not only goods, but people, beliefs, and technologies to circulate widely. Thanks to seaborne commerce, Islam spread with merchants to East African and Southeast Asian ports, introducing new faiths and cultures. Missionaries and explorers, from Franciscan friars who took a passage on merchant ships, to Chinese Buddhist monks sailing to India, they all used the trade routes to pursue their own quests. Knowledge of geography and navigation advanced as well. Medieval portolan charts, that is, navigational maps created by Italian and Catalan cartographers, were astonishingly accurate for coastlines, reflecting the cumulative observations of generations of sailors. In the 15th century, Arab navigators like Ahmad ibn Majid wrote detailed guides to the Indian Ocean's winds and currents that would later inform European explorers. Thus, by ship as by caravan, medieval merchants expanded the horizons of their world, and each successful voyage could bring enormous profit. A single round trip to India might yield a cargo of spices that, when sold in Europe, repaid the journey's cost many times over. But, of course, the other side of the coin is each voyage could end in disaster, wiping out a life's work in an instant. This high-risk, high-reward dynamic made the merchant's life both dramatic and precarious. To their contemporaries, merchants sometimes seemed daring like adventurers, other times more like gamblers. And as we've seen, whether navigating the high seas or the high passes, the traveling merchants of the Middle Ages had to be resilient and resourceful. They operated at the mercy of the winds and weather, politics and pests. Yet through it all, they managed to connect the world in a way that very few others managed to do in that era. So how do we sum it up? Well, we could say that the traveling merchants of the medieval world were the true adventurers of their age. Though they carried ledgers instead of swords, I suppose. Their journeys across continents were arduous and risky, but also transformative. By traversing such vast distances and linking so many far-flung societies, the merchants helped lay the groundwork for a more interconnected world. They were agents of economic change, bringing spices, silk, gold, and countless other goods to places that had never even seen them before. And in their wake, they left not only richer markets, but also a trail of cultural exchange. New ideas in navigation, finance, art, and science often followed the trade routes that they blazed. It is often said that the Middle Ages were a time of insularity. But when we look at the traveling merchant, when we see a different story, one of cosmopolitan connections and curiosity about the wider world. While nobles and knights fought their wars, it was the merchants who quietly fueled the engines of growth, turning the wheels of commerce that affected everyday lives. For every famous name like Marco Polo or Ibn Battuta, there's thousands of other merchants whose names are forgotten, but their collective effort changed the course of history. They opened up corridors between civilizations, paving the way in a very real sense for the age of exploration that followed in the 15th and 16th centuries. The skills and knowledge they developed, from sophisticated contracts and credit systems to improved ship designs and maps, became the tools by which later explorers would navigate the globe. And so, by studying the life of a medieval traveling merchant, we can gain an insight into a world that was far more connected than it might appear at first. We see that the Middle Ages weren't just about the feudal castles and isolated villages, but they were also having that story in between, those caravan trails, and the busy docks teeming with goods and people on the move. These merchants may not have always received the glory of the explorers and the heroes, but their impact upon the world was profound. Their resilience, ingenuity, and willingness to take risks expanded the horizons of everyone around them. And indeed, the legacy of the medieval merchant in the global relationship and economic foundations they built can still be felt today. So in their own way, they were explorers and bridge builders, demonstrating that even in an age before engines or electricity, human enterprise could connect the corners of the earth. In the 12th century, an English entertainer named Roland Lepetour secured an unlikely retirement package from King Henry II himself, a grant of 30 acres of land. But there was a catch. The sole condition of this retirement plan was that every Christmas he returned to the court to perform one jump, one whistle, and most importantly, to break wind on command. He was known as Roland the Farter. It's not a mere footnote of absurd trivia, but it opens up a window into the curious world of medieval court jesters, and perhaps the royal sense of humor of this time. But these court jesters were far from being buffoons. Jesters in medieval Europe inhabited a very complex role. They could be, by turns, sharp-witted confidants to kings, battlefield provocateurs facing real peril, itinerant merrymakers wandering from castle to marketplace, or even pious, holy fools weaving divine madness into their antics. And so the role of the medieval jester came in many shapes. Some were consummate performers paid in gold, while others were innocents kept out of charity, or perhaps cruelty. And yet others donned cap and bells only during seasonal festivals. And so today we are going to talk all about jesters throughout Europe in the Middle Ages, charting their origins, roles, and of course the many incarnations, from the king's clever confidant to the itinerant minstrel, all the way to that holy fool. And in the process, I think we'll uncover quite a few surprising facts and anecdotes that bring these forgotten entertainers to life. But first, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Introduction is certainly a little bit different to what we're used to on this channel, but I figured I'd best start with something that's going to get the attention of most people. I'm sure that it accomplished that aim. If you are new to the channel and you're yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so, same as the like button, and leave your comments down in the comments section. Always helps push the video out, algorithms and such. And of course, like with all the other videos on this channel, you are enjoying it completely ad-free due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who checked out the merch store. If you are considering supporting the channel, you can find the means to do so in the pinned comment or in the description of the video. You'll find where you need to go. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to our topic, the medieval jester. Let's start right from the beginning. But of course the beginning is a little hard to trace. You see, the idea of the court jester, it wasn't something that just sprung up overnight, but rather it evolved from earlier traditions of comedic and musical entertainers. Ancient antecedents set the stage for this. The comic actors and buffoons of imperial Rome, known as scure, mimi, or histriones, are often cited as precursors to the medieval jesters. In fact, the Latin term histrio, or actor, continued to be used in early medieval texts to describe these roaming performers. After the fall of Rome, entertainment did not vanish. Itinerant troubadours, gleemen, jongleurs roamed the land, singing songs and performing tricks. In the early Middle Ages, that is the 5th to the 10th centuries, rulers and chieftains in Europe kept households, bards, and jokers. In Celtic Ireland, for example, it's recorded that from remote times kings maintained fools, jesters, and jugglers at the court for amusement. These Irish jesters, druth in Gaelic, wore rather fantastical garb and cracked impudent jokes to lighten noble hearts, much as their successors would do in Norman castles centuries later. By the 11th and 12th centuries, terminology began to crystallize, and the role gained clearer definition. Notably, the Latin term joculator, from which the word juggler derives, by the way, and the Old French menestrel, from the Latin ministerialis, or little servant, came into use at this time, referring broadly to people who busied themselves entertaining others. In Norman England, minstrel denotes a wide range of performers at first: singers, storytellers, musicians, acrobats, jugglers, magicians, and also joculatores, or jesters. In medieval society, such performers occupied a very low rung of respectability. Just like in Roman times, the church often disapproved of their antics, and law codes sometimes stripped them of certain civil rights. Yet, they were undeniably in demand. The earliest medieval jesters were often simply talented minstrels with a flair for comic storytelling or a bit of physical comedy. And women could be jesters too. One record from 1086 even notes a female entertainer, Adeline the Joculatrix, who owned land in Hampshire, illustrating that both genders certainly took part in the profession. But it's in the 12th century that we first see the title folus, or fol, the old word that we have for fool, appearing in documents as a designation for a court entertainer. The emergence of the word fool signified a slightly new concept: a dedicated comic servant attached to a noble household. Monarchs began to retain court fools in a formal capacity and sometimes rewarded them lavishly for loyalty and just livening the place up a bit. We've already told about Roland Pature's story. That's one striking example. Here was a jester so valued, or at least so memorable, that he earned land in return for his yearly performance of flatulence. The fact that such a strange service was recorded in royal records hints that by Henry II's time, to remind you that is 12th century England, the king's fool was just an accepted part of court life. Meanwhile, on the continent, similar figures existed under names like menstruel in French, nar, which is German for fool, and buffone in Italian, of course, for buffoon. The high medieval period, 1200 to 1300, would see the court jester become a fixture in noble courts across Europe. But as we shall see, not all jesters were alike. So before examining the different types, let's consider first what daily life at court was like for these entertainers, and of course, what roles they actually played. We might imagine a jester perpetually capering at the king's feet, but in reality, medieval court jesters did not spend all day juggling or telling jokes. Feasts and special occasions were their time to shine, but the rest of their days could be rather ordinary. In fact, noblemen did not hold banquets or merrymaking every night, and hearing the same fool perform endlessly, well, that would grow tedious, wouldn't it? So, a resident jester often had other duties within the household. Some served as grooms, dog keepers, or messengers when not employed on stage, so to speak. Their official title might be the Lord's Fool, but they could be found helping procure food for the estate or accompanying their lord on travels. This dual existence, part esteemed entertainer, part servant, placed jesters in a unique insider but also outsider position at court. But when they did perform, jesters brought levity and wit into a stiff atmosphere of medieval aristocratic life. Like I said, the place certainly needed to be lightened up a bit. And that's exactly what they did. They lifted the mood at court with a repertoire that could include storytelling, singing witty ballads, reciting poems, or performing magic tricks and sleight of hand, along with a bit of juggling, acrobatics, and clever wordplay. A good jester could do it all, multi-talented. One 13th century traveler bitterly noted that no one gave him nice robes or gifts because, quote, he couldn't play instruments, tell jokes or stories, juggle or dance, or fart a tune, implying that a proper jester had to do all of these things at once. Many jesters also attuned their humor to current events. They would lampoon local scandals, or poke fun at notable guests in attendance, much to the amusement or perhaps embarrassment of those around. Surviving accounts show that jesters often made contemporary jokes about people or news known to their audience, making them something like medieval satirists, tailing roast-like commentary for the court. Crucially, jesters enjoyed a rather rare social license. They could speak truth to power, under the guise of folly. By tradition, a court fool's barbs were tolerated where anybody else's would be punished. And this gave rise to the famous idea that the jester is the only one who can ridicule the king without being, beheaded for doing so. But in practice, the fools did have to tread carefully, as we'll later see with one of them who pushed Henry VIII a little bit too far. We'll get to that later. But still, at least in medieval terms, many of them wielded a surprising amount of freedom of speech. Medieval kings occasionally used their fools as a sort of informal advisor or truth-teller, precisely because a fool could afford to voice unpleasant truths in a joking manner. The wise fool paradox, that the buffoon may utter wisdom masked as nonsense, appears frequently in literature and history. Shakespeare would later capture this dynamic in characters like King Lear's fool. But real medieval examples abound. A one-telling anecdote is King Edward II of England, as in the early 14th century. He was so accustomed to his fool's familiarity that he reportedly called every successive fool Robert, regardless of his actual name. Well, that suggests Edward and his son Edward III, who kept the practice, treated, quote, Robert the Fool almost as a position or persona whose individual identity mattered quite a bit less than the actual role, a permanent fixture which allowed banter with the monarch. It also implies the fool had continuous access to the king, a trusted presence in his private circle. Apart from humor, jesters sometimes served practical functions in rather delicate situations. One was a buffer or bearer of bad news. If a monarch was likely to react badly to certain tidings, a clever fool might be asked to deliver the message in a more soft manner. Chronicles mention instances where fools broke news of military defeats or personal tragedies by couching them in jokes or allegories, hoping to reduce the sting. Of course, this was pretty risky. Success meant the king laughed and got the message, but failure could mean that the king, I suppose we could say, shoots the messenger, even if he is a jester, just trying to lighten the mood. And we do have a notable case a fool of Philip VI of France, reportedly saved his own skin when asked to announce the English victory at Crecy in 1346. He snuck into the king's chambers at night, and in a sorrowful tone woke him up, saying, "Our English friends are sitting merrily at Crecy this evening." When the king bolted upright demanding an explanation, the fool quipped, "Why, sire, because they have beaten our army," delivering the bad news with a dose of irony that legend says made the furious king begrudgingly smile. Certainly risky, that's for sure. But anecdotes like this, whether they're apocryphal or not, they kind of illustrate a delicate diplomacy of humor that the jesters sometimes practiced. Still, it's a dangerous job to go and break that kind of news. Yet, we know that being the purveyor of pointed jokes can be perilous. While patronized by great lords, a jester was still a servant, and he could fall out of favor in an instant if a joke misfired. We know in our real lives that saying just one wrong thing can sour a relationship very quickly. The English Tudor king Henry VIII kept a beloved jester, Will Somers. He was a companion for many years, but even Will knew that there were some lines that you just could not cross. An observer noted that on one particularly volatile night, Henry, enraged and probably a few pints down, threatened to banish and execute all of the jesters, and not even Somers' usual charm could immediately calm him. Eventually, Somers had to risk telling the king that he needed laughter as much as anyone, daring to chide Henry for his gloom. Unfortunately, he came to his senses. Henry forgave him. But the other jesters were less lucky. We hear of a fool in Henry's court, perhaps an itinerant who intruded uninvited, who so irritated the king that Henry had him summarily beheaded on the spot. Clearly, walking a fine line between acceptable irreverence and fatal impudence was part of the jester's job description. Despite these tasks, successful court jesters could attain a measure of security and even prestige, pretty much unknown to any other class in medieval times. A valued jester enjoyed the protection of a powerful patron, a place at the high table, both literally and figuratively, and often generous rewards. Records show that English kings gave their fools gifts of clothing and even an allowance. One such entertainer, Tom the Fool, performed at the wedding feast of Princess Elizabeth, his daughter of Edward I of England around 1297, and he received a payment of 50 shillings for the reward. Now, to put that sum in perspective, a skilled laborer at the time earned only a few pence per day, so 50 shillings was a small fortune. Similarly, in France and the Burgundian court, talented jesters could become kind of minor celebrities. Some were given fine horses, their own servants, and even the best seat by the fire. A top jester might wield influence by virtue of his closeness to the ruler, causing other courtiers to curry favor with him, despite his technically lowly status. And so it is no wonder that one contemporary remarked that, quote, everyone wanted the top job of court fool, but few vacancies existed. The position was, in a sense, the pinnacle of the entertainment profession, a stable sinecure that many wandering minstrels dreamed of having. I suppose it's kind of like getting a residency at a casino in Las Vegas. Kind of like that. And so to sum it all up, this life of the court jester was a study in contrast. It combined periods of mundane servitude with moments of high-performance drama. It granted a license for candor, yet demanded constant discretion. It offered proximity to power, but zero formal power of its own. Jesters lived inside the royal household, but outside the royal hierarchy. They were both insiders and outsiders, as we can put it, uniquely able to mock the very world that sheltered them. And it's within this paradoxical status that the jester becomes such a fascinating social figure. And so next, we're going to talk about the different types of jesters, as not all of them who were in this profession were under the same circumstance. So as the Middle Ages progressed, the fool became an umbrella term, covering several distinct categories of entertainers and fools. Broadly, we can distinguish three types of medieval jester roles. The first is the professional court jester. These are the classic household jesters, intelligent, quick-witted performers, employed by kings or nobles on a long-term basis, often called licensed fools, because they had official sanction to jest freely. They were typically astute and often well-educated individuals. Contrary to popular images, the professional fool at court did not always dress in silly costumes. Many apparently wore ordinary attire, quite similar to their employers, especially in earlier medieval times before the gaudy jester suit became fashionable. The humor was highly verbal and situational. They were expected to cleverly amuse high-born audiences and also serve as conversational foils for their lords. This category includes the most famous named jesters in history, people like Triboulet, the French jester to King Francois I, Will Sommers, the jester to King Henry VIII of England, and Stanzik, the Polish jester, serving King Sigismund the Old. These professionals could become confidants of their rulers, and some even undertook semi-official tasks, such as delivering messages and even spying. Well, everyone needs a side hustle, don't they? They were paid wages, or given benefits, and if they pleased their lord, they might enjoy a considerable amount of comfort and protection. So the professional fool was in many ways a skilled courtier who used humor instead of diplomacy. A fool by job title, but quite often the sharpest mind in the room. Then we have the natural fool or innocent. Medieval elites at times kept men and women of mental disability or physical deformity as jesters, a practice that today is frankly quite cruel and exploitative, but, well, we can't hold medieval people by the modern standard, can't we? You see, in those times, such individuals were viewed as sources of spontaneous humor. Their unusual appearance and unconventional behavior made them objects of fascination. Noble families might adopt an innocent, someone who was, for instance, intellectually disabled, or perhaps a dwarf, to keep them around as almost like playthings, for their amusement, or perhaps as an act of Christian charity in the best cases. These unfortunates were the true fools in the original sense, that is, folly is a lack of reason. They generally did not receive salaries, but they were given food, simple clothing, sometimes the motley garb and cap with ears to accentuate their role, and also a place to sleep, often quite literally on the floor of the great hall. They held titles like the Duke's Fool or the Queen's Fool, indicating a possession by a lord. In some cases, keeping a natural fool was seen as an act of benevolence. Better a noble household than the harsh streets. But it was benevolence mixed with ridicule. Historic examples include Jane Fool, a female jester who served Queen Mary I of England. Some accounts suggest Jane might have been a woman with a learning disability whom the Tudor court found endearing and amusing. Natural fools sometimes provided comic relief, just by their spontaneous remarks or physical antics, without the need for a polished routine. They were somewhat pets of the court, and when they ceased to amuse, their fate could be quite sad. Some were pensioned off with a small allowance or sent to monasteries, but others were simply cast out to become beggars. Despite the often patronizing treatment they received, a few innocent fools were fondly remembered by their patrons. Their simplicity could sometimes thaw a monarch's hardened heart in ways that no adviser could. The distinction between professional and natural fools was recognized by contemporaries. One was an artificial fool, that is, a person who pretended to be foolish for a living but was wise. The other, a natural fool, a person who was perceived as genuinely lacking. Both, however, sat at the same royal tables in the eyes of the world, embodying the two sides of medieval folly. Well, third, we have the itinerant or festival fool. Not all medieval jesters were attached to households year-round. Many were wandering entertainers or amateurs who performed seasonally, especially during festivals. In cities of France and elsewhere, groups called fool societies emerged, bands of merrymakers who organized revels on holidays like Christmas, Twelfth Night, or Carnival. These were the people who most often donned that classic jester costume that we think of today. The multicolored tunics with jagged edges, the hood with donkey ears or a cockscomb crest, sometimes even bells attached that jingled as they moved, and perhaps a scepter-like mock staff which was called a bauble, often topped with a carved fool's head, essentially a mini jester doll. They pranced through the streets, leading parades of fools and carnivalesque procession. In the Feast of Fools, a medieval festival held around New Year's in some regions, lower clergy would elect a Lord of Misrule or a Bishop Fool to ape sacred ceremonies in a rather irreverent manner. These festival fools provided the public with comedic theater and ritualized chaos, mocking the serious routine of church and state. They could get away with it for just a day. While often not professionals by trade, many had real performance skills. We're talking music, acrobatics, things like this. The guilds of fools in places like 15th century France indicate that even civic comedy could be organized. These festival clowns essentially were the ancestors of modern clowns and circus performers. Unlike court fools, their audience was the general populace, and their humor could be even more satirical and biting, since it was part of an allowed social inversion. For instance, during Carnival in medieval Paris, members of the Law Clerks Guild dressed as fools and staged ludicrous trials of everyday figures, delivering judgment in nonsense rhythms, a way to blow off a bit of steam in a highly stratified society. Though tolerated during the holiday, such folly sometimes earned clerical condemnation. You can imagine the church, being famous for their sense of humor in medieval times, were never quite comfortable with the Feast of Fools, and by the 15th century it was largely suppressed for being too unruly. But nevertheless, the spectacle of costumed jesters dancing with bells remained a beloved image of medieval popular culture. We find them depicted in manuscripts, in woodcut prints, and later in paintings, the fool, with his flamboyant garb, becoming a symbol of mirth itself. In addition to these broad types, there were hybrids or other related figures. For example, some itinerant minstrels essentially functioned as freelance jesters, traveling from one noble's hall to another, offering their comic shows for a night's hospitality or a few coins. The lonely castle, or a roadside inn, might warmly welcome the visit of such a wandering fool whose jokes and stories broke the monotony of medieval life. And there were also dwarf jesters, overlapping with the innocent category, particularly favored in certain courts for their stature. The courts of late medieval Burgundy and Spain famously kept dwarfs as jesters and chamber fools. Their small size was often accentuated by miniature costumes. We even have accounts of child jesters kept by kings to grow up as fools. And on the other end, there were scholarly fools, like the versificator, the poet-fool in Henry III of England's court, who was essentially a learned man to compose witty verses and entertain the upper class. Of course, by the Middle Ages, these various fool figures began to intermingle with the emerging forms of popular theatre, and that's where we get lots of interesting characters coming out. We actually have plenty of notable jesters, and the little anecdotes that come with them across medieval Europe. The records and legends preserve the names of a few extraordinary characters, whose stories offer quite a bit of insight into the role. We already met Roland, forever famous or infamous for institutionalizing flatulence as royal entertainment. But let's journey through a sampling of other fools from different courts. First we have Rahere of England of the 12th century. Long before the heyday of Tudor jesters, King Henry I of England's court featured an amusing fellow named that Rahere. Described variously as a courtier, minstrel, jester, Rahere was a royal favorite, known for his wit. But his life took a remarkable turn. After a pilgrimage to Rome, where he survived illness, Rahere had a spiritual conversion. He founded St. Bartholomew's Priory and Hospital in London in 1123, and became its first friar. So you imagine that. A former jester becoming a man of God and establishing a hospital. Rahere's story, perhaps part fact and part legend, shows that the boundary between the clown and the cleric could sometimes blur. In fact, his tomb can still be seen at St. Bartholomew the Great in London, a lasting monument to the jester turned monk. It suggests that jesters, while devoted to mirth, were of course not devoid of a deeper calling or character. Well, let's have a look at Burgundy in the late 15th century, where we find Jehan le Glorieux, known by the nickname meaning the proud or the glorious one. Le Glorieux was the jester of Duke Charles the Bold of Burgundy. Charles was a stern and humorless prince, so the antics of his jester stood out all the more. Le Glorieux's real name was said to be Nicolas Ferial, and he was a hunchbacked dwarf, a classic case of that physical innocent, but he was also quite quick-tongued. One anecdote relates that after Charles' death in battle in 1477, Le Glorieux was found wandering the ducal castle weeping. Someone remarked that he should be happy now, as fools thrive in times of chaos. But the jester retorted, quote, "I weep because now there is no fool in Burgundy. The one fool that ruled us all is dead. By calling the famously rash Duke the true fool, even in death, Leglorio delivered a poignant final jest, and so his legacy lives on in literature and folklore, representing a sharp-tongued fool who cleverly critiqued his master's failings, albeit quite conveniently waiting until his master has died and has no means of retort to say such things. But then we have unusual for the time, being 16th century England. The court of Queen Mary I Tudor included a female jester known as Jane the Fool. Jane had also served Mary's stepmother, Queen Catherine Parr, and possibly Princess Elizabeth, often depicted in accounts as wearing a simple russet gown and a cloth cap. Jane Fool likely fell into the innocent category of fools, a gentlewoman with some developmental disability who became a beloved mascot of the royal household. Mary I was an embattled, melancholic queen, and it's touching to note, I suppose, that she kept Jane close by, perhaps for comfort, more of a friend than anything. In one story, during a tense moment, Mary's advisers urged her to sign the death warrant of a traitor. Jane reportedly broke the grim atmosphere by snatching up a nearby document and mimicking the serious counselors, causing Mary to laugh and delay her decision. Though largely voiceless in historical record, Jane's presence hints at the often unsung emotional support that a jester could provide just by their simple, unaffected companionship. Let's go to France now, early 16th century, where we find arguably one of the most legendary court jesters. Triboulet, born Nicolas Ferrial, just by coincidence the same name as Leglorio, but unrelated. He served Kings Louis XII and Francois I. Triboulet was a true professional jester, highly intelligent, but physically deformed. He had a big hump on his back. He was fearless in mocking those who were above him in hierarchy. It is said that he once slapped King Francois on the behind in a fit of clownery, which apparently Francois did not see the humor in. He threatened Triboulet with execution for his impertinence, allowing him to choose the manner of his death. But quick as a flash, the jester replied, "Good sire, by Saint Goody Two-Shoes and Saint No-Nose, I choose to die from old age." The king had apparently burst out laughing and came to his senses and spared him. This famous anecdote, whether it's real or not, it sure shows the razor-sharp wit that a jester needed to survive his own jokes, and that's certainly some poise under pressure in that moment. In fact, Triboulet's name became synonymous with mischievous jokers in French culture. Even Victor Hugo wrote a play that was partly inspired by him. Beyond the jokes, Triboulet also, according to law, saved Francois' life by warning him of a plot, proving that a fool could indeed be both jester and protector. He is remembered as a master of his craft, one whose tongue was as swift as the bauble. Let's go to Poland now. The Polish court of King Sigismund I, also known as the Old, who had a jester named Stanzik, who was revered in Poland as a symbol of wise patriotism hidden in a jester's garb. Stanzik's fame came largely from anecdotes written in later recollections. The most famous story goes like this. In 1514, while the court was merrily indulging in a hunt, news arrived that the important fortress of Smolensk had fallen to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. All the nobles were distraught at this political and military disaster, except for Stanzik, who had been quite morose before the news, and remarked that he was glad. Asked why, he supposedly had said, quote, "I've been worrying for weeks now that our country was in peril, while you all chased a hare. Now that what I feared has happened, at least I'm not the only one troubled. The whole court shares my worry." In another version, he quips that the courtiers showed more distress at a lost hunt than at a lost realm. Either way, he seems to have used irony to shame the king and nobles for their misplaced priorities. He was known for such political satire. A jester, sure, but one whose barbs carried patriotic weight. The Polish painter Jan Matejko famously depicted Stanzik in a painting, hanging his head in thought while a ball goes on behind him. That has cemented the jester's image as a lone truth-teller amid the oblivious elites. It is a legacy that shows that a respect a jester could earn posthumously. He is regarded as something as a folk hero in Poland. At least, that's what Reddit told me when I looked him up. Perhaps so. Either way, he is the embodiment of that idea that sometimes the jester is actually the wisest in the room. One of the earliest medieval jesters, or rather minstrel jesters to enter the chronicles, is Taillefer, a performer in Duke William of Normandy's retinue. Though not a court fool in peacetime, Taillefer achieved legendary status for his actions at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. As the story is told, just before the armies clashed, Taillefer rode out in front of the Norman lines on horseback. He began to juggle his sword and sing the Song of Roland at the top of his lungs, taunting the Anglo-Saxons. An English soldier rushed forth to silence him, and Taillefer struck the man down, only to be swarmed and killed in turn. Thus, having the grim achievement of being the first casualty of Hastings. His performance, however, had whipped the Normans into a fighting frenzy, and supposedly unnerved parts of the English line. Now, whether that's true or not, it certainly preserves the jester as a warrior/entertainer, using showmanship and daring to inspire the troops. In fact, Taillefer's name means iron cutter, befitting a minstrel unafraid to draw the sword. Well, we have now Chicot of France in the late 16th century. Though a bit beyond the medieval period, we're still going to mention it, as he represents the last flourish of that jester tradition in France. He served King Henry III and later King Henry IV. He was not called a fool officially, he was rather a nobleman who had a caustically witty persona, essentially acting as an unofficial jester. He accompanied Henry III on military campaigns, and reportedly once carried out a diplomatic mission to Navarre in his jester-like capacity, using humor to convey messages. Chicot would openly call Henry III Monsieur d'Anjou, a title the king bore before the throne, in a mocking tone, and even interrupt royal council meetings with sarcastic remarks. Because of his valuable counsel hidden in jest, Henry tolerated these breaches of decorum. In one instance, when the king was indulging in his notorious vices, Chicot probably prayed, "Lord, have mercy on this laughing stock of the world, our king," causing both shock and sober reflection at court. Now that boldness shows how even as late as 1600, the idea of the jester speaking hard truths lived on. But he eventually met a tragic end, killed in a scuffle. and with him his contemporaries. The era of the court jester in the classic sense had largely faded away. Of course, we could add many more names, from Archibald Armstrong, the wisecracker of King James VI and I's court in Scotland and England, who got himself banished for insulting too many lords, to the fools of the Spanish Habsburgs, of course. King Philip III had a beloved dwarf jester named El Bobo de Coria, who could barely speak, but made the king laugh just with his body language. Across the Holy Roman Empire, Italian city-states and elsewhere, similar characters flit in and out of the records, sometimes appearing in payment rolls, sometimes in anecdotes. One Holy Roman Emperor, Maximilian I, kept a famous jester named Kunz von der Rosen, who later became legendary for his pranks at court in Vienna and Innsbruck. He once placed live beetles inside the ceremonial wreaths intended for ladies at a tournament. The insects seemed to have crawled out at an inopportune moment, and pandemonium ensued, and Maximilian roared with laughter, while the pretentious courtiers fumed. Stories like this show the important aspect of the jester's art, that ability to undercut pomposity and bring the mighty low, if only just for a moment, in a sense an equalizing force, wrapped up in simple entertainment. Of course, having fun is all good and well, but is there somebody you forgot to ask? What did the church think about all this? Well, let's ask them, shall we? Medieval jesters not only straddled social classes, but they also straddled that line between the profane and sacred. The relationship between jesters and the church was ambivalent. On one hand, the clergy frequently denounced fools and minstrels as sinful. Medieval sermons and writings refer to them as frivolous, even diabolic figures leading people into temptation. There were church laws forbidding clergymen from playing the fool, or even associating with them. At times, they were even denied Christian burial, and monastic chroniclers often painted them as rogues. We're going back pretty early now. The Council of Trullo in 691, and later local synods, included canons against theatrical and comic entertainers. In the Sencus Mor, that is Old Irish law, as we say, jesters and gleemen were considered to be dishonorable. But that being said, medieval Christianity also had a place, albeit a controversial one, for foolishness in a spiritual key. This was the concept of the holy fool that we've mentioned, a person who feigns madness or embraces humiliating eccentricity, all for the sake of Christ. It drew on the apostolic idea, voiced by St. Paul, of being a fool for Christ's sake. 1 Corinthians 4:10, by the way, if you want to look that up. In Western Europe, the most famous example is St. Francis of Assisi. Now, do not get me wrong, Francis was not a court jester, but he consciously adopted the persona of joyful simplicity that he likened to being God's troubadour. He and his followers joyfully called themselves jugglers or jesters of God. This startling term, used by a saint who rejected wealth and status, flipped the cultural script somewhat. The lowly entertainer became a model for humility and divine joy. Francis's approach was just that as a jester seeks to make an earthly lord's laugh, he would bring the joy to the kingdom of heaven by his life and praise of service. Thus, even as secular jesters were condemned by preaching friars, one of the greatest friars of all time was embracing a kind of holy folly. This exemplifies the complex medieval attitude towards it. Folly in the world was vanity, but folly for God could be a kind of sanctity. In the Eastern Orthodox tradition, Urodivi, or holy fools, became an accepted and even revered phenomenon. These were individuals who behaved as if insane, going naked, acting erratically, to provoke repentance and humility in others. Notably, some holy fools had interactions with rulers reminiscent of Jesters' interactions with kings. The Russian Tsars of Moscow sometimes kept holy fools nearby, or at least tolerated their blunt admonishments as coming from God. One striking figure is St. Basil the Blessed, 1468 to 1552 of Moscow, after whom the famous cathedral is actually named, by the way, St. Basil's. He was a naked beggar saint, known to startle people all of a sudden with oddly insightful actions. He publicly rebuked Tsar Ivan the Terrible for not paying attention in church, even as others dared not to say a word. Ivan, a ruler famous for his violent outbursts, not only spared Basil, but he actually rewarded him. Considering Basil holy despite his shocking frankness. And this mirrors the way a monarch might indulge a jester's barbs, with the difference that Basil's authority was a spiritual one. In 1570, another holy fool confronted Ivan when the Tsar was about to sack the city of Pskov. According to accounts, the fool offered Ivan raw meat, though it was Lent at the time, and chastised him for his bloodthirst, telling him essentially that since he was going to slaughter humans, a greater sin, that he may as well just break the fast as well. Ivan was reportedly shamed, and because of this, cancelled the massacre. Meanwhile, within the ritual life of the medieval church, there were moments when the walls between solemnity and, well, silliness frankly came down. The Feast of Fools mentioned earlier was a festival where junior clergy parodied their superiors, was one such safety valve. On or around the Feast of the Circumcision, that is, January the 1st, in certain cathedrals in France and England, a boy bishop might be elected or a lord of misrule enthroned, and the clergy would wear absurd costumes, make animal noises in church, and just make fun of the Mass. One contemporary account from Notre Dame in Paris from the early 15th century shows how the subdeacons dressed as jesters and danced in the nave and sung ludicrous songs. The church hierarchy officially disproved. The Faculty of Theology in Paris issued condemnations of the feast in the 1440s, yet the practice continued among the people because it was wildly popular. It shows that the medieval sense of humor even penetrated this sacred sphere, if only temporarily. The world was, for a day, turned upside down. The highest became the lowest, the fool became the pope, and laughter was the most important thing. Interestingly, by the late Middle Ages, even theologians and moralists began to see value in this moderated practice. The influential scholar Desiderius Erasmus, writing in 1509, just after the medieval period, penned the work The Praise of Folly, an essay ironically eulogizing folly as a goddess who, though ridiculed, actually makes human life bearable and exposes the hypocrisy of it all. Erasmus was no fan of coarse jesters, but his work, satirically written The Voice of Folly, rehabilitates the concept of foolishness as something that can reveal deeper wisdom. He was likely influenced by that long tradition of the wise fool in scripture and literature. Similarly, Sebastian Brandt's Ship of Fools in 1494, a satirical allegory, used the image of fools aboard a ship to humorously critique the vices of his society. The book became a bestseller of its time, and spawned many imitations, suggesting that Europeans were ready to laugh at themselves through the mirror held up by the jester. And so, to sum it all up, the Church's stance evolved from blanket condemnation of frivolity to a more nuanced understanding that jesters could serve a purpose, whether as scapegoats for collective laughter or as unintentional prophets, speaking with the guilelessness of children. The medieval jester, though a secular figure, was part of this broader conversion about folly and wisdom, and some, like Francis or Basil, turned the tables entirely by making holiness out of foolery. As one medieval proverb put it, sometimes a fool may point at a truth which the wise blind themselves to. Well, by around 1600, the traditional court jester was beginning to vanish from the halls of power. The Elizabethan era in England still had a few celebrated fools. In fact, there was one household entertainer named Richard Tarleton, a stage clown employed by Elizabeth, also dubbed as a semi-official jester. And James I later employed one Archibald Armstrong. But increasingly the role of the fool shifted to the theatre and the marketplace. Troupes of actors incorporated clown characters into their plays. Entrepreneurs organized traveling circuses and fair shows where jesters performed for public crowds. And the rise of professional theatres, like the Globe in London, meant that wit and satire found a new home on the stage, rather than at court dinner tables. Now, Shakespeare, in particular, immortalized the archetype of the jester in his literature. Characters like Fest in the Twelfth Night, or the fool in King Lear who mixed levity with poignant insight. Another quote from Fest, actually. "Foolery, sir, does not walk about the orb like the sun, it shines everywhere." These literary fools were often inspired by real predecessors and the actors who played them. Shakespeare wrote many of his clown roles for Robert Armin, a performer and author who had studied actual court fools, and he even wrote a book about them. Back in continental Europe, the Baroque courts of the 17th century grew to be quite more formal and less tolerant of the chaos that a jester could bring. Absolute monarchs like Louis XV preferred scripted entertainments, ballets, operas, over the unpredictable rifling of a court fool. The last vestiges lingered. For example, the Habsburg rulers of Spain in the 17th century famously kept dwarf jesters and naturals at court, whom the great painter Velázquez portrayed with empathy and nuance in his court portraits. These individuals, like Don Sebastián de Mora or Francisco Lescano, El Niño de Vallecas, were more companions than comedians to the Spanish royals, and, well, by the 1700s, even that tradition had died out. Russia's Peter the Great, in the early 18th century, did revive the idea of a court fool in a bizarre way. He had a prince of fools preside over a mock court of jesters and drunks as part of his social satire of the old nobility. But this was more of an elaborate practical joke than a continuation of the actual medieval custom. However, if the flesh and blood jester departed the courts, the spirit of the jester lived on in culture and memory. The carnival clowns, the harlequins and pierrots of the Commedia dell'arte, and later circus clowns, they all owe a debt to the medieval fool's motley attire. Even in politics and media today, we often see this kind of licensed clown figure, the comedian who satirizes leaders on late-night shows, the political cartoonist exaggerating a statesman into a fool, or the court jester's modern descendant, the advisor who plays devil's advocate with a touch of humor to help keep a CEO or president in a better perspective. Think about it a lot of the time when they have these political discussions about certain things, whether it's an economical matter or something. They usually have 4 people on to talk. They'll always put one person in who offers a kind of lighter perspective, kind of brighten the mood a little bit. Once again, the tradition continues. Well, lastly, we should note that our modern depiction of the jester, the bright motley costume with the 3-pointed bell-tip hat, is a bit of a romanticized composite drawn from art across different eras. The medieval jesters probably looked much less uniform than that. A 14th century fool might just wear his everyday tunic, or at most a special hood with ears. It was during the Renaissance and Victorian eras that artists popularized the image of the jester as a stylized character. But nonetheless, that image accurately conveys the essence, a vivid, carnivalesque presence amid drab courtiers. Well, the fool, by visually standing apart, mocked the vanity of dressing above one's own station. Yet, in their own way, they were much a part of the pageantry of court life, as the crown and the throne were. After all, it's all just a big joke anyway. From the plowshare to the horseshoe, from the smallest nail to the noblest blade, the fruits of a blacksmith's labor held together the fabric of medieval society. Yet the life of a blacksmith in those times was more than just toil at the anvil. It was a life of highly skilled craftsmanship, regulated training, and vital social standing, one that combined the humblest of everyday tasks with the near magical transformation of metal through fire. But the blacksmith has often been romanticized in popular imagination as that burly figure forging swords for knights in the shining armor. But a closer historical look reveals a more nuanced reality. Blacksmiths were not merely weapon makers for lords, but they were indispensable artisans, serving the everyday needs of their communities. And so to truly understand the medieval blacksmith, we should probably detach them from the knightly mythos and analyze their lives on their own terms. Not everybody's making suits of armor. Some people are just making the nails to build the houses, the shoes for the horses, all of those small things in between. After all, society falls apart without the small things. So let's spend the next hour together, and we can take a peek into the life of medieval blacksmiths. Now, before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Once again, here we are, back to the medieval period. And if you have not yet subscribed, I invite you to do so. And I also invite you to lay the worries of being interrupted by troublesome ads to rest, because the entire channel is free of them. That includes everything in the playlist. It's because we are supported not by ads on YouTube, but rather by the kind patrons on Patreon, YouTube memberships, also donations through Super Thanks, the PayPal link in the description, and also the merch store. But if you really want to do us a solid, just leave a like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends about us. The more the merrier. Now, with all that being out of the way and shameless e-begging all done with, let us begin our video for today. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, what better way to set the scene than to begin with an old medieval saying which held that one can make no horse go, no building stand, no field yield without the work of the smith. And indeed, blacksmiths were foundational to medieval society. They provided the metal tools, hardware, and weapons that everyone from the humblest peasant to the noblest king depended upon. In peacetime, when it came around eventually, the village smith forged and repaired plowshares, axes, shovels, or other tools, but also cooking pots, nails, hinges, and all of those other everyday items. So it wasn't all just about forging a sword or an axe. It was a lot more involved than that. In fact, sure, if you could get that kind of work in wartime, well, good for you, get while the getting is good. But the market does what it does. And if all you know how to do is to forge blades, well, when peacetime comes, you're pretty useless. Well, let's go to Geoffrey Chaucer. Nothing more medieval than that. He gives us a vivid glimpse of such humble tasks in the late 14th century. In the work The Canterbury Tales. You should read it, by the way. Maybe I'll do a full reading of it. Anyway, a local smith named Gervais is described, quote, forging on his anvil harnesses, he sharpens shares and coulters busily. Now, forgive the medieval English wording of that. Basically, what he's trying to say is making horse harness fittings and sharpening the iron blades of plows. Now, this literary cameo shows that the average blacksmith was primarily a maker of tools and hardware for agriculture, transport, and domestic use, practical things that everybody needs rather than a specialist in swords and armor. Now, every village, if possible, sought to have a resident smith, and many manorial estates viewed a smithy as essential infrastructure. An early medieval royal decree in the year 800, Capitulare Divilis, explicitly ordered that each of the king's estates must have a certain number of skilled workers, and that goes from carpenters to blacksmiths and other trades, and they must always have them present for any needs that come up. Now, this capitulary even noted that lands with iron ore should supply that ore to the smiths, showing once again how crucial metalworking was to the self-sufficiency of an estate. Of course, blacksmiths were equally pivotal in times of war. While medieval blacksmiths did much more than craft weapons, their ability to forge arms and armor remained vital, especially during periods of conflict. The Frankish records under Charlemagne, that is the late 8th to the early 9th century, praised blacksmiths as key contributors to military preparedness. For all, they won't be going at them with bare fists. One capitulary, issued in 802, amid Charlemagne's campaigns, required that lords maintain skilled smiths to produce chainmail armor for their soldiers. Well, this shows once again the heavy emphasis on warfare during Charlemagne's reign, a time when expanding an empire meant equipping armies with everything they needed, and of course, there was only one trade up to that job. Carolingian sources even mention with admiration the horse armor or protective iron sheathing for war horses that smiths crafted, offering cavalry a greater superiority in battle. But to the warrior aristocracy, a proficient armor blacksmith was worth its weight in gold. We see evidence of that value attached to a smith's products in legal codes, the early medieval Lex Ribuiaria. Excuse me with the Latin, doing my best here. That is a Frankish law code. Well, this explicitly lists the Wehrgild, its legal compensation value of high-quality arms and armor. Now, for example, a good breastplate was valued at 12 solidi, which is a considerable sum in this law, meaning if such a piece of armor was stolen or destroyed, the offender owed 12 gold coins in recompense, and you better hope that you have them. Well, in effect, smith-forged goods had recognized monetary and legal worth. They were treated as a form of currency in the compensation economy of the time. Of course, not everybody had coins and monetary assets, so still quite a bit of bartering going on. After all, if someone else has something you need and you have something that they need, well, it only makes sense. In any case, this dual importance, that is, forging practical tools like plowshares and nails in peace and swords in wartime, made the blacksmiths an important figure, and one that straddles both the agrarian and military sphere of medieval life. And if you really think about it, in practical terms, choosing a trade, where you know you'll always have work of some kind, a blacksmith is a pretty solid choice. Times of war, well, you'll always have plenty of work with that. Times of peace, well, there's plenty of houses to be rebuilt, so get on to the nails, I suppose. But it is important to note that throughout the medieval period, blacksmiths maintained this dual role. And what I mean by that is even when a smith was primarily occupied with mundane tasks for the community, the latent capacity to turn his forge to wartime production was always there, kind of like a switch ready to be flicked at any moment. A village blacksmith might spend most days shoeing horses and fixing tools, but in a pinch he could mend a knight's armor or forge iron arrowheads. The barbed kind, the ones that are hard to get out. They don't let you use them anymore, I don't think. Well, conversely, an armorer serving a castle could also craft common farm implements when needed. Medieval society never completely separated this weaponsmith from that of the toolsmith. In fact, both roles just coexisted. Well, they were both community craftsmen and also the backbone of the army. It's just they were doing the different roles at different times, really. So, that enduring image of a blacksmith as a weapon maker is only part of the story. They were just as much the makers of the plows and nails, the unsung builders of medieval civilization in peace, as much as they were the makers of swords and armor, the sinews of war. So let's not put the image in our head too much of that sword being hammered away on top of the anvil. And we move on with that in mind, that this is a very diverse trade. So, if you stepped inside a medieval smithy, you'd find a world defined by a glow of the furnace and the ring of iron clanging on iron. So let's briefly survey the tools and techniques that a blacksmith of the Middle Ages would have to master. The typical workshop, whether a simple village forge or part of a town's craftsman shop, centered on a hearth or furnace where iron was heated. The fuel was usually charcoal, which burned hot enough to soften and eventually melt iron. The smith worked the bellows, often a large double bellow operated by foot or perhaps an assistant if he had one, to pump air and raise the fire to a white-hot intensity. On the hearth, pieces of iron, either in the form of wrought iron bars or scrap metal to be reforged, were heated until red or yellow hot, and thus they would become malleable, able to move and shape into different things. Once the iron was heated to a kind of plastic-like state, the real artistry began. Now, the blacksmith's primary tool was, of course, the anvil, a massive iron block that provided a surface for hammering, with tongs in one hand to hold the glowing workpiece and a hammer in the other. The smith would forge the iron into a desired shape. Contemporary descriptions and archaeological studies show how this was done. According to the metallurgist Theophilus Presbyter, who wrote a treatise on crafts around the early 12th century, a smith first cuts off a piece of iron from the bar using a chisel, which is sometimes called a set. He does this while the metal is cold or slightly heated. Then, holding the hot piece with tongs on the anvil, the smith hammers it with a series of tools, heavy sledges for initial shaping, and lighter hammers for finishing it off. Plus, special instruments like punches to make holes or marks and drifts to shape holes or eyes. Now, there is a modern scholar of medieval technology called Ian Goodall who's done quite a bit of work in this field, and he summarizes the process as follows. A piece of iron was first cut from the bar with a chisel or set. Then the blacksmith, holding the iron with tongs, used a sledgehammer, lighter hammers, and other tools, including punches or drifts, to complete the forging. So essentially, smithing was a matter of repeated cycles of heating up and hammering, and heating and hammering again. The metal might be returned to the fire multiple times, each heating making it malleable again for further shaping, a practice called drawing the iron. So by hammering, the smith could lengthen or draw out a piece to make, maybe a hinge or a sword blade, or thicken, or as they call, upset it, by concentrating the metal, for example, to form the head of a bolt or the base of a tool. Several specialized techniques rounded out the blacksmith's repertoire. Bending was done by hammering or using forms to curve metal. For instance, shaping a horseshoe or the rim of an iron wheel. Punching and drilling created holes. A hot punch could knock a hole through soft iron, to make the eye of an axe head, for example. Think about tools like that needed it. Could be pickaxes, things like that. Or, of course, holes could be later drilled out when the metal was cooled. Forge welding was particularly a high skill. It involved heating two pieces of iron, or perhaps steel, to near melting and hammering them together as they fused together. Medieval smiths used forge welding to attach pieces, such as welding a steel cutting edge onto an iron axe head, combining toughness with a hard edge. But they could also make chain links by welding the ends of iron rods together. Another technique was case hardening, or as they call it, carburizing, where iron was impregnated with carbon from charcoal in the fire to make a harder steel surface, useful for tools or weapons needing sharp edges. By the late Middle Ages, skilled smiths could even produce small quantities of true steel for blades through careful control of carbon in the iron. Finally, tempering and quenching were critical steps for tools and weapons. After forging a blade or tool, the smith would heat it into a certain color, which would indicate its temperature, and then quench it with water or oil, hardening the metal. Later it might be reheated gently to temper it. Tempering, of course, meaning toughen it up, rather. So the blacksmith's toolkit was accordingly diverse. Aside from hammers and tongs of various sizes, smiths used chisels and sets for cutting, punches for holes, drifts for enlarging holes, fullers and swagers, which were shaped anvils or dies for forming particular shapes. Also files for finishing things up, final process. You want things to look nice after all. An important but often overlooked tool, however, was the slack tub, a barrel of water used for quenching hot metal. The dramatic hiss of red-hot iron dunked into the water was a common sound in the forge. It not only hardened some items, but also cooled work, so it could be handled for filing and finishing. The overall process required quite a bit of muscle, sure, but also a keen eye and a deep knowledge of metals. That's why it takes so many years to learn. A smith judged the heat of the iron by its color: dull red, bright red, orange, yellow, white, each indicating a temperature range, and that it comes with its different properties. The timing of the hammer blows, the angle of the strikes, and the rhythm of reheating and cooling. It's all part of a craft that takes years to master. but to the uninitiated, the smith's work might have appeared to be almost magical. Solid, cold iron was rendered soft and glowing, then transformed by hammer and fire into something useful. So it was little wonder that medieval folklore often gave blacksmiths a hint of the supernatural. The process of forging, with its fiery glow and showers of sparks, inspired metaphors in everyday language. Medieval people might speak of tempering one's emotions, or hammering out an agreement, drawing from the smith's lexicon, things that we even have to our modern days, of course. Well, phrases like strike while the iron's hot, of course, is an original thing from the blacksmith's workshop. Many people still use that. But in practical terms, the techniques of the blacksmiths were were effective enough that many persisted with little change well into the modern era. A 15th century smith transported to an 18th century village forge might find a lot of familiar terms and basic tools and methods. Things didn't really change that much until the Industrial Revolution and machinery came in and all the rest. In any case, this continuity does speak to how refined and optimized the art of smithing had become during the Middle Ages. I guess they probably all thought that was the peak, that things would never get more advanced than this. But of course, all of this is, well, not something you could just pick up casually. You couldn't just show up and start forging things. It demanded long training and a progression of skills. In the early medieval period, blacksmith knowledge was often passed from master to apprentice, and it wasn't any formal schooling. Perhaps a young boy in a village might be taken in by the resident smith to learn the craft. Usually it would be the son of the smith, though. By working bellows, fetching fuel, assisting at the anvil, the apprentice gradually learned, first by observation, and then by practice. But as towns grew and trades became more specialized, formal apprenticeship systems did emerge. By the High Middle Ages, the 12th to 13th centuries, most European cities had established guilds for various crafts, and that includes blacksmiths, and they had to regulate the training process, but also the standards. So the typical situation would be a boy of 12 to 14 who would be apprenticed to a master blacksmith. The term of apprenticeship could last several years. Often 7 years was a standard length in later medieval England. And during this time, the apprentice lived in the master's household. He worked in the forge and was taught the skills of the trade. It was an immersive education, starting with menial tasks like pumping the bellows or sweeping up the shop. The apprentice would slowly graduate to basic forging tasks, making simple nails or gate hinges, of course under supervision. Eventually they would put him on to more complex work, but you'd have to do the nails and hinges first, I'm afraid. Well, primary sources indicate that masters did not coddle their apprentices. The master had a financial stake in the quality of the work produced. Faulty iron tools could ruin his reputation, and a bad reputation can ruin a business, so the training was strict and thorough. A medieval master smith was unlikely to be lenient with mistakes. There's just too much on the line. Only when the apprentice produced work of acceptable quality would he be entrusted with tasks independently. This hard-earned expertise is reflected in the word smith itself, which actually comes from an Old English term, smeath, related to smite, to strike someone, implying someone adept at striking metal. Well, perhaps the master adept at beating up the poor apprentice when he made a mistake. In any case, it became synonymous with a skilled metal worker. Well, upon completing apprenticeship, a young smith became a journeyman, literally a day worker, from the French word journée, by the way. Now, as a journeyman, he was no longer bound to a single master, and he could even earn wages for his work. Pretty good, huh? Often journeymen traveled to other towns to gain experience, find work where needed, and ultimately just keep honing the craft. The concept of the wandering journeyman was especially common in some parts of Europe. They might carry letters of reference or samples of work to show their credentials. A talented journeyman could eventually aspire to become a master blacksmith himself, but this was not guaranteed. Guild regulations in many cities placed limits on who could set up shop as an independent master. Usually one had to produce a masterpiece, that is, a master-level piece of work which was judged by the guild to prove skill. But he also had to have the financial means and often citizenship status in that town to open a blacksmithing business. Now, there were some cases that guilds also limited the number of masters to avoid oversupply of craftsmen in a city. This served to keep quality high, but also competition regulated. Advancement from apprentice to journeyman to master, therefore, was a journey of merit but also of opportunity. You needed talent, patronage, resources, and probably a little bit of luck doesn't go astray. For example, a particularly skilled apprentice might catch the eye of a noble patron or a wealthy merchant, securing a loan or commission that helped him establish his own place of work. Others might remain journeymen for life if they lacked the means or connections to set up shop of their own. Now, the rise of guilds from the 12th century onward formalized all these practices. A guild was an association of craftsmen in the same trade, and blacksmiths in many towns formed such bodies to oversee training, standards, and also a bit of mutual support. Let's look at London, for instance. The Brotherhood of Blacksmiths is recorded as early as 1299. It later became the Worshipful Company. It existed to regulate the craft in the city, setting standards for iron quality and workmanship, preventing unlicensed smiths from undercutting prices, and often arranging the apprenticeship system. Guilds could enforce rules about who could call themselves a master, what prices could be charged for common goods, and even what materials could be used. Blacksmith guilds, like any other craft guilds, actively sought to prevent the market from becoming exploited or even saturated by too many workers or shoddy products, thereby preserving the prestige and economic viability of the smithing trade. In some cities, guilds also took on a social and religious role of sorts, holding patron saint feasts. Now, for blacksmiths, the common patron saints included St. Clement or St. Dunstan, and they also assisted members who fell ill or the families of deceased smiths. One important effect of guild organization was the elevation of blacksmiths' status in general. By late medieval times, master blacksmiths in prosperous towns could be influential citizens, and we have quite a bit of evidence from the city of Dinkelsbühl in Germany. In 1387, the city granted blacksmiths the right to hold seats on the town council, and you don't get a seat like that unless you're pretty important, right? Now, the official recognition shows the esteem and trust accorded to the trade. But this wasn't just isolated in Dinkelsbühl. Across many towns, the guild leaders, the aldermen or deans of the Smiths Guild, often participated in civic affairs. In London, blacksmiths as a guild eventually became one of the city's livery companies, meaning they had a voice in the city governance alongside other major trades. Though clearly by the high and late Middle Ages, a competent blacksmith could be counted among the middling classes, or even the urban bourgeois. Not nobility, though. Not quite there, but certainly comfortably above the level of unskilled laborers. and certainly quite far above the subsistence farmers. Well, parents who were yeomen or minor gentry sometimes apprenticed their younger sons to trades like blacksmithing as a route to economic success. It was seen as a pretty good living, enough so that families would pay the apprenticeship fee to set up a boy in the smith's craft. The long training period and specialized skill meant that qualified smiths were relatively scarce, and thus could command pretty good fees for their work. It's all about supply and demand. Now, the guild system did impose some restrictions that could affect the daily life of the blacksmith. For instance, guild ordinances might dictate the working hours or days off. Many guilds forbade work on Sundays and major feast days, for example. They could also intervene in labor disputes, or in cases of unfair pricing. A town's records might show, for example, a fine levied on a blacksmith who sold substandard nails, or who started a forge, outside the guild's control. But overall, the guild provided a framework that professionalized the blacksmith's trade, maintained quality, and gave smiths a collective bargaining power in the urban centers. It is worth noting that in rural villages where formal guild oversight was weaker or perhaps non-existent, local lords or the community elders effectively played a similar role, ensuring the smith was competent and sometimes regulating his fees, especially if the smith was paid in kind or through manorial arrangements rather than direct market transactions. Well, we know what the guilds were like, we know what the general picture is, but what was it really like to live and work as a blacksmith on a daily basis? So let's step into the shoes, or perhaps the apron, of a typical medieval blacksmith. For the sake of illustration, though, we should consider a blacksmith in a modest market town or a large village in the 13th century. By this time, the patterns of work would be similar across much of Europe, though the details could vary by region and period. Let's start with the workshop and setting. The smith's workshop, or smithy, was usually a simple building, often open-fronted with large doors to allow ventilation and light, ventilation, of course, being very important. The constant heat of the forge made good airflow essential. In many cases, the smithy would be at the edge of the village, or in a less crowded part of the town. Now, this was partly for safety, to reduce fire risk to nearby buildings, of course, and partly due to the noise and smoke that the smithy generated. No one wants to live next door to that, and you don't want to contaminate any other industries. Inside, aside from the hearth, anvil, and tools, there might be storage for iron bars and charcoal, a space for shoeing horses. Some forges had an attached lean-to or yard for this, with a hitching post. A horseshoe or anvil sign often hung outside as an advertisement of the trade. It was common to see black soot stains around the doorway and hear the ring of work from afar. Now, as for the blacksmith himself, his day started quite early. He would arrive at the forge at first light, especially in summer, taking advantage of the cooler morning hours before the midday heat compounded the furnace's warmth. The first order of business was to light the fire in the forge. Using charcoal from the previous day and fresh fuel, the smith, or perhaps the apprentice if he had one, and if the apprentice was allowed to do that sort of thing, kindled the fire and began pumping the bellows to get a good bed of coals. Now, once the fire was going, work could begin. If the smith had apprentices, or journeymen, they would be directed to different tasks. One might swing the heavy sledgehammer, while the master positioned the iron, or pumped the bellows steadily as the master forged. Medieval smiths often worked in teams for efficiency. A rhythm developed, where an apprentice would reheat one piece of iron, while the master was hammering another, keeping a production cycle going. Clients might start arriving early with tasks. A farmer could bring a broken plowshare to mend, or request new iron tires for a wagon wheel. The local lord's groom might come by with horses to be shod. Shoeing horses, of course, was a constant task. It involved cleaning the horse's hoofs, cutting and shaping a new horseshoe, or pre-selecting a pre-forged one, and if the right size was available, heating it to adjust the fit, and then nailing it to the hoof. The phrase, "to shoe a horse," belies the labor. Each shoe required at least 6 to 8 nails, all of which were handmade by the smith as well. Blacksmiths needed not only strength but patience and gentleness when handling animals. A skittish horse could make the job understandably dangerous. I had a friend who I grew up with, and his family owned kind of like an equine center. They used to do dressage events and everything. Very impressive facility. But his poor father was shoeing horses one day, and I guess one of the horses did not want to be shoed. Well, anyway, it kicked up and broke a fair few of his ribs. Not good. Not good at all. The poor man had to crawl all the way back up to the house, and, well, it would have been quite a shocking sight to see. He's all right now, though. That's okay. Anyway, back to it. Well, blacksmiths needed not only the strength and patience, but gentleness when handling animals, as we've said, and many smiths specialized as farriers. That is a term for those who shoe horses and treat hoof ailments, especially in later Middle Ages, though in smaller communities the blacksmith had to really do it all. So between customer orders, the smith kept busy manufacturing common items in small batches. The constant staple was nails. Thousands of them were needed for buildings, carts, barrels, and, well, the work never really ended for that one. In fact, nail-making was such a huge part of ironwork that in some regions it just became a distinct occupation of its own. But most blacksmiths still made nails regularly. And indeed, one medieval English document noted that a good blacksmith could make several hundred nails in a day, working with efficient technique. I mean, it's crazy to think that these days we can just show up to the hardware store and buy a packet of 1,000 nails. Just no problem. Oh, if those people of the past could only see what we have now. For all the present's problems, well, we certainly have manufacturing down to a more efficient process. Now, another frequent product was tools for other trades. For example, the cooper, which is a barrel maker, might need new hoops and draw knives. The carpenter needs saw blades and hammerheads. The mason needs chisels and iron clamps, and so on. The blacksmith was thus the tool maker, enabling all the other craftsmen. Most of the other trades at the time would require something of some sort from the blacksmith, whether it be a midwife needing new scissors, or maybe a baker needing new oven rakes, something like that. A network of dependency, of course. Now, by midday, the forge would be extremely hot. The smith might pause to eat, maybe a bit of bread, cheese, or a pottage brought from home, and drink a bit of ale or water to stay hydrated, but probably ale is the better bet, since water could be a little bit contaminated. Medieval accounts sometimes mention blacksmiths enjoying a good ale given the heat and exertion. It's not surprising that they needed the refreshment. Think about chefs these days in kitchens and all the rest. Well, after a short rest, work resumed. If larger projects were underway, say the crafting of an iron-bound wooden gate for the town or manufacturing parts for a mill, the afternoon would be spent on those. Larger projects often required coordination. Forging a wrought iron gate or grill might take many days, shaping decorative scrolls and then riveting the pieces together. Likewise, Making a sword or armor was quite complex and time-consuming, and by the late medieval period, as mentioned earlier, the average blacksmith in a small town might not tackle elaborate swords or plate armor alone. Those were often done by specialists in cities renowned for such work. For example, the swordsmiths in Toledo, or perhaps the armorers in Milan, very famous for their craftsmanship. However, a local blacksmith could certainly repair a damaged sword, or patch a dented helmet for a knight passing through. For much of the Middle Ages, mail armor was common, and smiths did produce mail links. It was, however, painstaking, drawing wire, cutting it into rings, and then riveting each ring shut. Often apprentices were assigned to rivet mail links. Very tedious, but very necessary. During the day, the smith had to manage his material and fuel carefully. As for iron, it was expensive. Many smiths relied on scrap recycling. If an iron tool broke, the pieces could be reforged into something new. Old horseshoes might become nails. A bent sword could become a couple of axe heads, which of course brings us to the question, what old artifacts did they just melt down? That's a shame. That is quite a shame. Well, bar iron, that is raw material bars, that had to be purchased from iron suppliers or traveling merchants who bought iron from smelting regions. In early medieval times, some blacksmiths smelted their own iron from bog iron or ore as a secondary skill, but by later centuries, smelting, that is running bloomeries or blast furnaces, became a separate industry, and the smiths primarily just bought the iron. Just easier that way, Time is money, as they say. Well, charcoal was another constant need. Large quantities were consumed to keep the fire hot. Typically, charcoal burners in nearby forests produced fuel for the local smiths. The smith's expenses for iron and charcoal would be deducted from his earnings on finished goods, so efficiency, minimizing wasted iron, and keeping the fire at just the right heat, it all mattered for his livelihood. But you also have to consider the sensory and physical environment of the workshop. It was a loud, smoky, and gritty place. Not a good place to work at all. The hammer blows on the anvil produced a distinctive ringing that could be heard across the neighborhood, and I bet you're imagining it in your head right now, aren't you? Well, one modern medical historian noted that blacksmiths likely suffered hearing loss over time from that constant exposure to the noise of metal striking metal. The forge's smoke, full of carbon monoxide and metal fumes, made the air thick. Blacksmiths often had perpetually sooty skin and a cough from inhaling smoke. However, many forges had chimneys or vents to channel the smoke out, and open doorways, well, they helped a little bit. The glow of the hot metal was intense. Smiths needed good eyesight, and also had to be aware of sparks. A shower of sparks when hammering hot iron could easily land on skin or in an eye, causing injury. Thus, some medieval smiths fashioned crude eye protection, or at least turned their faces away at certain strikes. They also wore durable leather aprons, and often gloves or wrapped cloth around their hands when not needing the bare-handed dexterity. Injuries, of course, were an ever-present risk. No occupational health and safety to be found, of course. Burns from touching hot iron accidentally, crushed fingers from a missed hammer blow, or even more catastrophic accidents, like, well, the whole place catching on fire. That's pretty catastrophic. Yet with experience, a smith would learn to minimize the dangers. Long hours at the forge built up formidable strength and calluses. Observers often remarked from the time on the brawn of blacksmiths. One 15th century English chronicle describes a notorious brawl where the town blacksmith's arms were as strong as iron, allowing him to wield a hammer as a deadly weapon. good Lord, imagine that. You're just having a little drink at the tavern. You just want to go at it with fists, but the blacksmith pulls out a hammer and starts beating people over the head with it. Yeah, that ought to get the job done. Well, in any case, as daylight waned, and remember, artificial lighting was primitive, few oil lamps or tallow candles at best, the blacksmith's work would wind down. Often the day's last act was to shoe any remaining horses, or to let the fire die down after one more round of heating. Some smiths deliberately kept a low fire smouldering overnight, so that in the morning it could be quickly rekindled, banked under ashes. Customers might hurry in before dusk to collect finished items or drop off new requests for the next day. When the tools are finally laid down, the smith might bar the workshop door and head home. Another physically exhausting day, likely a 6-day-a-week custom, with Sunday generally off for church and rest as per the Christian custom. In many cases, the smith's family was involved too. If he had sons, they might be learning the trade as apprentices to their father. A wife or daughter might help with running the business, keeping accounts, taking orders from customers, or even helping with little tasks like quenching hot small items or sweeping up the shop. There are instances recorded of blacksmiths' wives who assisted in forging nails or other light smith work. One famous illustration from the early 14th century Holcomb Bible shows a blacksmith's wife helping her husband by hammering nails on a small anvil. So that image of a lone blacksmith can sometimes obscure that it could be, much like pretty much any other medieval profession, a family enterprise. In any case, at the day's end, after washing off the grime, perhaps in a basin of water, a full bath would be a luxury observed for occasional times, the blacksmith might enjoy a decent meal, at least decent by the standard. Given their caloric expenditure, blacksmiths likely had to eat well where they could. Brown bread, stew or meat if affordable, ale to drink. The income of a blacksmith could also vary, but many were relatively prosperous within their community. In the 14th century England, a skilled blacksmith might earn a few pence per day, which put him above the average farm labourer, who might only earn around 2 pence a day in the late 1300s, and on par with other artisans like carpenters or masons. In any case, the hard work notwithstanding, the income allowed a smith's family a degree of security. They were not usually among the destitute, and in fact financial records from medieval towns often show smiths paying substantial taxes, implying that they were in the middle bracket of earners. They might also rent or own a decent property. Some smithies also had an attached house. In any case, we may imagine that when the work is over, supper was eaten, perhaps the smith would go to the tavern for a little bit of reveling, exchanging news, hopefully not going there with his hammer to beat people over the head with it. So we can imagine him with arms still blackened from the forge, recounting the day's labours, negotiating tomorrow's commissions, one of his friends saying, "Oh, by the way, I've broken the ploughshare. Can I bring it down to you tomorrow?" Yeah, sure. Bring it in the morning. We'll fix it up." Something like that. It's all very human, isn't it? And of course the blacksmith was often well connected socially. Many people visited the smithy daily, so he heard all the village gossip and all the news from travellers. And in literature, blacksmiths are sometimes portrayed as jovial and talkative folk, quick with a little joke or a proverb, possibly reflecting their real role as community fixtures. In any case, after a little bit of socializing, he'd probably retire for the night. Perhaps he'd have a distant satisfaction in the day's work, invisible as it might seem, manifesting in the functioning of carts, the harvesting of crops with his scythes, and the safe travel of horses that he shoed. Kind of quiet pride that I think many craftsmen surely feel, to be the unseen backbone supporting so many aspects of daily life. Yeah, I think it is. Think about it, you walk past, and you think every little part of this community, they're all being held together because I made the nails, because I shoed the horses and all the rest. Yeah, that's certainly a quiet kind of pride. The kind of pride that's really worth having. So throughout the medieval period, they certainly occupied a unique social position. Now, to be sure, they were commoners. You wouldn't go around mistaking a smith for a lord or a knight, but they were highly skilled commoners, whose work was respected and sometimes even viewed with awe. Unlike unskilled laborers or peasant farmers, a master craftsman like a blacksmith had a valued expertise. In many medieval tax rolls and legal documents, a blacksmith is listed alongside millers, carpenters, and other craftsmen as part of the middling sort, essentially a middle class of medieval society, though the term is somewhat anachronistic. They could earn a good income, as we had discussed, and in towns they could be property owners and guild members with a political voice. In villages, a blacksmith might rank just below the manor's officials, and priest perhaps in importance. The old notion that every village needs 3 people, a priest, a miller, and a blacksmith. Well, that's pretty fundamental of how the role is seen. However, there was also an almost mystical quality attributed to blacksmiths. Working with fire and transforming metal gave rise to folklore. In many cultures, blacksmiths were believed to have knowledge of charms or to be able to ward off evil, possibly because they wielded fire and iron, elements often used to symbolize protection. A famous English legend tells of St. Dunstan, a 10th century cleric, who in his youth was said to be a blacksmith. The story goes that Dunstan once grabbed the devil by the nose with a pair of red-hot tongs, thwarting the fiend's temptations. A pretty colourful tale, commonly depicted in later medieval folklore, and one explanation as for why people often hang horseshoes over doorways to keep devils and witches away, a horseshoe being the symbol of the smith's craft and a charm against evil. While this is legend, it does reflect the folk idea that blacksmiths had a special power to combat the malevolent forces, likely because iron and fire were considered purifying and protective in many traditions, and that goes back a lot further than the Christian ethos too. Now in Scandinavia and Germany, folk tales of Wayland or Volund, the mythical master smith, were popular. He was said to have been captured by a king for his skill, hinting that real smiths too could be viewed with a mix of fear and admiration. Wayland's legend even includes a gruesome detail that the king hamstrung him to prevent his escape, a metaphor for society's attempt to bind the smith's special abilities for their own use, I suppose. In medieval Anglo-Saxon society, smiths clearly enjoyed high status, yet possibly lived somewhat on the margins of communities. The very first written law code in England, King Ethelbert of Kent's laws, which was written around the year 600, lists the were guild, that is compensation value for people by rank. It assigns a princely value to a smith. If a blacksmith was killed, his death payment was to go to the king, not the smith's own family, effectively marking the smith as the king's man. This implies smiths were under royal protection or patronage, due to their importance, but at the same time, the need for secrecy or separation of smiths is hinted by archaeological patterns. Some Anglo-Saxon workshops were located at the edge of settlements, perhaps due to both practical reasons and possibly social ones. One Anglo-Saxon riddle describes the blacksmith's tools and fire in poetic terms, speaking of serpents on the floor, likely referring to the snake-like bellow hoses or iron rods, and the song of the hammer, in reference to the clanging of the iron on iron. Now the riddle conveys a mix of beauty and dread, calling the life of the smith, quote, tasting misery among snakes, a phrase used by modern scholars to summarize it. But this shows a bit of a dichotomy. The smith endures hardship and danger, yet also sings with his hammer and creates wondrous things. In any case, by the high Middle Ages, any earlier aura of mystery around smiths had likely diminished, as they became firmly integrated into regulated urban life. Blacksmiths, by then, were seen as solid and respectable craftsmen, though the whiff of their folkloric significance never really disappeared entirely. The association of blacksmiths with supernatural craftsmanship persisted in folklore. For example, in the Arthurian legends, the best sword Excalibur is forged by an otherworldly smith, in some retellings by the blacksmith of Avalon. Now, in the Germanic tale, the Nibelungenlied, hope I did that one right, dwarves forge powerful swords, mythic smiths. And that is something carried on too. They always talk about in some fantasy settings like Tolkien and things like that, the craftsmanship of the dwarves, this kind of thing. Underground, all the rest. Now, they are mythic, sure, but real smiths benefited from the mystique that working iron conferred. It likely bolstered their social standing. People thought twice about crossing a person who could manipulate the hardest metal, and maybe even had a patron spirit of fire on his side. And then there was, of course, religion that was woven into the smith's life. Many blacksmiths had a patron saint. St. Eligius was one, a 7th century French saint who was a metalworker by trade. St. Hubert and St. Clement were also considered patrons of metalworkers in different regions. Guilds often placed themselves under the patronage and decorated their chapels with symbols like anvils or hammers. This religious aspect reinforced that smithing was a God-fearing and honest trade. And there is a frankly lovely account from a 12th century monastic chronicle describing a humble village blacksmith pausing in his work when he heard the church bell ring the Angelus, a devotional prayer. He supposedly made the sign of the cross with his hammer mid-swing. Whether that's true or not, it's still quite a nice little story. Now, in terms of legal status, blacksmiths as free men had the same rights as other free artisans. Those who were serfs or unfree, if any, working as smiths on a manor might have certain privileges. A lord often valued a skilled serf enough to give him a lighter field duty or even a share of profits. In some regions, the role of a village smith became almost hereditary, passed from father to son, with the family enjoying a respected position akin to the miller or the reeve. However, there were also instances of traveling smiths, especially in the early periods or frontier areas. These were smiths without a fixed forge, moving from village to village, shoeing horses, mending tools from a portable forge setup. They might have been of lower status compared to the established townsmiths, but they certainly filled the gaps in coverage when needed. And certainly if you had a broken tool or a horse that needed reshoeing, you'd certainly be quite happy to see them show up in town. Now finally, just another social aspect of the blacksmiths sometimes took on auxiliary roles in communities. They had practical knowledge that could be applied to unexpected needs. For example, because they had tongs and pincers, they might be called upon for tooth extractions, which is not a good job. And indeed some accounts suggest that in the absence of a surgeon or barber, a desperate soul with a toothache might ask the blacksmith to just pull out the tool with Smith's pliers. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty brave for that one. But also, their role in making weapons meant that in times of local conflict or defense, a blacksmith was critical in arming villagers or militia. But on the flip side, if a rebellion or unrest occurred, authorities were weary of blacksmiths because, you see, they were the ones who had the means to make weapons. And there are cases in medieval records where after a peasant uprising, blacksmiths were specifically punished or even had their forges destroyed to prevent further arms making. Well, you just better hope if a rebellion breaks out and if you're supplying the rebels, you'd probably be putting a good amount of effort into your goods. After all, you want your side to win. The quiet of the countryside. Up with the dawn. Tools down at sunset. The schedule of a simple life. Not much happens around here. And if change comes, it comes so slowly, if in a lifetime at all. For most people in the Middle Ages, this was the normal scene of life, far removed from the noise of those trumpets accompanying the knights of shining armor, or the ladies in silken gowns in those great castles. No, the reality of daily life in medieval England was a little more monotonous than that, but certainly not without its eccentricities. Medieval England was overwhelmingly rural. In fact, over 90% of the population were peasants living in villages and farming whatever land they had. Yet the lives of these ordinary men and women are often overlooked. We always talk about the kings, the castles, the battles, but history is a bit deeper than that. And so today, that is exactly where we go, not to these great, grand events, but to the smaller things. A guided tour through a village, long abandoned, and all those souls that lived within. And I think we can discover a little life, a simple life, difficult and constrained by feudal duties, but is also one of community, tradition, and ultimately, great resilience. We'll span the entire medieval period, but we will stay within England. Talk about how peasants lived, using archaeological and historical evidence, and we'll try and piece together a picture in our mind of what a day for a medieval peasant might actually look like. Well, before we begin, I'll issue the normal welcome to the channel. It's good to see you all here. Here we go again, back to medieval England today. It seems to be geographically a place of quite a lot of interest and quite quintessential when we talk about the medieval period, particularly in a Western cultural scope. In other videos we will go to other parts, perhaps. Let me know what you want to see in the comments. Of course, I will remind you to do the like and subscribe thing, and also this video is completely ad-free like everything else. So this is made possible due to the contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and of course the donations on the PayPal and super thanks. This is all available in the pinned comment and links in the video and channel description. That's if I've not forgotten to put the pinned comment in. Fingers crossed. Well, with introductions out of the way, I think we can get to our topic for today, how medieval English peasants actually lived. So relax and we may begin. And so here we find ourselves in the medieval village, and the peasant having his place in a society. When we say village, what do we mean? Well, it is effectively a small world of its own, a cluster of thatched cottages and barns amid the strips of cultivated fields. with the parish church, and often a manor house at the centre. We'll get to that a little bit later. But here the peasants lived under the system of manorial feudalism that bound them to a lord. Now, most were unfree serfs, which were also called villeins, who owed heavy obligations to the lord of the manor, though a minority were actually free tenants, who paid rent in cash or kind for their land. Think about things like if they were farming a certain crop, they would give a certain crop of that to make up for any coin they would not give. That's a pretty typical arrangement. And that was that the peasant family held and farmed some lands for its own sustenance, but in return owed labor and dues to the lord. In many parts of England, villages operated an open field system of agriculture. The arable land was divided into large fields, which were then subdivided again into long strips. Each household's holding consisted of strips scattered across different fields, a kind of a way to share both the good and bad land. Not all soils are created equal, I'm afraid. Well, the system forced neighbors to cooperate. They ploughed and sowed according to an agreed schedule. By the high Middle Ages, a three-field rotation prevailed in many regions. For example, one field planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, and one in spring with oats, barley, or peas. But the third field would be left fallow. Over-farming the soil, well, that's not good for anyone. In any case, this helped maximize yields, but also required coordination among villagers. Now, of course, we go straight into agriculture, and we have to talk about that because, well, that is the life of a feudal peasant, of course. We cannot go past that. And talking about it, in the first place, well, it's certainly a good place to set the scene. You can't have a peasant without farming, of course. Now, for the unfree peasant, there were also feudal obligations. Let me explain. A villain, that is the unfree peasant, owed the lord labor services on the lord's own land. Now, typically they'd work for the lord for 2 or 3 days each week, perhaps more at busy times. During harvest and planting, the lord could demand boon days, that meaning extra work from all of the peasants to ensure the lord's crops were brought in first, perhaps in exchange for a meal, some ale, something like that, a big sack of onions, whatever it is. Now, beyond labor, peasants also paid numerous dues and fines. They paid a yearly rent, often in grain, eggs, or other produce for the small lands they were allowed to farm for themselves. But they also had to pay special fees on life events. For example, a serf who wanted to, let's say, marry someone from outside the manor needed the lord's permission, and they paid what is called a merchet, that is a marriage fine. When a serf died, the family owed the lord a heriot, often the best beast. As a death duty, could be the finest cow, finest ox. Serfs were typically required to use the lord's mill and grind their grain, and his oven too to bake bread. Of course, using that, they'd have to pay a portion of flour or loaves of bread as a fee. You can see how it's a pretty good deal for the lord, of course. But even gathering firewood or pasturing pigs in the lord's forest, regardless if he was using it or not, that might incur a small charge. Of course, we have to remember that all of this depends on what the lord is going to charge. You could have lords that were a little bit more tolerant, and ones who were a little bit more, let's say, entrepreneurial. Now, virtually every aspect of a peasant's livelihood in general was still subject to the lord's control, or perhaps a toll imposed upon them. A serf couldn't freely leave the manor or sell his oxen without permission. Everything had to go through the higher-ups. So in effect, the law regarded the villeins' person as goods, as the lord's property, not the peasant's property. A state of affairs that most people naturally resented, and which they constantly sought to alleviate. I'm sure you can imagine people saying back in the day, well, it's not a perfect system, but it's the only system we have. They invented other systems. Spoiler alert. Of course, peasants, not all of them were equal. Not all equally oppressed, at least. A free peasant, also called a freeman, well, they owed no labor duty at all. Instead, he paid a fixed rent, and he could move about or marry without seeking the lord's consent. Free tenants were, however, a minority in most villages, but some regions, especially frontiers or newly settled lands, had more of them. There were gradations even among unfree peasants, though. A substantial tenant with 20 to 30 acres lived more securely than a cottager with only a couple of acres, who had no labor for others to survive. But still, all peasants were low in status, at least compared to the nobility, and they lived with few comforts. Now, over the centuries, these feudal bonds did gradually loosen. By the 14th century, many lords found it convenient to accept money payments in lieu of labor, a practice called commutation. And that basically means that if a peasant could scrape together a bit of money, maybe selling their own goods at the market for a surplus rather, he might pay a fixed sum instead of performing days of labor, buying back his time and allowing him to spend more time on his own farm. Now, the catastrophic population loss of the Black Death actually accelerated this trend. We talked about that in the Black Death videos and the aftermath of the Black Death in medieval England video. You see, far fewer workers were available, and the surviving peasants, well, they gained quite a bit of bargaining power. Wages for farm work rose, and lords increasingly had to persuade rather than compel peasants to work. If they didn't like the conditions, well, they would just pack their bags and they would get a job anywhere else. A labor crisis in the favor of the laborers. Well, some serfs even fled their manors to seek freedom in the growing towns, where a common saying held that town air makes free after a year and a day. And over time, in general, social attitudes and legal judgments began to favor liberty over bondage. By the late 15th century, serfdom in England was largely dying out. Most peasants had become tenant farmers, free in a nominal sense, paying rent for their land rather than laboring under these ancient obligations. They were still poor, don't get me wrong, and, well and truly subordinate. It's not real freedom in the modern sense, if you've even got that. But the personal bondage that characterized the early medieval serfdom was well and truly coming to an end. In short, through quiet transformations and the occasional rebellion here and then, the English peasantry gained a greater measure of freedom as the medieval period drew to a close. Well, that's all good and well, but what exactly were they doing between the rebellions and between the transformations? Let's take a look at the daily work of peasants. Then we can understand that. Step into the shoes, or lack of. Well, when we talk about the daily work, we pretty much look at it in the cycle of seasons and just the general demands of agriculture. Typically, as we mentioned in the introduction, the day begins at first light. Either at sunrise or at the cock's crow, men and women would rise from pretty simple beds. After maybe a quick bite of bread or a little bit of porridge, modest breakfast if any, time to set out to the fields. Now, work usually started at first light because there were only so many hours of day that they had, and there was plenty of hours of labor to be done, labor that can only be done in that precious daylight. Tasks depended on the seasons, of course. Ploughing, sowing, weeding, reaping, threshing. In the fields, peasants often worked communally. For example, several households might pool their oxen to pull a heavy plough. One family alone might not own a full team. You see, it took perhaps 8 oxen to haul a large plough through heavy clay soil. One man would guide the plough, another drive the oxen, while others might follow with harrows to cover the seed. As you can imagine, this is not quick work, rather it being slow and strenuous. In fact, an English poet in the 14th century, William Langlet, gives an image of a poor ploughman at work, hood and shoes full of holes, his hair and toes sticking out, body smeared with mud as he trudges behind the oxen. And that's pretty accurate. Shows the hardship of physical toll on a medieval farm. In any case, the morning had passed, and by midday, peasants would pause for their main meal, or perhaps just a short rest. Now this would be kind of their dinner. It might be taken at home if the fields were nearby, or more often they would just sit down in the field and partake in a short meal together. We can imagine a group of field laborers seeking shade under a tree at the edge of a field, perhaps, sharing a few bits of bread, cheese, perhaps some weak ale, bought by one of them in a leather jug. They wouldn't be drinking much water. Ale was the drink of choice. Sometimes other watered-down beers and things like that. In any case, after this brief respite, it was back to work until the sun went down. The workday might last until sundown, especially in summer when the days were long. In winter, though, darkness, of course, falls a bit earlier. But winter days were filled with other tasks, like mending tools, twisting rope, or perhaps weaving baskets by the hearth. Really, you've got to spend your time doing something, don't you? And days before electricity, well, you may as well just sit there at the fire and make things. In any case, each season, as we mentioned, had its labors, and medieval calendars often showed the work of the months. Now, what I mean by that is in spring, roughly March and April in England, fields had to be ploughed and sown with barley, oats, peas, and other crops. Ploughing was also a major task. Peasants drove teams of oxen to pull the heavy wooden plough with its iron ploughshare to turn the soil after winter. It often required 8 oxen to pull a single plough, as we mentioned, so contributions, each coming together to make up a full team. After ploughing, the seed was sown by hand and harrowed, and, well, spring in general was also a time to plant peas and beans, repair fences, tend to sheep shearing, and have a little cottage industry. Wool, very important. Well, summer, that is June through August, that was a period of growing and haymaking. Meadows had to be mowed for hay. Peasants, being men, women, and older children, would cut tall grass with scythes and rake it into piles to dry. Now, hay was a crucial fodder for livestock in the winter. Of course, you would try and keep them inside, not to have them starve. Summer was also a time for weeding the crop fields and shearing sheep. In late spring or early summer to gather wool to help the sheep stay cool as well. So by the late summer, the grain harvest arrived. The most intense period of work in the year was well and truly on for young and old when it got to this point. Harvesting wheat, rye, oats, and barley meant long days of reaping entirely by hand. Men and women stooped to cut the grain with sickles or scythes under that hot August sun. The Lord's fields also had to be harvested first if you were a serf. Only then could the peasant attend to his own small plot. Priorities had to be in order, of course, and the priorities were set by the nobles. harvest was truly an all-hands-on-deck affair. Entire families, including children as young as 5 or 6, helped in whatever ways they could. Gleaning, that is, collecting stray stalks left behind, was often done by the very old or perhaps the very young. The timing was also crucial. A rainstorm or early frost could ruin a ripe crop, so the community made a collective effort to get everyone's grain safely in. After cutting, the grain was bundled into sheafs and carted to the barn, and it was there that it had to be threshed, beaten with flails to knock the kernels out of the husks, and then winnowed. That is, by the way, just kind of like tossing it in the air so the chaff blew away. It looks kind of like dust, almost. You know, separate the wheat from the chaff. That's where this comes from. In any case, these tasks often were quite extensive, and they often extended into the autumn months. Now, September to October brought other tasks as well. Some of the harvested grain, especially wheat and rye, was used as seed for the next year. Peasants ploughed and sowed their fields again in early fall to plant winter wheat or rye that would sprout before frost and be harvested the next year. Any animals that could not be fed through the winter might be slaughtered in the late autumn, and thus November was often actually called Martinmas slaughter, where surplus pigs or cattle were butchered, the meat being salted or smoked for preservation. Autumn was also a time for collecting foods like nuts, berries, and mushrooms in the woods to add to the winter stores. Pretty much anything they could get to throw into that pottage mix. And then we hit winter, November to February. That was the quietest season for field work, and certainly not a time of leisure. In fact, well, it was not a pleasant time for anyone. With the ground hard or barren, peasants focused on indoor and maintenance tasks. They repaired tools, made carts, wove baskets, perhaps made or mended clothing. Women spent long winter hours spinning wool into yarn and knitting or weaving. But winter also was the season to haul timber or cut firewood from the woodlands. A back-breaking chore, but, well, would you rather freeze to death? Also, what else are you going to cook with? The fire doesn't come out of nowhere. As for the livestock, as we mentioned, they needed help throughout the winter. Cows and sheep had to be fed with whatever hay and straw had been stored, and their stalls mucked out. Every peasant learned to be pretty resourceful in winter. If you didn't learn, you died. For instance, making rushlights, that is, candles from animal fat or dried rushes, or carving new wooden bowls and utensils by the fireside. And though the days were short, the winter nights were long. Peasants often rose before sunrise to tend animals, and might gather around the hearth in the evening to tell stories, mend the nets or harnesses, or simply just to conserve a bit of warmth, another precious commodity. But winter was also a time when the community socialized more. Yeah, it was cold outside, but, well, there was less field labor to do. We shall see that later. Many traditional village festivities took places in midwinter too. In any case, throughout the year, every member of a peasant household had work suited to their strength. The men would do the heaviest ploughing, carting and woodcutting, while women performed a double burden of work, assisting in the fields during peak times, and doing endless daily chores of cooking, cleaning, and child-rearing, along with the dairying and spinning. Anything else they could find, really. As for the children, well, the ones as young as 5 were expected to help out. It might have been running to fetch water, these kinds of things, keeping an eye on grazing geese, scaring crows from the newly sown seed. By their early teens, peasant boys and girls were working almost as full adults, the boys in the fields, or learning a craft, and the girls would be around the home. But despite the long hours of toil, Peasants did not work every single day. Sundays were the holy day of rest, when field labor ceased, and by church law, everybody attended Mass. In addition, the medieval calendar was filled with saints' feast days and church holidays, on which no servile work was supposed to be done. Many of these fell in spring or summer, giving brief respites from labor, while peasants certainly had to work extremely hard, especially in the peak season. It's a misconception that they never had days off. In fact, many of them probably had more days off than we do in our modern era, which is, well, a little bit scary. Between Sundays and various holy days, a medieval peasant might have upwards of 8 to 10 weeks off over the course of a year. Doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Though on those days they might still do light chores or tend animals, and not all lords honored every holiday. But think about it, if you take time off work, you probably end up cleaning the house at least 1 or 2 days out of that, so it's all in perspective. Nevertheless, these periodic breaks, Christmas, Easter, numerous saints' festivals, these kind of things, they provided a much-needed rest, and of course a time for community recreation, as we'll get to a little bit later. But let's get out of the fields. They had to go home eventually, didn't they? If the fields were the workplace, well, the homes were the humble shelters offering minimal comfort. But of course, you make it your own, don't you? Now, a typical peasant family lived in a small cottage, usually made of something called wattle and daub. If you don't know what that is, it's woven wooden rods that were kind of plastered with mud and straw. Rough timber with a thatched roof. We've seen it. Now, these houses were often just 1 or 2 rooms. Pretty simple stuff. The floor was beaten earth, sometimes covered with straw or rushes to absorb dirt, and there were usually no real windows. Perhaps a tiny opening with a wooden shutter, so indoors was pretty dim and pretty smoky. They hadn't quite figured out chimneys yet. In the middle of the main room was a hearth fire burning for cooking and warmth. Smoke from the fire drifted up and escaped through a hole in the roof, or through the thatch at least, which blackened the rafters, so there was something, but still not like a chimney in the modern sense. The atmosphere inside was perpetually smoky because of this, irritating to the eyes and lungs, but, well, people just got used to it. Now as for the furnishings, well, they were sparse and quite homemade. Simple stuff. A few stools or benches, a simple table made of boards laid on trestles, taken down when not in use most of the time, and perhaps a wooden chest to store clothing or grain. Those were the main items. At mealtime, the family would sit on benches at the trestle table and eat from wooden bowls or coarse pottery dishes, using wooden spoons. Knives were shared and forks were unknown at the time. Cooking was done at the open hearth. There was no oven inside a peasant cottage. Villagers often had a lord's oven or a communal bake oven that everyone used. Instead, simple breads or cakes were baked on flat stones, in the embers or in iron pans propped on the fire. A heavy iron pot or kettle would hang over the flames, used to boil porridge or perhaps stew, the ubiquitous pottage that I've mentioned briefly but we'll discuss a bit more in the next section. The household wife would have to mind this fire constantly, both to keep the home warm but also to have hot coals for cooking. She likely also used the residual heat of the hearth for tasks like drying grain or herbs. Peasant families did many domestic chores indoors too. Women brewed ale in small batches, churned butter when they had milk, and spun wool or flax into yarn, often with what was known as a drop spindle. Spinning wheels were a Bit of a later arrival, even though we do see them quite a lot in medieval artwork," said those women in the silk dresses spinning at the wheel. They were a bit of a later invention. Now, as for laundry, that was infrequent, but when they did do it, it was quite arduous. Clothes had to be soaked and scrubbed with lye. That is a harsh soap made from ashes. It's spelt Lye, by the way. And they would do this in a big wooden tub, and water for washing had to be hauled from the well or the stream, so there's the weight of that as well. The floor, strewn with straw or rushes, was swept now and then and renewed with fresh bedding. With fresh bedding straw only a few times a year. Now, inevitably, the house was dirty by modern standards. No one's really denying that. It didn't help that chickens and other small animals sometimes wandered in and out, and, well, that just adds to the mess without becoming too descriptive. At night time, the family slept on simple beds or pallets. A bed, if we're going to use that term, might just be a cloth sack stuffed with straw or wool scraps, laid on the floor, or in a crude wooden frame. They used coarse wool blankets or old fur cloaks for covers. Several family members often shared one bed for warmth, just out of practicality. And it was not unusual for husband, wife, and young children to all sleep together on a large pallet on the floor, with perhaps an elderly parent or a visiting relative curled up nearby. As for privacy, good luck with that. It was minimal if you were lucky, non-existent if you were like everyone else. A fire was typically kept smouldering through the night, banked under ashes or a fire cover, so it could be revived the next morning. Now, they had to have the homes double as shelter for animals as well. You see, in many cottages, one end of the building was sectioned off as a pen or byre for a cow, donkey, or a few goats or sheep, especially in winter when valuable animals needed protection from the cold or from thieves or wolves. Of course, back in those days, wolves were all over the place, so were the thieves. In smaller dwellings, the family's chickens or a pig might share this living space, wandering in freely. This gave the animals warmth and safety, and in turn helped warm the house slightly, but it certainly added to the odor. Imagine the smell. Well, fleas and mice were common problems. The continual smoke of the hearth ironically helped deter some vermin, keeping the rafters sooty and the air acrid. Cleaning was a Sisyphean task, if we could put it that way. One medieval writer humorously described how a peasant housewife would sweep out the dirt and straw from the floor, only for the chickens to come in and scratch it all around again. Definitely a task worthy of calling it a Sisyphean. Well, despite the cramped and smoky conditions, it was still a home, and I suppose it's not too bad when you got nothing else to compare it to. A place of family comfort, and it's certainly better than sleeping outside in the cold. In the evenings around the hearth, parents would tell stories or sing to their children. Family members mended their clothes or carved little tools by firelight. And in winter, neighbors might drop in, share a little bit of warmth, or a cup of ale, exchanging tales or gossip. Such moments provided what we can imagine as a bit of emotional relief from the grind of work. Yes, life is difficult, but we're all here together, and that's something at least. And so within those walls, just like our modern-day family life unfolded, children were born and raised, meals were prepared and shared, fights happened, laughter happened, all echoing off those smoky rafters. That humble cottage, serving as a backdrop for all of the peasants' joys and sorrows, from the cradle to the grave. Very, very human. And this is where we come to the next thing. Food. Probably the most important thing next to warmth. A lot of moving parts, sure, but it's pretty complicated to get the right amount of sustenance in that time. The diet was pretty simple, too, not to mention repetitive. The primary staple was bread. Medieval peasants typically ate coarse, dark bread made from cheaper grains like rye, barley, or oats. And wheat was the most prized grain. Unfortunately, it was often reserved for the lord or for market sale. So common folk usually baked loaves of what was called maslin, a mix of rye and wheat flour, or bread made from barley or oats. The result? A dense, heavy loaf. Very unlike the modern, fluffy white bread, but I don't think many people are eating white bread anymore. It's a bit, you gotta go the multi-grain sort of stuff, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Well, a peasant household might grind its grain by hand. Just get that rock out and start bashing it, grinding it on a stone, this kind of thing. Found plenty of those sorts of stones in the old medieval houses, that's for sure. Or perhaps they would take it to the lord's grinding mill, as if the lord had one, but of course you would have a fee charged with that as well. Then they would bake bread in a communal oven or at home on the hearth. Now this bread, along with pottage, a kind of vegetable stew or whatever you could find to put in it, formed the basis of pretty much every meal. Now the other daily mainstay was indeed pottage, a thick soup or stew cooked in an iron pot over the fire, hence the name pottage. Peasant wives became adept in making filling pottage out of really whatever was available, which could vary from day to day, of course. But if we can imagine a basic pottage, well, it might include oats or barley for thickness, some beans or peas, and garden vegetables like cabbage, onions, or leeks, all boiled together in water. They would season it with a bit of salt and herbs, like parsley, thyme, or sage. You could find them in a cottage garden. Most peasant families maintained a small kitchen plot to grow greens and root vegetables, and they kept a few chickens or eggs. If they were fortunate enough, they could have a cow or some goats for milk, and they would also churn a bit of butter, make simple cheese, valuable proteins and fats to their otherwise diet of starch. The pottage was usually meatless. If available, a scrap of bacon fat or maybe a ham bone might be added, but that was a rare luxury. Essentially, peasants ate a kind of vegetarian diet, but rather by necessity, rather, for much of the year, not by their own choice. The peasants' meals were, indeed, remarkably monotonous by our modern standards. Breakfast, if taken at all, might be just a little bit of leftover cold porridge, or bread, perhaps a little bit of cheese, but, well, if you were lucky, you'd have that. The main meal around midday, that'd be bread and pottage, maybe with a bit of onion, some curds, washed down with a bit of ale, and in the evening another round of pottage or broth might be served as a kind of supper. Now, even on work days in the field, this little picnic would be a hunk of bread, piece of dried cheese or salted fish, and of course that flask of weak ale. So it wasn't like it was better on the weekdays or weekends. It was every day just the same. Still, a diet of high-fiber bread and beans, while pretty bland, provided the essential carbohydrates and a few proteins, especially when peas and grain were combined. Now, ale we've mentioned a few times, and that was the universal drink of medieval peasants. Not just in England either, but quite much the same case on the continent. Because clean drinking water was not always available, and because fermentation killed many pathogens, whether they understood that at the time, they just knew they didn't get sick when they drank it, ale was consumed in great quantities by everyone. and that includes children. The medieval ale was a barley-based brew, made without hops. You see, hopped beer would come a bit later, and it was usually quite weak in alcohol. It might be closer to a soupy sort of small beer, a real light one, often slightly sour or yeasty, and was meant for hydration and nutrition more than intoxication and celebration. According to various records, an adult peasant might drink a gallon or more of ale per day, though ale in this context was more like a low-alcohol porridge than the strong beers that we think of today. As for brewing, that was typically done by the women of the village, and at a household level. If you've heard the term alewife, well, that's where this comes from. Ale provided much-needed calories. It was sometimes even called liquid bread. Peasants would drink ale at every meal. It was safer than most water, certainly more filling. Of course, ale could be festive too. Stronger batches were brewed for holidays and celebrations. But the everyday ale was mild enough that peasants could consume it throughout the day and still labor on effectively. In any case, without ale, the medieval peasant diet would have been even more meager. At least with it, they got a few B vitamins and hydration along with their bread. Of course, they didn't understand all the nutrition back in those days, but they certainly understood when you didn't eat well or when you drank bad water, dirty things, you got sick, things like miasma theory and all the rest. They had an understanding of it, just not on a scientific basis, more of a practical thing. Now, vegetables, legumes, and dairy supplemented this diet when possible. Gardens yielded cabbages, beans, lentils, peas, turnips, garlic, beets, other crops when they were in season. A surprising variety. But peasants also foraged wild foods, berries and nuts from the woods, wild greens like nettles, dandelion, etc., for salads or pottage, and apples or pears from hedgerows. But the dairy products really were prized. Milk from a cow or a goat would usually be turned into butter or soft cheese, because fresh milk, well, that spoiled quickly, and many adults were somewhat lactose intolerant. Butter added fats and flavor to otherwise bland foods. Cheese, often a crumbly, fresh cheese, could be eaten with bread or melted into pottage, which, of course, thickens it up a little bit. Eggs from hens were another important protein source, used in cooking or eaten on their own when available. And all these elements, of course, had to vary by season. Spring and summer offered fresh greens, eggs, and milk, whereas winter diets, well, you'd be relying more on salted or dried foods, and of course, whatever was stored from the harvest. Well, and meat, of course, if you could get it, good for you. But of course, it's far rarer on the peasant table. Most peasants could only afford to have it every now and then. And it wasn't in that fresh form, it was usually in the form of salted or smoked meat. A common family might raise a pig throughout the year and slaughter it in late fall. Pork was the primary meat of the peasantry because pigs were relatively easy to feed, and they could forage in the forest for acorns, that kind of thing. They also yielded a lot of fat. Salted pork and lard could last all winter. After the autumn slaughter, the family would have some fresh pork for a feast, but the rest was preserved with salt or smoke. That bacon or ham was then rationed carefully and used to flavor soups or accompany bread on special days. Fresh beef or mutton was pretty uncommon. Cattle or sheep were too valuable alive. Think about milk, wool, traction. They wouldn't butcher 'em unless the animal was old or injured. Chickens were generally providing eggs and were only eaten when they stopped laying them. So you might be thinking, well, why didn't they just go hunting? Good question. The problem with that is that forests were typically the lord's property, and that meant they were off limits. Poaching a deer or a boar could get a peasant harshly punished. Well, harshly punished, I don't mean a fine. Bad things happen. Nonetheless, peasants did catch smaller game, they just did it on the sly. Rabbits, hares, birds, or fish from the streams, no one could really stop them from doing that. They added a bit of meat to their diet every now and then. On Fridays and during Lent, the church forbade meat entirely. So those days peasants ate things like herring, if they could buy dried fish, or they simply went without meat at all. Many inland villages were far from the sea too, but eels from rivers and ponds were a common poor man's fish. Eels were actually so plentiful in medieval England that they were sometimes used to pay rent. You could imagine that, showing up to your landlord, giving him a big bag full of eels. I don't know how many months that would get you. I suppose it depends on how many eels you give them. Well, in any case, yes, food was there. You could get it. You could farm. You could do a little bit of trapping or fishing on the sly, but a lot of peasants always lived close to the brink of hunger. One bad harvest meant real hardship, and you were in trouble if you had two. That could even mean famine, as happened in 1315 to 1317 when incessant rains caused crops to rot and thousands of people across England starved. Bad times. In lean times in general, they stretched their food by mixing filler into bread, like peas, beans, or worse. Who knows what they could put in there, a little bit of sawdust for good measure, or by simply going without. Spring was often a hungry season, when the winter stores ran low, but the new crops were not quite ready to be harvested. And true famine, as in the years of 1315 to 17 as we mentioned, struck occasionally. Conversely, in the good years, while their diet was plain and monotonous, most peasant families could at least fill their stomachs with bread and pottage, and, well, that's enough to keep you alive. And of course, the lords knew it was enough to keep people in the fields working, just enough to work, but not enough to really have a good quality of life. Of course, only on special occasions or holidays did they taste a richer fare. It wasn't like they went their whole lives without having something nice, but they'd have to wait around a bit. Special things for special occasions. A village might collectively slaughter an animal for a feast, or bake some meat pies for Christmas or a wedding. Occasions where everyone could briefly eat to their fill. Good times, happy people, this kind of thing. But those were extraordinary days. On the ordinary days, a medieval English peasant just ate to survive, not to savor. A chunk of coarse bread, a bowl of vegetable stew, and a draught of weak ale. Those were the basics that fueled their labor. And what about peasant clothing? That's, of course, another topic of discussion when it comes to the appearance of a peasant. Well, it was above all practical, built for hard use, made from the materials at hand. The primary fabric? Wool, abundant thanks to England's many sheep. Almost all outer garments, tunics, dresses, cloaks, hose, they were all made of coarse woolen cloth that was thick, warm, and hard-wearing, if also a little heavy and scratchy. But for lighter or undergarments, they used linen when possible, woven from flax, anyway, but linen was relatively expensive, so many poorer peasants had no linen at all, and they would just wear the wool raw on the skin. Colors were mostly natural or earth-toned. Wool straight from brown or grey sheep produced drab cloth. Some clothing was dyed with inexpensive local dyes, that is, dull yellows, greens, or russets, but bright and rich colors like deep blues, reds, and blacks were largely the preserve of the wealthy, who could afford such things. Thus, a typical peasant could be seen clad in dull browns, dusty greys, and washed-out greens. The better to hide the dirt, I suppose, and last a bit longer. A peasant man typically wore a knee-length wool tunic as his main garment. It was belted at the waist with a cord or leather strap and served as both a shirt and a coat. For his legs, he had woolen hose, that is, long stockings reaching up toward the thigh. On his feet he wore simple leather shoes if he owned them. Otherwise, he often went barefoot in warmer months to save his footwear for winter. In cold or wet weather, a man might layer a second tunic or a rough sleeveless jacket over the first, and on a woolen hood or cowl that covered his head, neck, and shoulders. But even so, his clothing only gave modest protection from the elements. After hours in the field, his hose were often soaked and muddy, and over time his garments became frayed, patched, and stained from hard use. A peasant woman's main garment was a long woolen gown, a basic dress that extended to her ankles. It was usually long-sleeved and loosely fitted, and she cinched it at the waist with a simple belt. Underneath, if she was fortunate, she might have a linen shirt. Otherwise, she wore the wool gown over the bare skin. When doing heavy work, she often hitched up her skirts and tucked them into her belt to keep them out of the dirt. A woman always kept her head covered in public, typically with a wimple or a kerchief, which was a linen cloth draped over her hair, and sometimes around the chin. This head covering protected her hair and satisfied the era's customs of modesty. For footwear, women had much of the same as men: low leather shoes or perhaps clogs when available, and bare feet when necessary. Because cloth was labor-intensive to make, each person owned very few sets of clothes. A peasant might wear the same tunic every day for most of the year, with perhaps a slightly less worn one kept for the holy days or festivals. Your work clothes and your party clothes, I suppose. Garments were patched and repatched and patched up again. Elbows and knees especially showed layers of mending. Washing clothes was difficult. As we mentioned, it required hauling and heating water, making soap from wood ash. So outer clothes were not washed often. Instead, people just wore linen undergarments when possible and washed those occasionally, and simply shook out or brushed off their woolen outerwear. As a result, peasant clothing was usually dingy, having the odors of smoke, sweat, and earth. Contemporary observers sometimes describe the country people as rough and rustic in appearance. We have one vivid portrait in William Langland's 14th century poem Piers Plowman, where a poor plowman and his wife are depicted in patched and tattered attire, the man's hood's full of holes and old, through which his hair pokes out, and his shoes are broken toes sticking through. He is all smeared with mud as he follows the plow. And beside him there is his wife. She trudges with her skirts hitched up, wearing a threadbare smock. She has no proper shoes, only torn cloth wrappings, and her bare feet bleed from the cold ground. Well, it's a literary description, though part of an allegory, but it does match what we know from historical records. He doesn't seem to be dramatizing anything for dramatic effect. Many peasants truly had only very worn garments, and often went barefoot even in harsh conditions. Despite these realities, on Sundays, or at a village festival, they did their best to make themselves presentable. You gotta put on your best face, of course. Well, a man might have a cleaner tunic or a wide-brimmed hat decorated with a scrap of ribbon. And a woman, well, she might have a freshly washed headscarf or a dress with a bit of homemade trim. Small little touches of dignity. They might not be good clothes, but it distinguishes the best they had from the everyday rags. At least they weren't covered in dirt from the fields. Medieval peasant society was organized around the family, but that family unit existed within a larger, tight-knit community. Most peasant households were typically husband and wife and the children living in a single cottage, simply because houses were just so small. But extended family members usually lived nearby in the same village, so a child might have grandparents or cousins a few huts away, but maybe not under the same roof. The average peasant married in their early or mid-20s, and couples would set up their own home as soon as they could manage it. Marriages were guided more by practical considerations rather than romantic courtship. A man needed a wife who could work hard and run a household, and a woman needed a husband who could support a family. The approval of the lord of the manor was required if the individuals were serfs. A lord might demand a merchet or a marriage fine, or even sometimes veto a match if it meant losing a valuable worker to another estate. In practice, most peasants married someone from their own community, or at least a close neighboring village. A medieval peasant wedding, well, that was a joyous and communal occasion. The couple exchanged vows at the church door with the priest's blessing, and then the village joined in a bride ale, that is a wedding ale feast featuring food, drink, music, and dancing for all. Children were plentiful in peasant families too, but childhood wasn't. It's not as we think of it today. It was more of a brief and perilous affair. Children were of course born at home, attended by local midwives, if they had one, or perhaps an older woman with a bit of knowledge. There was a very high risk of mortality. Many infants died in their first days or weeks, and childbirth was dangerous for mothers as well. Newborns were baptized within a day or two, with chosen godparents as sponsors, because if a baby died unbaptized, well, it was greatly feared that the soul could not enter heaven. The mother, still weak from delivery, typically did not go to the church for baptism. She stayed home recovering until a few weeks later, when she underwent a purification blessing called churching that marked her return to community life. Infancy was fraught with hazards too. Aside from disease, a crawling baby in a busy cottage could easily fall into a hearth or be accidentally smothered in bed. Once childhood grew past toddlerhood, they quickly became contributors to the household. By the age of 5 or 6, a peasant child was assigned small chores, fetching water with a little pail, scaring birds from the planted fields, gathering kindling, things like that. Perhaps they'd watch over the younger siblings too. Bit of responsibility. But there was no formal schooling for peasant children. They just learned by observation, watching their parents and elders and doing what they do. A boy would learn farming, woodcutting, or his father's craft by observing and helping, and a girl would learn cooking, spinning, childcare, and all the arts of managing a poor household from her mother. As for playtime, it wasn't entirely absent. They might be seen kicking a ball around with other village children, or something like that, playing tag. But by their early teens, peasant boys and girls were expected to basically be adults, and work as hard as adults. The village community itself was like an extended family, bound together by necessity and custom. Neighbors helped each other in times of need because everyone that knew misfortune, well, they knew it could strike anyone. If one peasant's barn burned down, or a cow died, others would organize a helping bee to rebuild the barn, or would share a bit of their own grain or milk to get that family through. Many tasks were done cooperatively. For instance, peasants had often pulled their oxen to plough the fields, as we mentioned. And of course, at harvest, the entire community helped reap and gather every family's crops in turn. But beyond the work, villagers shared in each other's life events and festivals. Not only weddings, but baptisms, funerals, the annual cycle of religious holidays, a bit of everything. Really, the church brought everyone together, too, especially on Sundays and holy days, and the churchyard or villages became a social hub after services. For recreation, men sometimes held contests of archery or wrestling on Sundays, and women often socialized while doing chores like spinning or washing clothes together. In the evenings, especially in the winter, villagers gathered at the alehouse or by a cottage hearth, singing songs, telling a few stories, and just relaxing. Village life. It was regulated by both custom, but also a bit of self-government. The Lord's Manorial Court periodically judged local disputes and minor offences with a jury of villagers. Typical punishments were small fines or things like stray livestock or breaking village laws. Serious crimes, though, they were quite rare in the village and were dealt with by higher authorities. In practice, most order was kept by peer pressure and custom. Everyone watched everyone else and held them to standard. If someone behaved disgracefully, for example, an abusive husband, the community might respond with a charivari, a cacophonous prank at the offender's door, banging pots and singing mocking songs to shame them into better behavior. Perhaps we need to bring that one back, This kind of informal social policing often proved to be quite effective in a world where one's reputation among neighbors was critically important, especially if it's your barn that burns down or something like that, and, well, that helping bee, all of a sudden people don't want to show up. Now that is a little awkward. Well, before we go, let's talk a little bit about the truly unpleasant parts, but also a bit of the resilience. You see, as you can imagine, I don't think I need to explain it to you or say it again. The life of a peasant was certainly not a fun affair. It was full of danger and hardship, as even beyond the everyday toil, and foremost among them was the threat of hunger. Peasants lived harvest to harvest, and if the crops failed, well, they had little reserve to fall back on. Bad weather, such as excessive rain or drought, could ruin the grain yield just like it did in 1315 to 17, where the great famine was caused by rains across Europe. Well, people in England at this time reportedly either starved to death or survived on acorns, weeds, and possibly even substitutes like tree bark. Even in less dire times, though, winter and early spring, the lean season before the new crops grew, often meant empty cupboards. Malnutrition was a chronic problem, leaving peasants weak or more vulnerable to disease. The poor peasant might be driven to begging or theft to feed his children if his own stores ran out. Starvation was a very real spectre in the Middle Ages. It kept peasant communities in a state of perpetual anxiety about the weather and the harvest. And then there was the disease. Medieval peasants had no knowledge of germs and very limited medical care. A village might be visited by a wandering barber/surgeon, or have a local wise woman who knew herbal remedies, but nothing really resembling a real doctor for the poor. Epidemics could sweep through and kill indiscriminately. Of course, we all know about the Black Death of 1348 to 1350, which killed around half of England's population in a matter of months. Entire villages were emptied out. Those who survived were, of course, traumatized by the loss of family and neighbors. Other diseases also took a great toll. Periodic outbreaks of sickness, dysentery, fevers, things like that, swept through the villages and carried off the weak. Even injuries or infected cuts could turn fatal for lack of effective treatment. Peasant women faced the danger of childbirth without any real care, and many unfortunately died delivering children. So what was the life expectancy? Take a guess. 50, maybe. 40? Well, it could have only been around 30 to 40 years. But this is kind of skewed, because most children died so young, so the averages are kind of off. So we can put it between 40 and 50 years old, perhaps. You might be lucky enough to live to 60, but that would depend on your circumstance. In any case, those who did reach adulthood and avoid lethal diseases, if you managed to get to that natural death point where you could live into your 60s, but that was far from common. The labor, the poor diet, the lack of medicine meant that most peasants were old by our standards when they got to their 50s. That's if they lived that long at all. But peasants also bore the brunt of man-made hardships. Chief among them were the heavy taxes and rents imposed by lords and the king's government. Lords could levy special talligays or fines arbitrarily when they needed money, and the crown expected nationwide taxes, often to fund wars that landlords would just pass on to the peasants. In the late 1370s, for instance, King Richard II's government imposed repeated poll taxes to finance military campaigns. These taxes fell on humble villagers and provoked quite a bit of resentment. Coupled with long-standing grievances, like villeins being legally unfree and owing labor, this unrest erupted in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. It was in that year that thousands of peasants in southeastern England, led by figures such as Wat Tyler, and inspired by radical preaching, rose up in an armed people's rebellion. They marched on London itself, calling for an abolition of serfdom, lower taxes, and an end to corruption among the royal officials. And for a brief moment, the rebels terrified the ruling class. They even executed the king's treasurer and dragged out a few other hated officials too. King Richard II ultimately quashed the revolt. The rebel leaders were deceived and killed, and the peasants' demands were officially denied. However, the uprising was certainly a turning point. It frightened the nobility, and perhaps it accelerated the decline of serfdom. In any case, in the following centuries, things began to change, and, well, little by little, the peasants got their own back. And so for all these hardships, they demonstrated a remarkable resilience. They developed coping strategies. In times of dearth, they foraged on wild foods and tightened the belt. When epidemics struck, they turned to faith, organizing processions and prayer vigils for deliverance. Surviving community records show that peasant communities provided communal mutual support. If one family was going through hard times, well, people would try to get them back on their feet. They met adversity with a dogged practicality, replanting, rebuilding, and just getting on with it. Over time, some of the hardships did ease. For example, the late medieval decline of serfdom and the slight improvement in living standards after the plague reduced the population. But new challenges, such as renewed warfare or later the enclosure of common lands, would arise. Through everything, the peasantry endured. And the very fact that the English peasantry survived century after century of exploitation and disaster, well, that is a testament to tenacity and the capacity for hope. And so maybe we learn a little bit about perseverance and tenacity that we can apply to our modern day. Who knows? Maybe as well we can learn from the peasants and identify those people in our community that are having a bit of a rough time, and we can pull together and help them out. When we are in the tavern, we care not that we are mortal. The words of the 13th century reveller in the Carmina Burana, capturing the rowdy allure of these medieval establishments. And indeed, to the people of high medieval Europe, taverns, inns, and alehouses, they were far more than mere drinking spots. They were living rooms of the community, the waypoints of the road, buzzing with news, commerce, and camaraderie. A place of respite, stepping off that muddy path, out of that cold, and into the warm. So how about you and me go and get a table, and I'll tell you all about that world of taverns, and examine how one might exactly run one of these establishments in the High Middle Ages. How did one establish one? What food and drink were served? How were they procured? What about the laws that set the closing hours or fixed the price of a pint? Who were the typical patrons, and what was the mischief they brought through the door? It's not just about the general practices, but also all those lesser-known details that bring the tavern to life. The alewives who dominated the beer trade, the penalties for serving bad drink, tavern names and signboards, a culture unto themselves, and even notorious incidents like tavern brawls that spilled into violent, drunken riots. We're not going to stick in one place. Regional and economic differences, we'll note them when we come across them. Whether the establishment is a humble rural alehouse or a grand inn in an urban area, to appreciate the tavern's varied role across medieval Europe, we'll try and tread as many paths as we can. And by the end of that journey, you'll know exactly how a medieval tavern was run. But before we get to all of that, let's have a welcome to the channel. A warm tavern welcome. We'll stick with the theme, I suppose, shall we? Well, if you're new here, you've yet to hit the subscribe button. I invite you to do so. If you've already hit the subscribe button, do not hit it again, because that means you unsubscribe, and we can't have that, can't we? Now, this video is 100% ad-free, due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. Thank you very much, you have my eternal thanks. And with all that out of the way, introductions, welcomes, good manners, let's get to the topic at hand. As usual, nice and relaxed. So let's start from the beginning. To run a medieval tavern, you've first got to know what kind of establishment you're running. Medieval terminology distinguished several kinds of drinking houses and lodging houses, and each of them had its own niche. First, let's look at the general tavern. In many parts of Europe, the word tavern implied a setup in status and usually a focus on wine. In fact, in medieval England or France, the word tavern often specifically meant a wine-drinking house, distinct from alehouses, which of course sold ale. Taverns were commonly found in towns and along trade routes. They served wine, often imported, and they prepared foods too, roast meats, cheese, or stew, for a more well-to-do clientele such as merchants, guild members, or travelers. Now, here's an interesting part. Women of respectable standing usually avoided these wine taverns, at least in the French accounts, due to them having quite a, let's say, rowdy reputation. Taverns might also offer takeaway wine in jugs, and many doubled as informal restaurants where one could dine out heartily or or just have a simple fare long before true restaurants existed. Now, we just made mention of an ale house, so let's get to that. A more simple local establishment, often literally just somebody's house, where homemade ale was brewed and sold. These were ubiquitous in villages and towns. The common ale house usually ran by an alewife or brewer. They typically did not provide lodging either, only ale and perhaps some basic fare. A telltale sign of an alehouse in England was the ale stake, a pole projecting from the door to announce that a fresh brew was ready. Ale was the everyman drink, and alehouses were frequented by labourers, peasants, and townfolks to get their daily beverage and dose of socialization. And then, of course, we have the inn, essentially taverns licensed to offer lodging. An inn provided food, drink, and a bed for the night, catering especially to travellers, pilgrims, and visiting merchants. There were typically larger establishments too. A decent inn had multiple chambers for guests. And of course there would also be a main hall for meals and drink, a kitchen, storage cellars, and stabling for horses. Because of the need for space and resources, inns were often found on main roads or in towns, and many were operated by people of some means, almost middle class. In England, by the later Middle Ages, inns became known as public houses, or pubs. Every inn was a tavern, but not every tavern was an inn. The key differentiator was beds, lodging. If you didn't have any lodgings, you were just a tavern. Nothing wrong with that, though. There are a few other terms. Medieval sources mention guest houses, hospices, and hostels, often run by religious houses or charitable foundations, especially along pilgrimage routes. Of course, think of the Knights Hospitaller, things like that. They provided lodging and sometimes free food to travellers. Though they might not be considered commercial taverns in a strict sense, nonetheless, many inns had religious origins. For example, along major pilgrimage routes in Central Europe, monasteries or local nobles established inns to serve pilgrims and merchants. During the High Middle Ages, such inns with taverns proliferated along trade routes, frequently under noble or ecclesiastical patronage. In Central Europe, there was the German tavern in the Wirtshaus tradition. It often began under feudal privilege. Only nobles, monasteries, or town councils might have a license to run them initially, but this all changed as time went on. Now, running each type of establishment required different resources, and of course, you catered to different crowds, but they all fell under the umbrella of victualling houses, places providing victuals, food and drink, that is, to the public. For a prospective tavern keeper in the 13th century, deciding whether to run a humble village alehouse or a bustling town inn would determine everything from the scale of operations to the clientele served. And of course, there's some clientele that you'd perhaps rather go without. We'll get to that later. Now, here's the thing. In the High Middle Ages, no one could simply set up a tavern wherever they pleased. There were actually a surprisingly complex legal and feudal set of frameworks to consider, and many taverns were, in fact, established under some form of license or privilege. In towns, tavern keepers often needed permission from town authorities or a royal patent to operate. Urban taverns or inns were sometimes regulated by guilds or town councils. For instance, the city of London kept close watch on its taverners and vintners, vintners being the winemakers, by the way. City ordinances controlled how taverns sold wine, even mandating that no tavern could sell both red and white wine at the same time. This ordinance aimed to prevent fraud and ensure quality by specialization, a hint of the early regulatory environment a tavern keeper had to navigate. In many regions, feudal lords or monasteries held rights to approve or run taverns. Along pilgrimage roads or in smaller settlements, the local lord often had the right of tavern, or in French custom, the ban vin. The ban vin was the lord's privilege to sell his own wine for a certain period after the harvest. Vin, of course, being the word for wine. In Italian you have vino, French you have vin. Well, during this time, when he had this privilege, no one else in that area could sell wine at all. So, a would-be tavern keeper in the countryside might actually lease the tavern rights from the lord or operate the tavern as part of the lord's demesne. In many cases, the inn on a manor was a monopoly of the lord. Villagers were bound to buy drink there, just as they were bound to grind grain at the lord's mill. Well, ecclesiastical ownership, too, that was quite common. Not surprising, since the church owned quite a lot of the land, and therefore much of what was built upon it. Monasteries and bishoprics often maintained inns for travellers or derived income from tavern rents. A significant number of taverns on busy routes were effectively run by clergy or under church auspices in this period. However, the church did draw a line between providing hospitality and endorsing drunken revelry. Church-run guest houses aimed for more wholesome lodging, while strictly for-profit taverns ran by lay people flourished under secular oversight. But no matter who owned the tavern, authorities recognized them as public necessities. And with that came legal obligations. English common law, by the late medieval period, declared inns and taverns to be public houses, and with that they had duties to the public. This concept, which had quite early roots actually, meant a licensed inn had to receive all respectable travellers willing to pay, and could not arbitrarily turn people away or price gouge. If they got caught doing that, well, you would lose your license. Already in the 13th century, the principle was that an inn served the common good, a refuge for travellers who otherwise had few safe places to sleep on the road. An aspiring innkeeper, therefore, entered a sort of social contract. In exchange for the privilege of operating, they were expected to uphold certain standards of hospitality and fairness. Of course, royal and municipal laws also shaped tavern operations. One landmark in England was the Assize of Bread and Ale, 1266, the statute of King Henry III's reign. It stands as one of the first food regulatory laws. It fixed the price at which ale could be sold relative to the price of grain, and likewise regulated the weight and price of bread. In essence, if grain became expensive, the law allowed ale prices to rise proportionally, and of course it became cheaper or vice versa, so that tavern keepers, many of whom brewed their own ale, could not overcharge beyond a fair profit. This assize was enforced for centuries and required innkeepers and brewers to keep the official measures and prices on pain of fines. We also see, in Magna Carta of 1215, an earlier nod to standardizing trade. Quote, "There shall be one measure of wine, of ale, and of corn throughout our whole realm." The declaration from King John's Charter. For a tavern in the 13th century England, This meant your servings of ale or wine had to conform to standard volumes, like the London quart or gallon, rather than a deceitfully short measurement. In practice, local ale tasters and wine gaugers, official inspectors by the way, would drop by randomly to measure your pitchers and ensure customers were not being cheated out of their proper drink, and quite rightly so. Need to bring them back. I've been to a few bars, and I swear to you, their pint glasses are deceptively different to what I'm used to. Anyway, this isn't about me. Across Europe, similar measures to this existed. Medieval city statutes from Italy to Germany often required taverners to use standard weights and measures, and to post all of the prices publicly. For example, a tavern in Paris or Florence might be required to sell wine at a fixed price per pint, set by the city authorities, especially in times of plenty. In some regions, authorities capped tavern prices to ensure the poor could actually afford ale, or impose special taxes on tavern sales to fill the civic coffers. Thus, the tavern keeper had to be mindful not only of pleasing customers, but also staying on the right side of the law. Would-be tavern keepers also needed to get that license in many jurisdictions. Records from England show local courts regularly renewing or revoking brewing licenses. In Scotland's 14th century law code, Regium Majestatum, a chapter on brewsters declares that anyone making evil ale, that is, bad quality ale, shall pay a fine of 8 shillings, or face the punishments of the cucking stool, which is not what you think it is. Well, notably, it says, "She shall be put on the cucking stool," hinting that the brewers were assumed to be women, a point that we will get to shortly. Obtaining a license often meant paying a fee or rent. For instance, a tavern in a city might pay an annual rent to the city for the right to tap wine. In rural manors, the right to brew and sell ale might be auctioned off to a peasant for a season. Well, to sum it all up, if you want to run a tavern, you've got to know as much about the rules and greasing the wheels of authority as much as actually making the ale or wine. A good tavern keeper kept a clean relationship with local officials, be it town aldermen, feudal lords, or royal officers, avoiding those fines and securing their livelihood. Now, assume our tavern keeper has the legalities sorted and the keys to the alehouse firmly in hand. So, let's step inside and see the daily operations of the tavern. Dawn breaks, and the tavern keepers wake up. The keeper and their family, or servants, stir the embers of last night's fire and prepare for the day ahead. If the establishment brews its own ale, as many of them did, especially smaller alehouses and inns, the day might start with tending the mash in the brewhouse out back. Brewing was a core task for many tavern keepers. You're not much of a tavern without any ale, aren't you? In England, brewing ale was so common among the women that alewife became a pretty standard occupation. Women brewed and sold ale from their homes as a way to earn extra income. Side hustles back in those days. Monastic records, literature, and legal rolls all attest to the prevalence of female brewers. Let's take one example. The Durham Manorial Court Rolls of 1365. They list many women presented for issues with their brew. One, Agnes Postel, was fined 12 pence for selling bad ale, and another, Alice de Belsay, was fined 2 shillings for similarly poor ale that was, quote, of no strength. These finds show that quality control started with the brewing process. Weak or sour ale, that was a punishable offense, and quite rightly. Thus, a conscientious tavern keeper rose early to brew or at least sample the new batch before serving it, knowing that one angry customer or a random ale taster might complain the ale was below standard. Apart from brewing, you also had supply management. That was a daily concern. For alehouses, grain, or malt as they call it, had to be sourced often from local farmers or maltsters, and brewing done frequently, since ale, by the way, does not keep long. Unhopped ale would sour in days. In wine-selling taverns, the keeper had to procure wine from merchants. In the High Middle Ages, and this meant dealing with wine traders who brought in barrels from regions like Gascony, Rhineland, or Italy. London tavern records show that the most wine in English taverns was robust red wine shipped from Gascony, that is, southwest France, with some Rhine wine or other varieties for those who could afford them. The tavern keeper would buy a barrel and then retail it by the jug or cup. Wine was typically sold relatively young. Medieval consumers expected this year's vintage, not aged bottles, as wine spoiled without modern bottling. Of course, we solved all these problems now, haven't we? The tavern keeper had to be adept at storage, keeping the casks in a cool cellar and tapping them efficiently. Food preparation was another key part of operations, especially for inns and taverns. A medieval tavern keeper's menu was pretty simple, but not bad. The common fare included bread and cheese, stews and pottages. One popular tavern stew recorded in the 14th century English cookbook is a spiced chicken stew called boucanade. Roasted or boiled meats too were popular. Bacon, beef or mutton for those who could pay. Pies, seasonal vegetables. In France, taverns by the 14th century offered roast meats and simple dishes to accompany wine. The tavern kitchen might have a large cauldron simmering with a one-pot meal that could be ladled out to guests. For travellers at inns, breakfast might be coarse bread and ale. The main meal later could be a stew of whatever was available, perhaps rabbit or salt fish on Fridays, and of course, plenty of ale or wine to wash it down with. Tavern keepers usually did not aim for fine cuisine. Nobles dined at home or in castles, but they had to provide filling portions. An old saying was that good ale keeps good company with good bread, so bread was indispensable, either baked on site or bought from a baker daily. And yes, quite rightly, you'll even know that in our common days, at least if we talk about Australian or British pubs, the first thing they really give you is the bread, even if you don't want it. It keeps good company. Now, the tavern keeper's role, that was multifaceted. It wasn't just one job, quite complex. Part merchant, part host, he or she, many alehouse keepers were women, did everything from tapping casks to serving customers to bookkeeping and supervising servants. In a larger inn, the staff might include serving wenches or lads, a cook, stable hands for the horses of guests, and pet boys to clean pots and refill jugs. But in a smaller tavern, it was pretty much a family affair. We have depictions of tavern scenes where the keeper's wife cooks a stew in the back while the keeper draws ale at the front, and their children might be sweeping floors or busying themselves with some other task. One 15th century illustration even shows a tavern woman using a broom hung above the door as a sign of her trade, a practice related to the ale stake or bush sign. That broom or green bush branch told passers-by that fresh brew was available. Hence the proverb, good wine needs no brush, implying if your wine was excellent, you need not advertise it. Well, aside from domestic chores, an innkeeper had to mind finances. Prices were often set by law, but profit came through volume and services. A cup of ale might be cheap, but an innkeeper could charge for lodging, for stabling a horse, including feeding it hay and oats, for meals, and even for ancillary needs like arranging a guide or selling feed and travel supplies. Successful innkeepers in bustling towns often became quite prosperous. By the late medieval period, English innkeepers could be among the wealthier townsfolk. They sometimes expanded into side businesses too, brewing on a large scale, importing wine or goods, or money lending. One notable example from later medieval England is Richard Kingsmill, a 15th century innkeeper who grew so prominent that he actually ended up serving as the town bailiff, member of parliament, and justice of the peace. Clearly a man of means and influence, certainly. While Kingsmill era is slightly later than our focus, which is the High Middle Ages, it does show a trend. A well-run inn on a major route could be a springboard to wealth. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the groundwork for this was laid as trade expanded and more travellers filled the roadways, increasing demand for good inns. But at the operational heart of the tavern was the cellar, or the cask room, controlling the drink. Medieval tavern keepers had to guard against spoilage and theft. Barrels were valuable, and there are accounts of taverners being fined for watering down wine or reusing dregs from old casks to stretch the supply. Indeed, sources indicate a variety of tricks and adulterations, mixing good wine with bad, blending cheaper imported wines with premium ones, or even creating fake wine by adding spices and alcohol to water. Now that's dirty. You can't do that. Of course, practices like that were risky. If you got caught, the punishments would be humiliating. So, London's authorities employed wine tasters called searchers to visit taverns, sample the wine, and ultimately destroy any casks of spoiled or fraudulent drink. One London ordinance infamously punished a tavern keeper who sold bad wine by making him drink a portion of the sour wine and then pouring the rest over his head in public shame. Ale, too, was policed by official ale conners in England, conner being an old word for taster, who would don leather breeches and literally sit in a puddle of spilt ale. One bit of a strange test was that good ale not too watery would make the ale conner's leather pants stick to the bench. Whether or not this exact test was common, it does show that the medieval public valued honesty, whether it be by measure or quality, and tavern keepers always lived under the community's watchful eye. So let's go on to the next section. Who really ran the taverns? Well, I've mentioned a little bit about the prominence of women as alehouse keepers and brewers already. In the High Middle Ages, especially in Northern Europe, brewing was a rare commercial sphere where women could actually thrive. Many taverns and alehouses were essentially family businesses, with a husband and wife team or a widow carrying on the trade. Records from England around 1300 show alewives frequently mentioned in court rolls, often when they are presented for breaking the assize of ale by overcharging, or just brewing something a little bit subpar. Now, a typical entry might have read that
So-and-so, the alewife, is in mercy, as what they would call fined, for selling ale contrary to the assize. These fines, usually just a few pence, were seen as cost of doing business most of the time. They indicate that women of relatively ordinary status did play a key role in the tavern trade, just because they show up in the records so many times. And in fact, that cucking stool punishment, once again, not what you think it is, in Chester, and later laws specifically targeted she who brews bad ale, confirming that authorities expected tavern brewers to be female. Now, for many women, running an alehouse was an extension of household brewing, taking a traditional task and turning it into a profit by selling the excess. Most of the time, that's pretty much how it started. But, on the other hand, the large inns in cities or on major roads were often run by men, sometimes men of significant standing. These innkeepers might be retired soldiers, merchants, or urban officials who invested in the hospitality trade. They had to manage more capital, property, multiple staff, supply chains for wine and food, just because of the size of the establishment. Their social status could be respectable. Some even served in town councils, as noted earlier. Yet tavern keepers always walked a fine line in reputation. Whenever alcohol's involved, well, things can go downhill pretty quickly, can't they? They provided comfort and community, but the moralists frequently maligned them as enablers of sin, drunkenness, gambling, and all the rest that comes with it. There's an old Latin proverb: wine and women destroy men, and taverns are accused of offering both in ample measure. Church writings and sermons often lump tavern keepers with dubious professions, warning of the souls they could lead astray. Now, what about the staff within taverns? That arranged from family members to hired help. The prosperous inn might employ serving maids or lads, who not only delivered food or drink to the tables, but also sometimes doubled as entertainers or flirtatious company for the guests. All in good fun. The trope of the comely barmaid has its medieval roots, after all, though reality for such women could be harsh work, rather than romantic jokes and revelry. Cooks and kitchen boys, especially if the inn prided itself on a particular dish. In some taverns, the cooking might be minimal, cold fare like bread, cheese, pickles. Patrons could even bring their own meat to be cooked on the tavern hearth for a fee. This practice was akin to a cook shop operation, and was more common in the cities. Then you had stable hands or ostlers, crucial for inns that hosted travelers' horses. These workers fed, watered, and looked after the horses, and in winter kept them from freezing. The innkeeper charged guests for stabling, so keeping the animals healthy was both a good service and good business. After all, you don't want to stable someone's horse and they come back the next morning to find it frozen to death. Now here's something. On occasion, you would have musicians or hired entertainers. Now, they were not regular staff, but taverns did often welcome minstrels who might perform for tips or food or lodging. A fiddler or singer could enliven the evening and draw a bit more custom. Some tavern keepers would encourage such performances, effectively making their tavern a hub for music and storytelling on market or holidays. The clientele of the medieval tavern, it all depended greatly on its type and location. A village alehouse might see the same locals every single day, peasants, artisans, or all relaxing after work.
But in towns, the tavern attracted a mix. Local tradesmen visiting merchants, even students, especially in university towns like Oxford or Paris, even sometimes the clergy, though the pious were supposed to refrain, many did not, due to the chagrin of the bishops too. And there were also travellers, messengers, pilgrims, peddlers, knights errant, and they all needed a place to sleep and eat. The social classes mingled in taverns more freely than other settings. Contemporary observers noted that in the tavern, for pope and king alike, all drink without restraint. Now that line from the In Taberna song humorously lists all ranks of society drinking together: the lady, the lord, the soldier, the cleric, the man, the woman, the servant. Indeed, taverns were one place where the usual social hierarchies seemed to loosen out a little bit. Especially after a few drinks, no one really cared. A scholar or a squire might find himself dicing and joking with a blacksmith or sailor. This commingling sometimes led to a few tensions, however. For example, university students, generally from more privileged backgrounds, clashed with the local townsfolk in taverns. The famous St. Scholastica's Day riot of 1355 in Oxford actually began when two students insulted the wine quality at Swindlestock Tavern and ended up trading blows with the innkeeper. Of course, this sparked a town versus student melee, and it left nearly 100 people dead. All fun and games until the end of the sentence, right? While that occurred, slightly after the High Middle Ages, it does show a constant of tavern life. When disparate people get together to drink, conflict can brew up as easily as the ale does. But beyond serving food and drink, taverns played crucial roles as information and networking centers. News traveled through taverns as through no other place. Travelers brought gossip from afar. Minstrels spread tales and news. Local deals were struck at tavern tables, and even political conspiracies sometimes fermented over ale. Of course, that's only people getting drunk. One thing leads to another. Chronicles and letters from the period revealed that taverns were often the setting for notable encounters. Merchants would choose a reputable inn to meet partners or clients, essentially conducting business over pints of ale or a jug of wine. Guilds on occasion, too, held informal gatherings. In 14th century London, some craft guilds met at specific taverns which became their unofficial headquarters. But for the common folk, it was quite the recreational centre. Games, they were a big draw. Dice, board games like backgammon, throwing games, they were all common sights on tavern tables. With games, of course, came gambling, and taverns were hotbeds of that, to such an extent that some towns banned dice play outside of taverns in an event to confine the vice. Taverns also hosted celebrations, a successful harvest, a saint's feast day, or a wedding eve often spilled into local alehouses for communal toasting. For young people, the alehouses could be a place of courtship, or indeed mischief. Though moralists fretted about it, villagers acknowledged that youths might meet and mingle at the ale bench. And, well, complaints notwithstanding, you're never going to stop people from doing that. The tavern keeper had to manage this lively atmosphere. One essential skill, of course, was keeping order. The tavern keeper was expected to break up any fights and throw out those who became a little bit too unruly. And this was more than just good sense. It was legally mandated in many places that the innkeeper maintain peace on their premises. Town laws in Germany and England held innkeepers responsible for violent brawls if they did not intervene or report them. Some sources even suggest that innkeepers could face fine for bloodshed. Tavern keepers sometimes employed a strong servant or maintained a cudgel behind the bar, just in case. As one writer later quipped, a good innkeeper needed, quote, the patience of Job and the strength of Samson when dealing with the drunk patients. Now, interestingly, the duty to keep order also intersected pretty much with public safety. English common law would eventually make innkeepers answerable for the security of their guests and their goods. Already, in our period, if a traveller's horse was stolen from an inn stable or his bag pilfered while he slept in the inn, the innkeeper could be held liable to compensate the loss, unless he could prove he took all precautions. Wise tavern keepers employed locks, had designated sleeping quarters, and sometimes organized a curfew bell or a lights-out policy to reduce the nocturnal mischief. A few city taverns even hired night watchmen, but that was kind of expensive, and, well, you need to cut costs, don't you? Of course, we can't have it all about the cheerful hospitality. You'll have plenty of perils and moral quandaries. Authorities kept a wary eye on taverns, precisely because they knew that they gathered mixed crowds behind closed doors with alcohol in play. So let's consider a few of those challenges. Of course, inebriation, drunk people. That's the most obvious issue. Medieval society was surprisingly tolerant of moderate drinking. However, habitual drunkenness was frowned upon and sometimes punished. The keeper had to decide when to stop serving an obviously drunken guest. Fail to do so, and that guest might start a fight or damage property. The literature of the time is full of warnings, too. One 12th century cleric described taverns as places where men, quote, drink the blood of the grape until the room spins and shameful behavior ensues. The rule of the Knights Templar in 1129 and other military orders explicitly forbade members from entering taverns precisely to maintain discipline. That a rule had to be stated suggests some eager young knights might otherwise slip into the local tavern, with potentially unruly results. A tavern keeper in a garrison town might thus find himself turning away cowled Templars or Hospitallers who were under oath not to be there, or face their order's penalty if caught. Of course, we've also seen how tavern altercations could escalate into violence, apart from our Oxford riot example. Medieval chronicles occasionally recount murders that occurred at taverns, and it doesn't get more violent than that. Here's one case, from the Crusader states. It tells of Count Hugh of Jaffa in 1134. While gambling in a tavern in Jerusalem, he was suddenly attacked and stabbed. In that account, the tavern, described as a merchant shop used for gaming and drinking, became the stage for a political assassination. But in more mundane reality, tavern brawls between locals were pretty common. Blows with fists, drinking pots, or even daggers could be exchanged. The tavern keeper's challenge was to calm the tensions early. Some tavern keepers employed a simple rule: all weapons left at the front. A few medieval taverns had a chest or rack by the door where customers were supposed to deposit swords and daggers upon entry, a precursor to the coat check, I suppose. How widely this was enforced is pretty unclear, but at least one city, London in the 13th century, forbade carrying unsheathed weapons in taverns, indicating authorities encouraged disarmament inside the drinking houses. Then there was gambling, Of course, all the problems that come with it. The taverns often ran hand in hand with games of chance. Despite periodic bans by kings or bishops on dice and cards, you could never really stop it. Some tavern keepers might run a side gambling den or take a small cut from the wagers as a house fee. This could be lucrative, but it also invited trouble. Debts incurred in drink led to bitter quarrels. Moralists bemoaned taverns as schools of dice where youths learned to gamble away all their money. But for many innkeepers, allowing dice games kept customers on the premises longer, and that meant they were just going to buy more ale. So yes, it was a vice, but quite tolerated. Similarly, we also had the women of the night lurking in some taverns. Especially in larger towns, certain taverns gained reputations as fronts for those midnight rendezvous, those who wanted to procure some companionship. In 1268, even far away in the Holy Land, the Sultan Baybars complained about a Frankish tavern in Jaffa that had installed a Muslim woman in it for illicit purpose, essentially accusing the Crusaders of running a very dirty establishment under the sign of a tavern. Within Europe, civic records occasionally mention tavern keepers charged with allowing loose women on the premise. The savvy innkeeper might officially forbid such activity, but unofficially some inns did profit from renting out the back rooms. Well, the line between tavern and a more illicit establishment could always blur, and it's one of the reasons that the more respectable in society sometimes chose to keep their distance. There is a less sensational but important challenge, and that is maintaining a basic level of cleanliness. Taverns could get filthy. Brushes on the floor soaked with spilled ale, greasy wooden tables, unwashed pots, and the ever-present smoke from torches and hearths. A good tavern keeper would sweep out the hall, bring in fresh rushes or straw for flooring, wash drinking vessels, and tear out bedding in inns to prevent fleas. This was not merely for comfort. Travellers indeed took note of the inn's hygiene. A 15th century traveller's guide advised choosing inns that appeared clean to avoid those that stank of sour ale and vermin visibly present. Poor sanitation could also draw fines. A few cities had health inspectors who would censure taverns for rotten food or foul privies. Medieval understanding of germs was pretty much non-existent, but they did understand that bad ale would make you sick. Spoiled meat could cause illness, so tavern fare had to be relatively fresh. After all, it only takes one bad meal or a bad drink to lose a customer for life. For example, unsold meat pies might be required to be thrown out the day after to avoid food poisoning incidents. And indeed, an unlucky tavern could get a reputation for making patrons ill. Well, they wouldn't be around for too long after that, certainly. Taverns, like all medieval buildings, were mostly made of timber and thatch in small villages, and even in cities often wood-framed, with cooking fires and drunk patrons with torches or pipes. There was that risk of fire that was ever present. Innkeepers often had to enforce a sort of nightly fire curfew, ensuring that hearths were banked and guests did not leave candles burning near bedding. A tavern fire could be devastating, not only to the inn, but to the entire neighborhood if it spread. So cities sometimes required tavern owners to keep water buckets or firefighting equipment handy. There is an echo of this, too, in later London records, requiring every inn to have a ladder and tank in case of fire. In the countryside, A tavern might be the only large communal building, or villagers might rally to put out any blaze. But of course, prevention is the real key. Well, despite all of these challenges, many taverns ran successfully for generations, often passing from parent to child. They adapted to the rhythms of medieval life, busier on market days, subdued in penitential seasons like Lent, when authorities sometimes banned revelry, and overflowing on holidays, when the ale flowed freely. The tavern keeper's adaptability, to be a genial host one moment and a stern bouncer the next, then a shrewd accountant at some times and empathetic listener at others. It was all crucial, and at the end of the day, just part of the job. Well, let's have a look at a few of the regional differences. Just a few of the differences in general between different regions, urban and village establishments. Well, the basic concept is all the same. Food, drink, and shelter, that's universal. But these differences gave each area's tavern its own cultural flavor. As mentioned, in wine-producing areas, Italy, Spain, the Rhineland, France, the tavern was largely a wine house, and in such places ale was less popular, or it was seen as a bit of a poor man's drink, might only be brewed for local consumption. By contrast, in the north, England, Flanders, Germany, Scandinavia, ale or beer was king. An English tavern keeper typically brewed ale. A German innkeeper in the late 13th century might be brewing beer with hops. The Germans were indeed pioneers in hopped beer, and this led to differences in scale. Wine could be imported in volume and stored, but ale, that was different. It had to be brewed constantly and in small batches. Thus, a tavern in Bordeaux might simply tap the latest casks from the local vineyards, whereas an alehouse in England might have a brewhouse as its centerpiece. As hops spread in brewing, as in hopped beer lasted longer, so it all made sense. By the late 14th century, larger commercial breweries emerged, and that shifted beer making from women at home to a more large and male-dominated enterprise. The tavern keeper in the Low Countries, around 1300, might be on the cusp of this change. Instead of brewing himself, he could buy beer from an early brewery. This was an economic shift. The era of alewives gradually gave way to the era of the Brewers' Guild and beer guilds in towns. In cities, taverns tended to specialize. There were taverns known for certain wines or dishes, inns favored by certain merchant caravans, and alehouses tied to particular neighborhoods or guilds. In London, a document from the early 15th century lists over 50 tavern names, and they all sound rather just like normal English taverns of our modern day. The Boar's Head, the Angel, the Swan. It shows how taverns used pictorial signs and names to stand out. Urban tavern keepers faced stiff competition. They also had to cultivate quite a good reputation. Prices in cities were often higher due to taxes. For example, after 1300, heavy taxes on wine in France and England made tavern wine quite expensive. But rural taverns, on the other hand, there were fewer and far between. Perhaps one every few villagers, and they might operate more intermittently, etc., only when the ale was freshly brewed. No open and closing hours, just wait for that broom to be hung up. They were on the vital highways, a lonely inn on a long road. It might only be the safe spot to stop for miles. Travelers' journals sometimes mention relief at finding a humble roadside tavern after a long,
and hard day's journey. Well, regional customs also influenced tavern regulations. For example, in some Italian cities, taverns had to close at night by the ringing of a curfew bell to prevent all of that late-night debauchery. And in England, there was no universal closing time in the 13th century, but local town laws might enforce Sunday closure during mass hours or ban late-night service to students. Penalties for transgressions varied. Sources from France tell of blasphemous or swindling taverns being pilloried. German towns sometimes combined the tavern trade with brewing rites in unique ways, etc. Only certain houses were granted brow and serve rights. A high medieval tavern keeper in Bavaria might thus need to be part of a guild, or officially recognized by the Duke to brew beer for sale. But despite all the differences, the unifying theme across regions and classes was that taverns were indispensable. A 12th century English text whimsically claims that ale is proof that God loves his creation, and by extension, the alehouse is a blessed place. Maybe a bit of irony, of course. Medieval people accepted taverns as part of the social landscape, sometimes praised for their hospitality, and other times blamed for society's ills, but they could never outlaw them altogether. Attempts at prohibition were virtually unknown. Alcohol was west too central to diet and culture. Even reformers who criticized taverns usually conceded that travelers and pilgrims needed somewhere to stay. We just can't leave them out in the mercy of the elements. Now that would not be very Christian at all. Well, we are drawing towards the end of our time together today. But there's a few little goodies that I've left till last. It shows a bit of the colour and character that went into the tavern. There's a few vivid little tales and facts that have emerged from the old primary sources. The first one is the tale of the two alewives. In medieval literary allegory, tavern keepers sometimes appear as stock characters. In William Langland's late 14th century poem, Piers Plowman, there was an alewife named Dame Quickly, and in some versions Betty the Brewster, who is notorious for selling bad ale and cheating her customers. She even has an epitaph that she'll be doomed for her watered-down ale. Now this poem's interesting, because it notes how she dilutes ale with water and serves it in unclean vessels, deceiving both pilgrims and the poor. Yeah, it's an exaggerated satire, but it does mirror real concerns that tavern keepers had to balance that profit versus honesty. Despite church strictures, not all clergy shunned the tavern. Some monastic accounts slyly record monks sneaking out for a cheeky pint with the boys. One story tells of a monastery where the ale was so bad that certain monks regularly escaped to a nearby inn for something decent to drink, only to be caught and disciplined. This prompted the abbot to actually hire the tavern's brewer to improve the monastery's own stock. Well, let's have a little talk about tavern names and signs. Like I said at the start of the video, they're a culture unto themselves. Medieval taverns typically had symbolic names, since literacy was quite low. A tavern would be known by its sign, etc. The Green Dragon, a dragon painted on the signboard, or the crown, or perhaps the boar's head, or the flying bird, or something like this. In London, a list from the early 1400s indeed shows tavern names inspired by animals, objects, saints, and heraldry. A tavern keeper thus also had to be a bit of a marketer. The iconic painted inn sign has its roots in our own period. Well, the period we're talking about, I mean. By the high Middle Ages, it was common to hang a recognizable icon outside one's tavern. We've already noted the simpler, universal symbols like the ale stake or bush. But gradually, more personalized signage emerged. For example, Chaucer set his Canterbury Tales pilgrims gathering at the Tabard Inn. Now, tabard is a type of tunic. Likely the sign displayed a picture of a tabard coat. Indeed, Chaucer's description of that inn and its host gives us a rather delightful snapshot. The host of the tabard, Chaucer calls him Harry Bailey, is a stout and merry man who is so genial in hosting that he joins the pilgrimage as a tour guide. Chaucer's host even proposes the storytelling contest to entertain the group, a clever innkeeper turning a journey into a social game. Through this, we glimpse how talented tavern keepers could be, the life of the party, the facilitator of communities. Now, what about a few notable drinks? People had to get creative. Ale and wine, they were the staples. But there was also mead, which is a kind of wine made from honey. That was popular in regions with beekeeping. Cider was common in ale-growing areas, like Normandy or England's West Country. Though cider was often sold by farmsteads, some taverns did serve it. Spiced wines called piment or hippocras were high-end luxuries. These were wines mixed with sugar, ginger, cinnamon, whatever spices you could get, served warm in winter. A tavern keeper might have a special recipe for a hot spiced ale or mulled wine to draw customers on cold nights. By the late 13th century, distilled spirits, the early forms of brandy and whiskey, were finally starting to appear, but still rare. A high medieval tavern wouldn't yet be selling shots of hard liquor. That came later in the late medieval period when distillation spread. But they did, however, make potent concoctions like braggot, and which packed quite a punch. His ale mixed with some honey and herbs, a little bit stronger than the usual. We also have evidence of taverns hiring storytellers, or allowing theatrical troupes to perform short farces in their yards. In Southwark, near London, in the 14th century, some inn yards were used for plays, quite a precursor to the Elizabethan theatre tradition. In village taverns, the entertainment might be more rustic. Jugglers, trained animals, or just bawdy jokes told by the locals. And on the flip side, taverns, of course, could be spots of crime. Cutpurses, that is, pickpockets, frequently crowded taverns to ply their trade. A traveller who drank too deeply might wake up to find his pockets quite lighter than expected. Of course, I suppose he could be gaslighted into thinking he just spent it all on alcohol. Savvy tavern keepers did keep an eye out for known thieves, since if word spread that one's inn was unsafe, business would drop. There's a record from Bruges of a tavern keeper who colluded with thieves. He would get wealthy foreign merchants drunk and then signal the thieves to rob them. Well, he didn't last that long. When caught, needless to say, he faced harsh justice. But most of the time, tavern keepers were very honest, cooperating with local watchmen to ensure their premises did not become dens of thieves. After all, it tends to push the customers away. Now, one more before we finish up. There is one story that shows the physical risk of the tavern trade. It actually comes in the form of a coroner's report from England in 1270. It tells of two women, Amice and Sybil, who were brewing ale in the brewhouse of an inn. As they carried a tub of boiling water to the vat, Amice slipped and fell into the boiling liquid. Despite Sybil's quick rescue attempt, Amice was grievously scolded.
and the poor thing died the next day. This tragic incident, it shows a little bit of the unseen dangers faced by tavern keepers and their workers. Open fires, heavy barrels, boiling liquid, an ever-present occupational hazard in the days long before occupational health and safety regulation. And let that remind you that while we've gone through all of this and it all sounds nice and pretty, all good fun, that there is a rather dangerous image of the tavern too. It's still medieval times, and in medieval times you are never really safe. On a summer day in 1540, an executioner at London's Tower Hill makes a mess of an already gruesome task. The victim was Thomas Cromwell, a powerful minister of Henry VIII, but the crowd's horror was not directed at the traitor's death, but rather the incompetence of the executioner. Contemporary chronicler Edward Hall recorded how Cromwell, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. In an era when executions were meant to demonstrate the crown's swift justice, a botched beheading was deemed unnecessarily cruel, and not to mention quite unprofessional. The executioner's greatest offense, as suggested by Hall, was not the killing itself, but his failure to deliver a quick, clean end. This is but one account, but it shows the paradoxical role of a medieval executioner, a figure at once central to law and order, yet universally stigmatized for the very violence that he was obliged to carry out. Executioners in medieval Europe occupied a rather unique but uneasy position in society. Tasked with enforcing the ultimate punishment of the law, they were indispensable agents of justice, especially as public executions became the dramatic crescendo of medieval criminal proceedings. Yet these same men, for the role was almost exclusively male, were socially reviled, often literally living on the margins of the community they served. The life of an executioner was typically marked by isolation, inherited duty, and strict professional demands that might surprise the modern imagination. Far from that volunteer, hooded axeman of popular myth, historical executioners were usually reluctant recruits who treated their office with a sober seriousness, and who needed considerable expertise to avoid disasters like we mentioned in the introduction. The story of medieval executioners is one of duty and dishonor, skill and stigma, a very human story at its core, and it gives us a pretty good window into the values but also the contradictions of medieval society. So let's take a look at the lives of medieval executioners. Another grim topic, but I know that's what you're here for. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I advise you to do so. And I would like to first thank the supporters on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and those who kindly donated. This video is 100% ad-free because of their kind donations. We are sustained by the audience here. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. Well, let's start with the early medieval ages. Somewhat of a chronological approach today. The role of an executioner in this time was pretty much unknown. Early medieval justice systems were often decentralized and rooted in more community-based or familial responses to crime. Among the Germanic kingdoms that replaced the Western Roman Empire, formal capital punishment was actually quite rare to other forms of redress such as Wehrgild, that is, monetary compensation for wrongdoing, or even blood feud as well. The earliest law codes of the post-Roman tribes make no mention of any official charge specifically with executions. For example, the 6th century Lex Burgundionum, that is the law of the Burgundians, lex being the Latin word for law, and Burgundionum being the word for Burgundians. Well, it refers to a royal official called the Vitteskalk, as essentially a court officer who proclaimed sentences. But this person, quote, only passed on sentences, not executed them. This suggests that in that era, if a death sentence was carried out, it was not by a permanent executioner, but likely by whatever agent of authority was available. A soldier, a local strong man, or even by the injured party's family, of course, all under sanction of the court. Ecclesiastical influence in early medieval Europe also played quite a role in the absence of a formal executioner's office. The Church advocated mercy and penance over bloodshed for much of this period, and trials by ordeal or combat were commonly used to simply let God decide a culprit's fate. When outright executions did occur, they were often military or political in nature. Let's just take one example, the battlefield execution of prisoners or the post-revolt massacres ordered by kings like Charlemagne. These executions were carried out by knights or soldiers, rather than by a designated professional. In Anglo-Saxon England, a convicted thief or murderer might be hanged, but the duty could fall to a local sheriff, or even to the accuser, or perhaps the victim's kin, following the ethos of personal retribution within this legal framework. In essence, the idea of execution as a full-time occupation had not yet come to existence. It was a still grim task, sure, but it was assigned case by case. On those occasions when an execution needed to be done, medieval communities sometimes resorted to creative coercion to find someone willing to act as the headsman. Chronic anecdotes hint that some early executioners were themselves unwilling participants. One notorious method was to recruit from the ranks of the condemned. If a prisoner slated for execution could be convinced or perhaps desperate enough to, quote, swap the noose for the sword, he might even be pardoned, on the condition that he take up the role of the executioner. In Scandinavia, this practice was extensively used in the late early medieval and early high medieval period. Such men were essentially dead in the eyes of society, complete outcasts, their old lives now forfeit, pariahs, essentially, and thus they could perform the community's dirty work. According to a Danish account preserved by the historian Hugo Matheson in 1470, that is, on the cusp between the medieval and Renaissance period, a Swedish thief in Ardboga was standing at the gallows when he begged for mercy and offered to become the town executioner. The gathered public took a bit of pity on him, and after a little bit of conversation, they actually agreed. The man was pardoned, but not without the permanent stain of his new station. A red-hot iron branded his flesh, with the symbols of both thief and executioner, literally writing his shame onto his body. Well, that example shows a transition underway, don't you think? Executioners were being made, not born, not hired, often from the ranks of these
outcasts. To ensure everyone knew the executioner's identity, and to prevent them from slipping back into an ordinary life, authorities in some regions mutilated or marked these men. Scandinavian sources indicate that a new executioner might have one or both ears cut off as a visible sign of his new office. And spoiler alert, they don't grow back. Elsewhere, executioners were branded on the face or forehead with irons, effectively a permanent badge of infamy. Extreme measures like this, it's a bit of an example of how socially toxic the role had already become by the end of the early medieval era. The executioner was set apart as a kind of living scapegoat, bearing the literal scars of the community's sins. Thus, through the early Middle Ages and into the 11th century, one cannot yet speak of a standardized executioner's profession, at least across Europe. Capital punishments, yeah, they certainly existed, as evidenced by chronicle reports of hangings, beheadings, and burning of heretics or rebels, but the task was usually handled in quite an ad hoc manner. The very reluctance of people to perform executions, except under duress or necessity, set the stage for the later development of a more specialized professional office. The early medieval executioner, insofar as he existed, was an outsider, not by coincidence but by design. You see, by forcing condemned criminals or marginal persons into the role, communities kept the taint of blood off respectable hands. Over time, the practice of shunting the duty onto social pariahs would crystallize into a hereditary profession. But first, changes in law and urban society during the High Middle Ages would create the conditions for the professional executioner to finally appear in a more formal context. Okay, so let's talk about the situation in the High Middle Ages. If you don't know what the High Middle Ages are, that is the 11th to the 13th centuries. So, that's just to help you get your bearings a little bit if you're not familiar with the terminology. It was at this time where there was some profound shifts in European legal systems and urban life taking place. And of course, that led to the emergence of the executioner as a more recognized public official. Kings strengthened their authority. Towns gained the rights of self-governance. The administration of criminal justice was becoming more systematic. Executioners, as the ultimate assertion of law, were increasingly staged as public events to deter crime and symbolize sovereign power. And while there's probably nothing more demonstrative of power than just being able to cut someone's head off in the middle of the public square, it certainly discourages people from committing crimes. Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, many regions moved away from purely compensatory justice and began to impose the death penalty for a wider array of offenses, especially for crimes like murder, theft, treason, heresy, where moral outrage or the need for deterrence was pretty high. With this expansion of capital punishment came a need for a more reliable professional executioner to carry out sentences efficiently and regularly. One indicator of this shift is terminology in the sources. Earlier medieval documents rarely used a specific term for executioner, but by the 13th century, new titles start to appear. In German-speaking areas, words like Nachrichter, which sounds as bad as it is, it actually means after judge, and Scharfrichter, the sharp judge or headsman, came into use. While Latin records too might use carnifex, a term dating back to the Roman executioner. In French, bourreau,
eventually became the word for executioner, though its usage solidified somewhat later. These terms reflect a view of the executioner as a extension of the judiciary, that is, one who implements the judge's sentence after verdict, so quite rightly now a part of the system. Now notably, that word Nachrichter implies someone who executes judgment after the trial, emphasizing the quasi-judicial nature of the role rather than just casting it as mere savagery. But the first explicit documentation of a permanent executioner in a European town also appears around this time. City charters and law records from the late 13th century occasionally mention the office. Just as one example, the city charter of Augsburg in 1276 contains what is likely the earliest reference to an official executioner in that municipality. This suggests that by the late 1200s, some towns had found it quite necessary to appoint or at least hire a specialist for executions. The rise of towns and the judicial autonomy many gained in the period was key to this. Medieval cities sought to assert their right of high justice, the privilege to pronounce and execute capital sentences, which had formerly been the purview of nobles or kings. Hiring a professional executioner, well, that was all part of that assertion of authority, ensuring that justice could be visibly served within the town's walls. As for the town councils, they recruited professional executioners as a way to bolster their control over crime and provide a frightful spectacle of public punishment as a deterrent. Dare I say it probably worked for most people, but desperate times, desperate measures. And as always, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So sometimes even the spectacle of having your head cut off in public wouldn't discourage you from seeking riches in underhanded means. After all, we've all got to make a living. You just hope that you run faster than the soldiers chasing you, and hope they don't have sore horses. Well, in other words, as the urban centers grew and developed their own courts, the executioner's role evolved from a necessary evil to more of a civic necessity, albeit one carefully kept at arm's length. During the 13th century, new legal philosophies also contributed to this development. The rediscovery of Roman law and the influence of scholastic theology led to a framework where the state, or the city, was expected to punish wrongdoers and maintain order. Executions were no longer ad hoc vengeance, but part of a more orderly process. Justice that had to be seen, to be done. The gruesome public executions of this time, whether they were hangings, beheadings, burnings at the stake, were consciously used to instill fear and obedience. And this meant that the executioner's work was often very public, before large crowds. The hooded, anonymous headsman of later legend, that was not the norm in the Middle Ages. In fact, the medieval executioner typically did not wear a mask. Why is that? Well, it was precisely because everybody already knew who he was. I mean, they put him up for the job, didn't they? So what's the point? Far from being able to hide, he was a known figure, sometimes even required to wear identifiable dress or insignia when on duty. For instance, chroniclers mention cases where executioners had to carry a special staff or even wear a particular colored garment in public, signaling their profession so people could avoid physical contact with them. Untouchables of the European variety. By the end of the High Middle Ages, 14th century, many parts of Europe had established the office of executioner at least in some form, and some executioners were itinerant professionals,
traveling a circuit of villages and towns that had too few executions to each employ a full-time hangman. Others became salaried officers attached to a city or a prince's court. In German lands, for example, a trend towards standing executioners on regular salary was emerging by the 14th to 15th centuries. But the job was, well, so universally shunned that it was often forced upon certain families. A common pattern was beginning. An executioner might be appointed from a criminal background or born into the trade, inheriting it via family ties, and then his sons and his sons-in-laws would succeed him. What started as opportunistic recruitment of anyone desperate or perhaps despicable enough for the task solidified into more lineages of executioners. By the 13 and 1400s, the phenomenon of executioner families was noted across Europe. The occupation, though not legally hereditary, became de facto hereditary in many places. We can observe that genealogies of executioners could be drawn much like any other European royal dynasty, monopolizing their grim office over generations. Yet even the role of professionalized executioner in the late medieval period, the ambivalence and stigma attached to it grew. In medieval moral hierarchy, certain trades were considered unclean and dishonorable, and executioners, well, increasingly they fell squarely into that latter category. Surprisingly, though, in earlier times of the High Middle Ages, rather, the hangman's dishonor was not always sharply distinguished from that of other unpopular but needed professions. For example, let's look at butchers and tanners. They dealt with blood and animal carcasses, and because of that they were also viewed with a degree of ritual impurity, and even millers were sometimes regarded with suspicion for cheating customers. The executioner was initially just one among several unclean figures. However, as guilds and towns drew stricter lines of respectability in the late Middle Ages, executioners were increasingly singled out and pushed to the margins of civic life. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we saw guild articles and city laws explicitly barring hangmen and their kin from guild membership, civic honors, and even church attendance. A sign that by the end of the medieval era, the executioner had firmly become a social outcast. Well, before examining the later medieval social conditions in detail, I want to make it clear to you that by the High Middle Ages, the executioner had emerged from the shadows to become a known functionary in the machinery of justice, simultaneously an agent of government and an outcast of society, necessary and impure at the same time. In the late Middle Ages, we can see this contradiction intensify, producing a fully formed culture of executioners living on Europe's social fringes, even as they performed one of the realm's most vital public services. By the late Middle Ages, that is the 14th and 15th centuries, the institution of the executioner had spread across much of Europe's towns and cities, accompanied, of course, by an elaborate web of customs, privileges, and don't forget the restrictions. The executioner was now typically a permanent post, often held by one family over multiple generations, and his duties had expanded along with the growing sophistication of criminal law. This period provides the clearest picture of the life of a medieval executioner, thanks of course to better documentation in town records, chronicles, and even the rare memoir. Yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. But in this era, executioners became paradoxically both more integrated but more isolated in society.
They were integrated in the sense that authorities formally recognized their role as salaries, contracts, exclusive rights. For example, a city might grant its executioner free lodging and exemption from taxes and tolls as part of his compensation. Not a bad deal, right? Well, some archival records show executioners being paid handsomely, and that's per task, by the way. So the more executions you would do, the more you would get. In the 13th century England, an executioner could earn about 5 shillings per execution. Doesn't sound like much, but it was equivalent to several weeks' wages for a skilled labourer. All you need is, well, 2 or 3 of them a month, and you're doing pretty good. By the 15th century, fees of 10 shillings per beheading were recorded in some places, a considerable reward that reflected the importance and difficulty of the act. These payments and perks made the executioner economically better off than many commoners, and that's a fact that is not lost on contemporaries. In fact, we'll find a lot of them often resenting seeing a social outcast reap such financial rewards. Now, if you're a natural introvert, well, it might be a decent career move. And indeed, executioners in prosperous cities could become quite wealthy from their official duties, and a little bit of side businesses too. Because remember, if you were only getting maybe 2 or 3 executions a month, of course you'd be doing other things in the meantime, right? Why not open up a little tannery? Or even a brewery? Oh, there's so many options. Side hustles. I have a video about medieval business, if you want to look at that. And recently I did one about running a medieval tavern. That being said, I don't think anybody would be showing up to the executioner's tavern, though he could brew the beer himself, or the ale, wine, whatever it is, and then sell it on, but they'd probably be keeping it a secret where it's sourced from. Anyway, a bit of imagination there. Well, at the same time as all this, late medieval executioners were culturally and socially pushed to the margins harder than ever before. Wherever they served, they and their families were treated as if contagious moral impurity had clung to them. Like I said, proper untouchables. Let's look at France and the Holy Roman Empire. Executioners were typically barred from living inside the city walls. They dwelt on the outskirts, or just beyond the gate. A late 15th century ordinance in Burgundy, for instance, ordered that the executioner reside by the town's leper house, effectively associating him with those unclean people in a biblical sense. If an executioner had to enter the city, rules often confined his presence to what was necessary for his work. He couldn't just go in for a night out at the pub or anything. One chronicler describes how in some towns executioners could only come in on certain days, or they had to wear identifying... Well, I'm getting executed at the moment, aren't I? Let's start again. They could only come into town on certain days, and they had to wear identifying gloves so that townsfolk might avoid inadvertent contact. Now, of course, this must have some psychological implications upon them, don't you think? Because remember that a lot of this was hereditary. You know, my dad was an executioner, my grandfather was an executioner, so now I have to do it. Regardless, you think people just want to make friends? Be normal people. After all, executioner or not, everyone's human, and everyone needs to talk to people from time to time. All this social isolation, it was enforced both through custom and law. Church attendance, that was the cornerstone of community life, and it was heavily restricted for executioners. Many churches did not
permit an executioner to mix with the congregation. At best, he might be allowed to stand in a designated pew, often at the back, separated from the rest of the faithful. In some locales, executioners were outright forbidden from going into the churches, except perhaps when no one else was present. There was a rationale behind this too, a mix of superstition and stigma. Shedding blood, even lawfully, was thought to defile a man spiritually, and his presence in the church was seen as a potential pollution of the sacred space, an unwelcome miasma-like spirit coming in. And similarly, municipal regulations banned executioners and their families from public inns, bathhouses, and markets, alongside ordinary citizens. The town of Memmingen in Bavaria famously passed an ordinance in 1528, a little bit after the medieval period, I know, but I want to mention it, that made it illegal for any citizen to sit at the same table or even eat with an executioner, even though the executioner was an employee of the town. Well, this merely codified what had been long common practice. Executioners often had to dine alone, and if they entered a tavern, others would keep a wide berth, or just get up and leave altogether. Pretty much like a leper coming in. But instead of this physical danger, it was more seen as a spiritual danger. You don't want to be around that kind of person. Late medieval society's treatment of executioners thus verged on that of untouchability, as we've mentioned. A vivid description of that comes from later folklore, but encapsulates the late medieval reality. If an executioner walked through a busy market, a kind of bubble of empty space would form around him, as people hastily moved away to avoid even brushing against his clothing. Simply touching an executioner was believed to bring bad luck, even moral contamination. So one can imagine the psychological burden on the executioner's children who found themselves shunned by their friends. Well, perhaps they weren't even their friends to begin with. Sometimes even refused admission to any schools because their father's infamous profession. Not good. Well, that being said, there wasn't that many places for them to go anyway. These were more church institutions that they were locked out of when we say schools, things like that. So it's not surprisingly, executioner families tended to close ranks. They often lived together in small enclaves, and it became common for the children of one executioner to marry into the family of another. It just makes sense. By the late Middle Ages, endogamy, that is, in-marriage among executioner dynasties, was prevalent. Daughters of executioners marrying the sons of executioners, creating a self-perpetuating caste. Well, this was part practical. In part, I suppose. No other family would readily consent to such a match. But in part it was also cultural, as only someone raised in the milieu of that trade could fully understand the peculiar burdens and secret knowledge of the business. Several executioner dynasties in late medieval Europe began a lineage that would last well into the modern era. In France, for example, the Sanson family, though famous in the 17th and 18th centuries, traced its origins to an earlier tradition of hereditary executioners in Normandy. In Germany, records from the 1400s show certain families like the Meister Franz line in Nuremberg, or the Reinholter family elsewhere, dominating the office. This family nature of the work only reinforced the outsider's perception that the executioner were a breed apart, almost a tribe denied any civil status among the ordinary folk. Well, by 1500, the medieval executioner stood as an established, if uncomfortable, feature of society. Recognized, tolerated.
but importantly, never accepted. Well, having talked about all this and set the stage with how the role developed and how executioners were viewed by the late Middle Ages, we can get into the details. What was it like? The daily life, the daily work? Who were these men behind the mask, if any mask was worn at all? And what exactly did their job entail? How exactly did one become an executioner, and what skills were required? We've discussed that briefly, but we'll go into a bit more detail. And what perks made the job tempting to some in different areas? And don't forget about the danger that loomed over them too. So, let's get to that. Explore the executioner's professional world, this mix of practical knowledge, precise brutality, and unusual side duties, as well as the personal and familiar sphere of those labeled masters of death. To the medieval mind, an execution was not just a killing. It was the ultimate legal ritual, carefully choreographed, a piece of public drama of justice and punishment. The executioner, as the central performer in this theatre, had to carry out his duties with a high degree of skill, even a bit of artistry, I suppose. Far from being an unskilled brute, the successful executioner in the Middle Ages was expected to be technically competent and mentally disciplined. His profession, reputation, and sometimes his life depended on it. The core duty, of course, was to execute sentenced criminals by whatever method the law or custom prescribed. Medieval Europe knew a variety of execution methods, of course. Beheading, hanging, burning at the stake, drowning, garroting, breaking on the wheel. It's probably one of the worst ones. And then, of course, you got dismemberment. Well, you got a few more, depending on different places, but these were the main ones. I suppose it depends what you did, how much people didn't like you. Executioners needed to master multiple techniques too. Beheading was considered an honorable death, often reserved for those nobles or high-status offenders, and it required a great bit of skill with a sword or axe. In England, the headsman's axe was usually the main implement for beheading, whereas on the continent, especially in German and Italian cities, a long sword was preferred. We do have surviving examples of these executioners' swords, by the way, which are straight-bladed, two-handed swords without a point, since they were not for combat, but purely for cutting off heads. They were often engraved with pious or moralizing inscriptions, showing once again the solemnity of the act. A little bit later, but one 17th century's executioner's sword from Germany famously bears the inscription, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." Well, that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Even in delivering death, it seems the executioner should pray for the soul of the condemned, but it also reflects the executioner's self-image, not as a murderer, no, but as an instrument of divine and kingly justice. Just doing his job. Well, granting the condemned, of course, a chance to atone and receive eternal life, even as he's hacking away at the back of their neck. I suppose everything has to be seen in a theological context. But cutting off heads like this, that wasn't the most common method. At least for ordinary criminals, thieves, bandits, etc. Most of them were hanged, and of course that too had its own techniques. A medieval executioner had to know how to tie the noose and where to position the knot for a quick death. However, unlike the modern long drop hanging, medieval hangings often led to death by slow strangulation, unless the executioner or assistants pulled on the victim's legs to hasten death. Now that must have been a grim task. Sometimes it was done out of mercy, or even a bribe had been paid for a quicker end. Still not good, though. Well, we can't go past the burnings now, such as those of heretics or witches, particularly in the late medieval period. The executioner's role was to arrange the pyre, or often to strangle or otherwise kill the victim before the flames grew unbearable. If that was allowed, it sometimes was. Chroniclers do mention instances where a condemned person was secretly choked or a bag of gunpowder was hung around their neck to ensure a mercifully swift death in the flames. These acts, when they did occur, were usually thanks to an executioner's discretion, or perhaps a hefty payment from the victim's family. Like we said, side hustles. The punishment of breaking on the wheel, like I said, got to be the worst one, reserved for heinous crimes like aggravated murder by the late Middle Ages, involved the executioner smashing the limbs and bones of a living victim with an iron bar and then threading them through a wagon wheel. They would just hack away at your knees and elbows, any bones that they could find, pretty much just turning you into a bag of walnuts, if we want to use that terminology. Of course, this required physical strength and accuracy to deliver the blows in the prescribed horrific sequence, and some executioners unfortunately became quite notorious for prolonging or, even conversely, swiftly ending the torture, depending on their character or the expectations of the crowd. But no matter what the method, professionalism was paramount. Authorities and spectators alike demanded that an execution be carried out smoothly, with minimal unnecessary suffering, beyond the punishment itself intended. A clumsy executioner who needed too many blows to decapitate someone, or who set a fire poorly such that the victim burned too slow, would face public anger. And in some regions, the standards were actually codified. Let's look at some German towns first. They often had an informal 3-strike rule for beheadings. If the headsman failed to dispatch the condemned in 3 strikes, the crowd might literally take his life too in place of the victim's. Though, that being said, I think the victim would probably be bleeding out already over time, so it's pretty cold comfort for them. While this was not usually written law, it was a well-known folk custom. It's been noted, too, that in some of these German towns, an executioner was permitted 3 times to get the job done before he was grabbed by the crowd and just thrown on the block himself. Likewise, in France, a botched execution could lead to a riot. City officials might punish the executioner afterwards by docking his pay, throwing him in prison, or even firing him. You're fired. The medieval mindset saw a bungled execution as an affront not only to human decency, but to justice itself, possibly even an omen of divine disfavor, since a clean execution signified the righteousness of the sentence, whereas a disaster on the scaffold, well, that could be interpreted as God intervening to show the victim's innocence. And this is why executioners honed their craft so assiduously. They didn't want any mistakes making them look bad. So what about training? How'd that start? Well, like with most things in the Middle Ages, you had to go through an apprenticeship, often from father to son. An inspiring executioner in a family dynasty would start young, learning how to tie knots, handle weapons, perform lesser duties such as quartering bodies or disposing of remains. The famous Nuremberg executioner Franz Schmidt, whose 16th century diary
provides a rare first-hand look at the profession, recounts how as a youth he practiced decapitation first on inanimate targets like pumpkins, and then on animals, graduating from stray cats or dogs to larger livestock, before even approaching a human victim. Vegans in the comments section not happy about that one. This was, of course, a gruesome training, but it was all deemed necessary to build the precision and nerve required. Schmidt's diary notes that his father, an executioner before him, supervised this progression and only allowed him to perform an actual execution after extensive practice. Such apprenticeships could last years, ensuring that by the time the new executioner took up the sword or the rope in his town, he was as prepared as he could possibly be. But executioners were also responsible for torture during interrogations. Now that is a grim task. I think that's more grim than the actual executions, to be honest. Medieval and early modern courts frequently used torture to extract confessions or information, and of course, all that dirty work fell to the executioner. The aspect of the job further required a detailed knowledge of how much pain a human body could take without dying, knowledge that you only got through experience. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Devices like the rack, thumb screws, or the strappado might be employed on the executioner under a magistrate's orders. Now, just quickly, the rack, we know that as the stretching of the limbs. It would dislocate all your limbs, essentially. Not good. Thumb screws, basically these big things they would put over your thumbs and screw down these, well, screws, I suppose, and eventually would penetrate your thumbnails and, well, you can imagine in your head how that would be problematic. Then we have the strappado that I mentioned. Right, so put your hands behind your back, okay? At the back of your chair, your hands together. Now imagine that they're tying a rope on your wrists, and then that rope is attached to a sort of hoist, and then of course they are hoisting your body up, and sort of like putting you back and forth, up and down in the air. Of course, arms are not meant to move that way, so you can imagine, quite chillingly, I suppose, this is the best way for me to explain it to you, how your shoulders would eventually dislocate, and, well, your body would not deal well with this. Those were the three main methods. Of course, it paints a grim picture, doesn't it? It contributed to an unexpected skill set. Executioners became, in a sense, experts in anatomy and also trauma, understanding how to relieve or inflict suffering. And indeed, contemporary accounts and later analysis reveal a striking irony. You see, executioners often possessed medical knowledge that rivaled or even exceeded that of licensed physicians of the day. By necessity, a headsman knew how to swiftly sever joints or arteries. A torturer knew how to resuscitate a fainting prisoner, or treat a wound to keep someone alive for further questioning. So over generations, this practical anatomy translated into an informal surgical tradition within the executioner families. By the late medieval period, it was not unknown for an executioner to double as a healer or bone setter for his community. One of the few services he could provide that did overcome social barriers, because even those who shunned him socially might secretly seek his help when desperate. But think about it. If you're a little 8-year-old boy, fallen over or something, you've dislocated your shoulder, and your mother tells you, quick, go to the executioner's house. I don't think you'd be too keen. A little nervous, perhaps. Well, of course,
let's move on. There is one historian, Hanel Clamatela, who observes that executioners had, quote, fundamental knowledge of human anatomy, and even exhibited uncommonly high literacy rates for people of their class, since they needed to read court orders and keep records. Some executioners compiled remedy books or had apprenticeships in rudimentary medicine. An unexpected side hustle again. There are also documented cases of late medieval and early modern executioners acting as healers. For example, a 1579 license issued by King Frederick II of Denmark formally granted Anders Fremont, the executioner of Copenhagen, the right to set bones and treat old wounds, though pointedly forbidding him from treating recent injuries, likely so he wouldn't compete with regular surgeons. Well, regular surgeons, I'm guessing they weren't inviting him out for drinks either. There was another Copenhagen executioner, Andreas Liebknecht, became so renowned for treating venereal disease around 1695 that he even wrote a medical book on the subject. Now, these are later examples, but they do stem from a trend that was already visible in the 15th century. People might avoid the executioner in the marketplace, yet if they had a persistent ailment or a dislocated limb, the executioner's door would be knocked on in secret. Franz Schmidt himself wrote in his journal that he treated hundreds of patients, far more than the number of people that he executed. In one tally, across nearly 50 years of service, Schmidt executed 394 individuals, but in terms of providing medical treatment, he claims to have done it for 15,000. He even mused that he would rather have been a doctor by profession, had fate not forced him into that role of the executioner. Thus, the late medieval executioner seems to be a man of dual faces. On the scaffold he was a cold enforcer of death, but behind closed doors he might be a pragmatic healer and a folk doctor. A nice guy at heart, I suppose. Well, this dual role improved his lot only slightly. It earned him a bit of begrudging respect and extra income, but it didn't erase the stigma. As one executioner's contemporaries put it, people who didn't want anything to do with an executioner socially would still come to his house if times were tough. The executioner's knowledge was valued, even if his person was not. Finally, the executioner was responsible for many post-execution tasks. You can't just leave the body there, can't you? After an execution, it was the executioner himself who disposed of the corpse, whether that by burying it, often in unhallowed ground, gibbeting it, that being hanging the body, or just the severed head in 9 cage on a roadside gallows as a warning, or quartering it and sending it to the parts of various city gates. These chores ensured that no ordinary citizen had to handle a traitor's remains. The master of high works would take care of it. Executioners often also acted as grave diggers for people who took their own lives, or for criminals. Again, because such bodies were considered to be polluted. Additionally, the executioner was charged with carrying out non-lethal corporal punishments, that is, whipping criminals, cutting off ears, or the hands of thieves. Where such sentences were given, this wasn't universal, and also branding people, a pretty ironic task, given that many executioners bore brands themselves. And then there was also escorting offenders during shame punishments like public pillorying or parading. Now, the pillory is a different word for the stocks. When they put your head and arms in the wooden block and
people throw tomatoes at you and all the rest. Well, if they had tomatoes, tomatoes were not native to Europe, but they would throw something at you, or just hurl insults. Well, in many cities, the executioner became a general specialist in all the dirty work of the community, a role that the French came to call les basses ouvriers, the low works. I hope I said that right. Going to have French people in the comments yelling at me. I'm trying to improve, really. Anyway, these tasks included being the knacker, removing and flaying animal carcasses, the cesspit cleaner, and even the street cleaner for filth that others would not touch. And the logic was simple. Since the executioner was already polluted by death, additional filthy jobs could be assigned to him without newly tarnishing an innocent soul. Late medieval records from France and the Low Countries and Germany all indicate executioners had exclusive rights to certain unpleasant tasks with hidden profits. For instance, only the executioner could clean the city latrines and cesspools, but he had the right to keep any valuables he found in the sewage. I know, right? Still doesn't sound good. Similarly, any stray dog caught could be taken to the executioner for culling, and he might collect a fee or a bounty for each. Animal carcasses in the streets, they were his to collect too, and with them he gained the animal hides, meat, and bones to sell. Why the bones? Well, bones were often rendered into glue or fat, and that was a common byproduct. Medieval stuff, you know. In a sense, the executioner was a one-man public works department for all those jobs deemed too foul or spiritually corrupt for anyone else to handle. One particularly interesting duty was that in some areas, the executioner had a kind of oversight over other outcasts. He could be put in charge of regulating the women of the night, if you know what I mean. Lepers and gamblers, the fringe populations of medieval society. In the 16th century Troyes in France, for example, the executioner was allowed to collect a tax from women of the night, 5 sous, once from each new worker, and of course from lepers he would take a liard, a small coin. Anyone who entered the city was subject to that. This bizarre arrangement basically made him the sovereign of the underworld. It put a bit of extra money in his purse, while reinforcing his symbolic position of the lord of society's lowest, the prince of the poverty line. In other places, executioners were tasked with expelling vagrants or driving lepers out of town limits when plague or fear of contagion arose, and they often maintained the brothels or gambling houses too on behalf of authorities, since interacting with those kinds of people was considered defiling for most citizens. But the hangman's moral status could hardly sink any lower by doing so. In all these duties, the executioner had to balance on a knife edge, performing essential functions, yet reinforcing his own infamous reputation with each task. It is little wonder that executioners developed a certain pride in their work as a counterweight. Far from the crackling sadists of fiction, many saw themselves as professionals, just upholding justice. They would have seen themselves as law enforcement officials, I suppose. Executioners often took an oath of office, just as magistrates did, swearing to execute sentences faithfully and without cruelty or malice. Their tools, the sword, the rope, were almost sacred instruments of authority. One executioner's sword, as noted, was etched with a wish for the sinner's soul. Others bore images of scales of justice or the crucifixion to signify divine order in punishment.
These symbolic touches suggest that the executioners coped with their grim work by framing it as a necessary moral surface. The meticulous choreography of an execution also gave the executioner a certain status in the event. He was the final arbiter of life and death. Manuals and traditions dictated, for example, how the executioner should accept a token coin from the condemned, a ritual tip to ensure a swift death, or how he might offer a last prayer, perhaps a swift mercy. In some famous cases, condemned nobles bribed the headsman heavily to ensure he would strike true and not make them suffer. The custom of tipping the executioner was widespread. Contemporary accounts mention that families of the condemned would pay extra for a strong, sharp sword or a well-tied noose. Executioners who earned a reputation for quick, clean kills could command higher fees and perhaps even earn a modicum of respect, at least as the lesser of evils compared to a clumsy torturer. No one wants that. We actually have quite an interesting anecdote of the executioner's initiative, and it comes from Franz Schmidt's own reforms. In Nuremberg, he argued to the city council that the traditional method of punishing women convicted of infanticide, that is, stuffing them into a sack and drowning them, was inefficient and insufficiently a deterrent, So he convinced the authorities to let him replace drowning with a swift beheading in such cases, reasoning that beheading was more certain and carried a greater symbolic weight to dissuade others. This change, when Schmidt boasted about in his journal, shows that an executioner could contribute to policy, emphasizing efficient justice over older, perhaps more cumbersome methods. It also shows that the executioners were not mere functionaries. They were often deeply invested in the efficacy of punishment as much as a spectacle. So, the executioner's duties in the late medieval period seem to expand a breadth that could be quite startling. Precision killing, orchestrated pain, public theatre, sanitation, law enforcement on society's fringes, even healing, which is quite ironic. He needed the brawn of a butcher, the steady hand of a surgeon, the stoicism of a monk, and the stagecraft of an actor. These demands forged a particular, identity among the executioners, a sense of being the keepers of arcane knowledge, and an unsung maintainer of the social order. Yet, no amount of professional pride could shield them fully from the scorn and alienation that their work attracted, as we shall see in the next section on their social world. So you might ask the question, why would anybody remain an executioner, given the heavy social price? Well, it's the money. I think that's pretty much it. The answer at least lies partly in economic incentives and privileges that came with the office, especially by the late Middle Ages, when things were a bit more lucrative. Rulers and town councils understood that to keep an executioner on the payroll, they had to compensate for that stigma. Thus, executioners were often granted special privileges and material perks, fringe benefits, to sweeten a very bitter job. One common privilege was the right of harvage, known in French as the right to dip in, droit de harvage. This was a kind of tax or toll privilege. An executioner could take a portion of goods, that is, drink, food, wares, from vendors in the marketplace or from carts entering the city, ostensibly to feed his family. But in practice, it meant that as the executioner walked through the market, he could just dip his hand into a sack of grain, or select a cut of meat or a loaf of bread, without
having to pay. Now, understandably, this did not make him very popular among the merchants, but it was an accepted custom enshrined by local authorities to ensure the hangman never went hungry. The droit du ravage was meant to ease the ostracized life of the executioner and his family by providing them free sustenance, since many townsfolk would refuse to trade with them. Now here's something interesting. The only others who commonly enjoyed this were kings or feudal lords. It was a seigneurial-like right. Now that shows the executioner had a semi-official-like status. So many contradictions with it. Social pariahs with the same rights as kings. Notably, the privilege could make the executioner's household comparatively well provisioned. Of course, a big handful of grain every day certainly adds up over time. Contemporary observers sometimes grumbled that the executioner took lives as casually as they took gavage, implying that the constant stream of freebies made the hangman and his family rather complacent, or even gluttonous. But it certainly set them even further apart. While others paid taxes, the executioner, in effect, received a tax directly in produce. Executioners were also usually given a house at public expense, often just outside the city gate or adjacent to the jail. Free housing, of course, saved them rent and kept them at a remove from neighbors. Many were exempted from municipal taxes and road tolls, too, and some even drew a fixed salary or retainer on top of the fees per execution. In late medieval England, a city hangman might be paid a retainer by the borough and then the additional sums per head or per flogging. In parts of Germany and Italy, the executioner was sometimes provided with a horse and livery, that is, uniform for official duties. Though again, he might ride that horse only when leading a condemned person or transporting a corpse. It wasn't for his personal leisure among the townsfolk. But there's another lucrative prerequisite. That is the right to the belongings of the executed. By custom, when a criminal was executed, the executioner could claim the clothes and personal effects on the body at the time of death. This might include jewelry, a purse of coins, garments, which in those days were quite valuable. On occasion, executioners even got to keep the property confiscated from felons, or at least a portion of it, as part of their payment. This was quite likely more if there were heretics, because, for example, if a heretic's goods were seized, as they often were, the hangman might be entitled to some furniture or a cut of the auction proceeds. Of course, this varied widely by locale, but it adds another incentive. The more people they executed, the more potential spoil for the executioner. It is worth noting, however, that executioners were not generally seen as doing it for justice or profit. In fact, it wasn't them who decided what kind of jobs they would get. Well, more of a principled executioner would typically take no joy in extra executions. At least, he would act like he wouldn't take any joy in it. Nonetheless, these rights could accumulate into a tidy source of income. The side jobs that we described were also sources of profit. Being a knacker or animal disposer meant that the executioner could sell hides, tallow, and meat. Cleaning latrines could bring quiet payments from the city or guilds who contracted him for that unpleasant task. Driving out lepers and vagrants could be monetized if towns paid a bounty for each person removed. Collecting fees from brothels or gambling dens, essentially an extortion sanctioned by authorities, lined the executioner's pockets even further. But perhaps the most poignant perk, if it can be called as such, was a kind of job security and social acknowledgement that came with being the necessary villain. By virtue of their feared status, executioners often navigated spaces closed to others. For example, bandits and criminals would not harm an executioner, it was said, because they knew that one day they might need his merciful hand to finish them swiftly. There are also folk tales of outlaws tipping their hats to the hangman as a strange, professional courtesy. Also, an executioner had the ear of the authorities to some degree. After all, he dealt regularly with judges, sheriffs, even princes who employed him for more delicate tasks. The proximity to power sometimes allowed a clever executioner to petition for favors. The case of Franz Schmidt provides an example. After a long and distinguished career in Nuremberg, Schmidt petitioned the emperor in 1617 to restore his family's honor and remove the hereditary stain of dishonor from his children. And impressively, he succeeded. Emperor Ferdinand II granted Schmidt citizenship and an imperial dispensation, declaring his lineage free of the executioner's taint. An extraordinary reward, essentially a noble ennoblement of a hangman. It was only possible because Schmidt had earned the trust and even the admiration of elites through decades of impeccable service. While Schmidt's case is post-medieval, it does reveal a dynamic that began in the late Middle Ages. Some executioners managed to leverage their unique position into a kind of grudging respectability. Well, let's think beyond physical danger. There was the spiritual and psychological weight of the job, too. Medieval culture was very religious. Executioners, though assured by courts and sometimes church decree that they were absolved of the sin for doing their job, often struggled with the prospect of eternal judgment. Many believed, as did most of their neighbors, that they were destined for damnation, simply by the blood on their hands. And this inner turmoil is quite hard to document, but occasionally it surfaces in letters or second-hand reports. Some executioners attempted to atone by acts of charity. For example, anonymously funding masses for the souls of those they executed, or making donations to churches, even if they could not attend the church service inside. A few joined lay religious confraternities if they were allowed to pray for mercy on their own souls. The Catholic Church's stance was that an executioner performing lawful sentences did not commit murder, and several popes and theologians affirmed that such work could be morally illicit, or rather morally licit. But popular sentiment and personal conscience often triumphed official doctrine, leaving the executioner feeling spiritually contaminated. It perhaps explains the pious inscriptions on the swords, and the sometimes scrupulous care given to the condemned person a last chance to confess or receive rites. The executioner knew that he might soon stand before the same divine judge, and he might soon, too, be the one begging for mercy. So what do you think? Career change? Perhaps not. Well, of course, we still have executioners in the modern world, and they're just as shadowy. Perhaps not in the country you live in, but they are there. Different places around the world. 14th century France. An itinerant horse dealer stops at a tavern near the coast. But he is no simple merchant. He is Eniquin de Beauce, an English spy sent to infiltrate the French noble household during the 100 Years' War. Far to the east, in 13th century Cairo, a Mamluk agent walks through the market fully veiled, hiding his identity as he carries a secret message for Sultan Baybars. And in a Japanese fortress town, a shinobi ninja silently scales the wall at midnight to map out the enemy defense. We speak briefly of a few examples among many
and these examples spanning different cultures are not something out of fanciful fiction. They rather reflect a very real, though often hidden world of medieval espionage. Spies and informants roamed the courts, camps, temples, and trade routes of the medieval world, quietly shaping history from the shadows. Medieval chroniclers and manuals hint at whispered intrigues, a captured letter revealing a plot, a double agent turning the tide of a siege, or an assassin lurking in the royal court right under everyone's noses. Chivalric knights and roaring battles dominate the popular imagination of the Middle Ages, but behind the scenes, a more subtle war was being waged. And it is what we uncover today, in our time together, peeling back the layers on those hidden agents of medieval times. So come with me, and we'll slip behind the curtain. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. You may not have clicked the subscribe button yet. If you have not, I invite you to do so, and leave your thoughts in the comments below on what you think about medieval spies. Also, this video is 100% ad-free. Thank you very much to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreon, and those who occasionally donate. Once again, you have my thanks, eternal gratitude. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can look into the world of medieval spies. From the earliest medieval campaigns, commanders understood that knowledge was power, and therefore knowledge could decide a victory or defeat. The use of scouts by those commanders, that's an old warfare tactic, as old as war itself, and medieval leaders, they were no exception. As a matter of fact, medieval war manuals explicitly urged the use of spies. Around 1409, the French writer Christine de Pizan advised every general to dispatch them, for to inquire and understand the purpose of the enemy. But true espionage, that went beyond simple scouting. It meant to penetrate the enemy's secrets, not just observing their movements. This could be a perilous endeavor, yet many took the risk. Medieval chronicles abound with references to covert agents in wartime, from humble camp spies to high-ranking traitors. Let's go back to the 100 Years' War. We mentioned that in the introduction. Perhaps the most quintessential of medieval conflicts, the war between England and France. English forces, fighting on foreign soil, needed the best intelligence they could get. One major hurdle was language. A spy who couldn't blend in would be quickly unmasked. But fortunately, for King Edward III, his court included many French-speaking allies, such as Flemish and Gascon knights, whom he sent to snoop around on the French plans. According to the chronicler Jean Froissart, the English even planted multilingual agents, fluent in English, French, and German, within the French army itself. These spies mingled among the enemy ranks, gathering gossip and sensitive information undetected. Froissart dramatically illustrates the payoff. In 1345, the Earl of Derby learned of a French siege plan by means of a spy he had in the French army, enabling a surprise counterattack. The raid succeeded brilliantly, largely because one secret informer kept the English one step ahead. The war intensified, and English espionage grew more daring. In 1386, anticipating a French invasion fleet, the English recruited our aforementioned Eniquan du Bos, a mercenary fluent in French, to infiltrate the French High Command. Posing as a servant for hire, Eniquan wormed his way into the households of two French nobles coordinating the invasion. For a time, he fed London priceless details about troop musters and logistics. However, eventually his luck seemed to have run out. Caught snooping around Montreal, he was arrested and tortured in Paris. Eniquan's grim fate, execution after interrogation, showed the risks that medieval spies faced. Yet, after the death of Eniquan, there was much more to do. The confessions that he had, screamed out during his interrogation seemed to have blown open an entire network of English subterfuge agents within French territory. Now, at the main peak of all this, in 1386 to 87, English spies roamed across northern France in many different disguises, from mercenaries to horse traders and merchants, all the rest, and they took up menial jobs in French households to overhear plans. Of course, once the plans were all heard, they would relay these by word of mouth to the English commanders at Calais. Now, Calais is an important city. At the time, it was an English-held port, and it became this intelligence hub, funneling secrets back home to Westminster. So what emerges from these accounts is a proto-spy ring that starts to resemble a more coordinated intelligence service, long before such institutions formally existed. Let's look at other medieval armies, likewise employing espionage, though often in more ad hoc and creative ways. The Byzantine Empire, heir to Roman statecraft, they left behind their own military treatises that frankly discuss the craft of spies. One anonymous Byzantine strategicon, likely 6th century in origin, laid out criteria for selecting good spies. They must not be of the enemy's race, must know the enemy's language and customs, and have no grudges that might skew their loyalty. They must be men of natural intelligence, fluent in the enemy's language, and experienced travelers in their country, the treatise goes on to advise. It even suggests tradecraft for communications. A spy should arrange a secret meeting with a confederate in a busy foreign marketplace under the pretext of trading goods. An early example of what they call a dead drop in plain sight. The Byzantine generals were warned to be as crafty in counter-espionage as in spying. Emperor Leo VI's Tactica, circa 900, recommended that if one's army was outmatched, any enemy spies caught should be killed or locked up immediately to deny information to the foe. Conversely, if one's army was stronger, Leo suggested a clever psychological ploy. Allow enemy spies to observe exaggerated displays of strength, and then release them, so they would report back and their compatriots succumb to cowardice at the thought of facing such forces. The Tactica also outlines methods to flush out infiltrators in the camp. For example, sudden musters to see who did not know the unit passwords. The very inclusion of these tips in military manuals shows that espionage was a known factor at this time, and although it's a little bit before the medieval period, it's certainly worth mentioning as these traditions carried forward into later times. Even legendary warrior kings were not above a good bit of subterfuge. An oft story told, first recorded by medieval writers after the Norman conquest, claims that Alfred of Great Wessex personally infiltrated a Danish Viking camp in the 9th century, disguised as a humble minstrel. While scholars note this tale comes from a later tradition rather than contemporary evidence, its endurance in English lore speaks to a fascination with cunning as a component of generalship. The image of King Alfred strumming a harp by the enemy's fire, all the while noting their numbers and plans, it's the epitome of the ideal of the warrior spy. Brave enough to fight in the shield wall, yet cunning enough to sneak behind the enemy lines in a peasant's garb. Now, whether or not Alfred truly did this, we know many medieval commanders employed agents to scout and infiltrate. During the Crusades, for example, both Christian and Muslim leaders relied on espionage amid holy war. Let's take one example. Before the First Crusade's assault on Antioch in 1098, Crusader Bohemond of Taranto recruited a spy inside the city, a renegade, former Muslim guard, who helped facilitate the city's fall by stealth. Decades later, Nur ad-Din Zangi and Saladin routinely sent spies to Frankish strongholds. In fact, a remarkable anecdote claims Saladin managed to recruit the Frankish queen of the city of Antioch as an informant in the 1180s. The full truth of that is a bit debatable, but it is clear that cross-cultural spying did occur during the Crusades, aided by the region's religious and ethnic mingling. Hospitaller and Templar knights maintained networks of local contacts, and Arabic-speaking Christian converts would move between camps gathering intelligence. The Muslim side likewise used merchants and local Christians as scouts. Spies were so endemic that crusading armies often executed suspicious locals as potential informers, sometimes rather unjustly. And so the war for the Holy Land was not only a clash of swords, but a battle of wits, with each side vying to outmaneuver the other with the help of secret eyes and ears in the dark. But nomadic empires, too, they had mastered espionage of their own style. The Mongols, known for swift and brutal conquest in the 13th century, also excelled at intelligence gathering, a softer tool, a complement for their hard power. Genghis Khan's forces routinely sent agents ahead of the horde, posing as traders, monks, even fleeing refugees, mapping out enemy terrain and probe defenses. Many cities in Central Asia and the Middle East opened their gates in panic after Mongol spies sowed rumors of the horde's invincibility. The Mongols also integrated conquered engineers and officials who brought valuable inside knowledge, and in turn, their adversaries sought information on this seemingly unstoppable horde. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars in Egypt built an extensive spy network to monitor the Mongol movements and frustrate their plans. He established an information network from Syria's northern frontier to Gaza, with mountaintop watch stations to spot invading armies and pigeon posts to relay warnings swiftly back to Cairo. A postal relay with fresh horses allowed urgent messages to cover hundreds of miles in days, a medieval intelligence hotline. Baybars also formed a secret elite cadre called the Kusad, messengers or seekers, whose sole task was espionage and clandestine missions against the Mongols and Crusaders. These agents were so secret that their names were never written down. They operated in complete anonymity. A contemporary biographer of Baybars noted that the Sultan lavished funds upon these spies, paying them, quote, blood money, commensurate with the lethal risks that they took. The Kusad excelled in both intelligence and sabotage. Chronicles account how they recruited disaffected insiders in the Mongol Ilkhanate, and when that failed, they forged letters falsely implicating loyal Mongol officials as traitors, a ruse that led the Mongols to execute their own generals. In this way, Beibao's spies turned the enemy's fear and suspicion into a weapon, creating chaos behind Mongol lines without ever even loosing a single arrow. From England to Byzantium, the Levant to the Asian steppe, commanders who invested in espionage often gained a decisive edge, or at least mitigated the blind uncertainty of pre-modern battle. The eyes of the army, that's what spies were sometimes called. They could save thousands of lives by preventing ambushes and unwelcome surprises. Yet, espionage in war was inherently unreliable and fraught with danger. Medieval spies lacked many tools modern agents would take for granted. No wiretaps, cameras, or telegraphs back in those days. Just wits, and whatever trust they could earn. And then there was the risk of gruesome punishment if caught. A captured spy might be hanged, beheaded, thrown into a dungeon for years. False information was another pitfall. Some spies were double agents, or simply fed rumors that they'd heard in taverns. As one analysis puts it, medieval spies tended to repeat gossip learned at many hands removed, and we all know how unreliable that can get. Wise generals treated spy reports with caution, corroborating them through multiple sources if possible. But despite these challenges, the incentive to spy was too great to resist. The alternative was to march in blindly, hoping one's enemy was not a step ahead. Thus medieval warfare became a cat-and-mouse game of screening and scouting. Camouflage, code words, and decoys were used to mislead the enemy spies, while counter-spies tried to sniff out those very tricks. The existence of this long-running spy versus spy contest in the Middle Ages, it shows us that human intelligence, in, both senses of the word, has always been a crucial element of warfare. But let's go a little bit beyond the battlefield. You see, espionage thrived in the royal courts and corridors of power too. In the medieval period, politics was intensely personal. Kings and queens guarded their thrones from ambitious vassals, while rival states jockeyed through diplomacy and subterfuge. Without modern bureaucracies or communication technology, rulers often relied on webs of informants to keep them apprised of distant happenings, or in the worst case, hidden conspiracies. A common maxim in medieval governments was that the ruler ought to plant spies on his subjects and associates, like eyes that spy on their whereabouts, their news, especially if there was any doubt about them. This advice, echoed in various mirrors for princes, that is, guides for rulers, from early Islamic eras to late medieval era, showed that the systematic surveillance was considered a normal duty, simply the prudence of an intelligent monarch. One of the earliest organized intelligence networks emerged under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates of the Muslim world. As early as the 7th century, the Umayyads set up the Barid, a state postal service, but it also doubled as an espionage apparatus. The couriers who carried letters were also expected to report on local conditions and officials, earning the nickname Sahib al-Kabar, or bearer of news. In essence, the mailman was just another spy. Early caliphs planted agents in provincial courts to ensure governors remained loyal and that the tax revenues kept flowing in. This, of course, could be as simple as a trusted courier quietly noting the mood of the populace in each town, or as elaborate as a network of informers relaying intelligence back to the capital. By the 10th and 11th centuries, this ethos of surveillance reached a point where in some cities like Basra, people assumed any stranger might be a spy for the caliph and greeted unknown faces with outright suspicion. The Seljuk Turks, they came to power in the 11th century and found their own agents so overzealous that they had to set rules. For example, forbidding spies from invading the privacy of women's quarters or breaking down doors without cause. Clearly, intelligence gathering was so pervasive even in peacetime governance, to the extent that social paranoia sometimes ran high due to it. Back in Christian Europe, royal spy networks were genuinely a bit more ad hoc. But by the later Middle Ages, some rulers developed reputations as spy masters. King Edward II of England, just for one example, early 14th century, well, he employed agents to monitor his treacherous barons. However, his enemies also spied on him, and famously used his favorite private correspondence as evidence to rally opposition. The Avignon papacy in the 14th century had cardinals who acted as quasi-spies, funneling political information from across Christendom to the Pope. Meanwhile, King Charles VII of France organized a bureau called the Cabinet Noir. What a cool name! They intercepted and decoded letters, an early form of postal espionage that presaged those modern intelligence agencies. But it was Charles' contemporary, King Louis XI of France, who truly earned a nickname as the Spider at the center of the web of spies. Louis XI, reigning 1461 to 83, was dubbed the Universal Spider by his foes for his endless intrigues. He recruited informants from all walks of life, merchants, pilgrims, even shoemakers, to act as his eyes and ears throughout Europe. The shoemakers were the soul of the operation, surely. The Burgundian diplomat Philippe de Comines, who later served Louis, wrote admiringly of how the king maintained secret contacts in foreign courts, always paying for good information. Louis sent agents to follow the movements of rival dukes, bribed messengers to hand over copies of letters, and posted his own spies in the households of powerful nobles, disguised as perhaps grooms or clerks. In one instance, when Louis was plotting against the Duke of Burgundy, he had a surgeon in the Duke's service on his payroll, feeding him details of the Duke's health and itinerary. Such underhanded methods scandalized more than a few contemporaries, as they violated this chivalric ideals of honest dealings among nobles. Yet by the late 15th century, real politic was winning out over chivalry, and espionage in politics was becoming somewhat institutionalized, I suppose. Comines frankly observed that a wise king must know everything he can, and couldn't rely solely on overt ambassadors. And speaking of ambassadors, diplomats in the medieval world were inherently double agents as spies. When Italian city-states like Venice, Milan, Florence began to send resident ambassadors to each other in the 15th century, one of their primary duties was gathering intelligence. These envoys wrote regular dispatches home, not only about treaties and ceremonies, but also the military preparations, finances, and even gossip about the foreign court. Earlier in the medieval era, diplomatic missions were more episodic, but rulers still expected envoys to take note of anything useful. The Byzantine Empire's legendary Bureau of Barbarians in Constantinople managed foreign envoys, and very likely collected intelligence they let slip. Byzantine officials were masters of polite interrogation, plying visiting dignitaries and merchants with lavish hospitality, while subtly probing them for information on their realms. In turn, Byzantium sent out its own spies, under the guise of diplomats or traders. Emperor Justinian, in the 6th century, dispatched envoys to the Persian court, who were explicitly tasked with gathering military intelligence. And, time permitting, sow a bit of discord, a mission that sometimes blurred into bribery and subterfuge. By the High Middle Ages, Italian merchant banks and trading houses formed another pan-European information network. The agents of the Medici Bank, for example, reported from far-flung markets about not just commodity prices, but local politics. Venetian merchants abroad routinely wrote letters that doubled as intelligence briefings, knowing the Senate valued such reports. In a medieval world without newspapers, those who controlled the flow of news, well, they had the power. Rulers often maintained friendly relations with merchant communities, precisely to tap into their knowledge of other regions. Trade and politics intertwined. But nowhere did political espionage and religion intermingle more than in the medieval Islamic states, like the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt. The Fatimid court in Cairo, around the year 1000, was a hotbed of palace intrigue, where spies and counter-spies operated under the patronage of royals. The eccentric caliph Al-Hakim B. Amir Allah, 996 to 1021, is credited with an unusual innovation: the extensive use of female spies. You see, chroniclers say that Al-Hakim recognized that women, often overlooked in a male-dominated society, made excellent clandestine agents. He employed elderly women to visit the homes of leading families under friendly pretenses and subtly pry information from the ladies of the household. These grandmothers turned spies would return with reports on who might be fomenting dissent or which nobles were meeting in secret. Well, not to be outdone by her brother, Al-Hakim's half-sister Sit al-Mulk organized her own spy network, of course, to advance her own political goals. The reach of women in domestic spaces gave them access to whispers that male officials could never hear. Another Fatimid vizier, Al-Afdal Shahanshah, notoriously enlisted his mother in an espionage caper during a struggle against political rivals. She masqueraded as a soldier's mother and wandered Cairo, loudly lamenting how badly the current regime treated its servants, a ruse designated to draw out sympathizers of the opposition. When, eventually, an unwary citizen would agree and speak ill of the vizier, the disguised mother spy reported their words back to her son, helping Al-Afdal identify and eliminate hidden rebels. Pretty clever. Well, all of this shows that medieval espionage was an equal opportunity employer. Transcends gender and class when circumstances require. A clever mind and loyalty to one's patron, that was the only real qualification. Religious institutions themselves played their own roles in espionage and information networks. The medieval Catholic Church, operating across Europe, had perhaps the largest intelligence service by default, i.e., the clergy. Monks, priests, bishops, they frequently traveled or corresponded, and they could act as conduits of news, or even secrets between realms. Popes received a steady stream of reports from the legates and prelates in distant lands. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is the one involving the Cathars, by the way, and the medieval Inquisition, 13th and 14th centuries, the church leaned on local informants to unearth heresy, effectively a domestic spy system, where neighbors would, report on those holding unorthodox beliefs. In the 14th century England, foreign monks became suspects of espionage simply due to their international ties. Parliament in 1378 even accused French monastic houses in England of harbouring spies, and used this as an excuse to dissolve the alien priories. Whether or not those monks actually plotted treason, the incident shows how the spectre of espionage permeated political paranoia. Secular rulers were uneasy about any uncontrolled channels of communication, and foreign clergymen or merchants could easily fall under suspicion of spying. Sometimes rightly so, but a lot of the time not. Conversely, there were of course cases of clerics acting as double agents. During the 100 Years' War, an English prior named John Bouquet was caught carrying correspondence from the French. Perhaps it was messages written in code. Well, the poor fellow was thrown into Newgate prison for spying. And if you've watched my video about medieval English prisons, you'll know that was not the place to be. Thus, medieval governance operated amid constant low-level surveillance. Kings watched vassals, popes watched kings, and sometimes even queens and courtiers pursued their own secret agendas. Well, let's move on to the church's involvement in particular, because of course having such a great institution, they've got their hands in many different things. A religion in the Middle Ages, it wasn't just a matter of piety. It was entwined with politics, war, and thus espionage. Holy wars and sectarian strife. That's one way to breed subterfuge, and perhaps the most notorious example of a religious group employing this cloak and dagger tactics is the sect known to crusaders as the Assassins. In the 12th to 13th centuries, the Nizaris, a breakaway Shia Muslim faction, controlled mountain fortress in Persia and Syria under their leader, whom the Franks dubbed the Old Man of the Mountain. Surrounded by larger Sunni and Crusader states, the Nizaris used targeted assassination as their chief weapon, and pulling off those missions required careful espionage. Assassin devotees infiltrated the courts of powerful enemies by posing as converts or servants, sometimes for months, even years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And thus they became experts in blending in. A Nizari agent might serve incognito as a bodyguard to a Seljuk vizier, gathering his trust and intelligence about his routines, and then one day plunge a dagger into his back. The elimination of key figures, like Marquis Conrad de Montferrat, assassinated in 1192, entire by Nizari agents disguised as Christian monks, sowed fear and uncertainty, a psychological effect far exceeding the assassins' small numbers. To counter this invisible threat, rulers hired food tasters, doubled their guards, and kept spies of their own to sniff out potential impostors. The assassins demonstrated how religious fanaticism combined with espionage could completely destabilize a realm, and in turn, they forced those realms to adopt countermeasures. But religious espionage was not limited to dramatic assassinations. Often it took the form of information gathering under the guise of piety. Pilgrimages, for example, they allow travelers to cross borders relatively freely, and some pilgrims, They were wearing the right outfit, but they were essentially spies. Kings occasionally sent knights on pilgrimages to holy shrines in hostile territories, with instructions to observe fortifications or political conditions along the way. Conversely, members of religious orders wandering abroad could be recruited as informants. The Franciscan and Dominican friars who ventured into the Mongol Empire in the 1240s, such as John of Plano Carpini and William of Rubruck, they were true missionaries. Yet, the detailed reports they wrote about the Mongol military strength, customs, and geography were eagerly studied by the Pope and European monarchs. Effectively, intelligence dossiers, cloaked in the mantle of travelogues and journals. Throughout the Crusades, military orders like the Knights Templars and Hospitaller maintained extensive networks from Europe to the Holy Land, and their letters and ciphers criss-crossing the Mediterranean often carried strategic insight. It is telling that when the Templars were suppressed in 1307, one accusation was that they were communicating secretly with the Muslim world, an unfounded charge, but reflective of the suspicion that their international reach had enabled more espionage. Back to the Islamic sphere, the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca each year brought together Muslims from Spain to Central Asia. Rulers sometimes placed agents among the Hajj caravans to glean distant political news. The Mamluk Sultan in Cairo might thus learn of unrest in North Africa, or a new pretender in Arabia via returning pilgrims. The religious diplomacy between Christian and Muslim powers also saw spying under truce. During the Third Crusade, Richard the Lionheart and Saladin famously exchanged envoys and gifts. Meanwhile, each kept spies in the other's camps. Arab chroniclers mention how Saladin's intelligence chief, Rais al-Jasus, the chief of spies, intercepted letters between the Crusader princes and used turncoat Franks to feed false information to the enemy. On the Christian side, Richard had Arabic-speaking knights, and perhaps sympathetic local Christians who passed him intelligence. For example, warning him of Saladin's ambush plans on the road to Jaffa. In one instance, Richard's forces preemptively struck at a watering point, having been tipped off about Saladin's intended surprise attack, which certainly implies effective espionage or scouting on the part of the Crusaders. Espionage served not just war, but also religious persecution and power struggles. We briefly mentioned the Inquisitions, but we'll quickly go over them in a bit more detail. Within Christendom, the medieval Inquisition, especially in the 13th century against the Cathars of the Languedoc region of southern France, relied heavily on informants. The inquisitors, like Bernard Guy in the early 14th century, encouraged the faithful to report clandestine, heretical meetings. Neighbors would observe who attended secret Cathar prayer gatherings. In a sense, the whole society was being mobilized as amateur spies in service of religious orthodoxy. The covert nature of the Cathar heresy, meeting in caves or remote barns, it forced the church to adopt these spy tactics. We're talking disguises, surprise raids, and networks of informers who infiltrated heretic circles. Some inquisitors even planted fake converts to Catharism, who would gain trust and then betray the leaders. It's pretty morally sinister, but you can't deny it's effective, because by the 1320s, the Cathar movement was largely destroyed, thanks in part to espionage from within. You certainly don't see many Cathar churches around, don't you? Meanwhile, at the highest levels, papal and imperial intrigues featured espionage worthy of any royal court. In the 12th century showdown between Thomas Becket and King Henry II of England, both sides maintained agents to monitor the other's moves. Henry had royal clerks spying on Becket's allies, while Becket, still in exile, had informants in England keeping him apprised of the king's hostility. Similarly, during the Great Schism, the split between the rival popes in Rome and Avignon around 1400, each papal claimant dispatched spies and propagandists across Europe to undermine the other. Effectively, a spiritual Cold War fought through espionage and secret correspondence. Well, to sum it all up, religion provided both a motive and a cover for medieval espionage. Beneath that cloak of faith, spies could travel and converse where soldiers simply could not, and where faiths or sects clashed, from the Holy Land to heresy at home, the struggle often relied on stealth and information as much as open preaching, or, on the worst days, force. And let that remind you that even in an age supposedly guided by divine providence, medieval actors took matters into their own hands. They deployed spies in a very human way, in the service of God, or at least their interpretation of God's will. Of course, the medieval world was not just clashes of arms and ideology, but also intense competition for technology and wealth. In this arena, too, espionage stepped in to play its role. Long-distance trade and nascent global markets gave opportunities for industrial spies, those who would steal artisans, techniques, or geographic knowledge to benefit their patrons. And the most famous case of medieval industrial espionage is the theft of silk from China. You see, here's what happened. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire craved the luxurious silk textiles that came via the Silk Road from East Asia. Silk production was a carefully guarded Chinese monopoly. No one else could do it. And exporting silkworms, well, if you got caught trying to smuggle them out, they would kill you. According to the historian Procopius, around the year 5500, Emperor Justinian I managed to break this monopoly with a bold spy mission. Now, I know this is a little bit before the medieval period, but I'm going to put it in anyway, because I want to. Two monks who had traveled in Serinda, the Far East, informed Justinian that they knew the secret of silk, that it was made by the cocoons of worms feeding on mulberry leaves. And so they offered to acquire these wondrous worms for Byzantium. Under Justinian's patronage, the monks journeyed back to the east, likely Central Asia, and smuggled the silkworm eggs hidden in hollow canes, all the way back to Constantinople. Procopius writes that the eggs hatched into worms which fed on mulberry leaves. Thus began the art of making silk in the Eastern Roman Empire. Of course, this cloak and dagger operation, two robed monks as undercover agents, it paid off magnificently. Byzantium established its own silk workshops, freeing it from paying gold to Persian middlemen for Chinese silk. It was perhaps the first recorded instance of international industrial espionage. The stolen secret of sericulture gave the Byzantine economy a boost and altered the balance of trade. Notably, it was achieved not by military conquest, but by stealth. Throughout the Middle Ages, we find similar, if a little bit less dramatic examples of economic espionage. Knowledge, as always, was power, whether the recipe for Damascus steel or design of an improved windmill, or even the map of a new sea route. Medieval guilds zealously guarded their crafts. If a skilled craftsman tried to emigrate, he might be stopped or even assassinated to prevent trade secrets from leaking. Italian glassmakers in Venice, famous for their quality, were legally forbidden to leave the Venetian lagoon for this very reason. There are accounts of agents sent to lure foreign artisans to a new land with higher pay, essentially talent poaching. For example, in the 15th century, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, eager to develop cannon casting in his empire, enticed European cannon founders to Constantinople, or simply just captured them in war to replicate the latest Christian technology. Conversely, artisans who left Islamic regions for Europe brought technologies in metalworking and textiles that ultimately gave the West a new edge. Trade networks themselves were conduits of intelligence. Merchant spies became commonplace. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the Italian merchant republics, Venice, Genoa, Pisa, they were all locked in a fierce rivalry over trade with the East. They all kept agents in foreign ports to glean information about each other's deals and about political changes that might affect commerce. A Venetian in Alexandria might secretly report the movements of a Genoese fleet, or bribe a local to obtain a peek at his competitor's cargo manifests. Western merchants in Constantinople were notorious for dabbling in espionage. During wars between Christian and Muslim powers, some merchants sold information to one side or the other, motivated by nothing more than profit. And so, commerce created cosmopolitan meeting points, ports, fairs, caravanserais, where news and secrets inevitably traded hands. Savvy rulers tapped into it. The Crown of Aragon, for instance, used Jewish and Muslim merchants as informants on naval activities in the Mediterranean. In the Indian Ocean, Arab traders closely guarded their navigation methods, like the use of monsoon winds. They didn't want the Europeans to know about that. But one legend holds that around 1500, a Gujarati pilot revealed the monsoon timing to Vasco da Gama's crew, a revelation that helped the Portuguese establish a direct sea trade to India, albeit just after the medieval period. Earlier, Marco Polo, in the late 13th century, provided Europe with a trove of information about the wealth and politics of East Asia. Whether he was acting deliberately as a Venetian trade intelligence agent is unclear. But his book, it certainly served that purpose for those who followed. Sometimes, espionage targeted strategic resources. A subtle example comes from the 12th century wars between the Song dynasty of China and the Jurchen Jin dynasty. The Song general, Liu Guangshi, facing invasion, devised a psychological ploy involving coinage. He issued special coins as tokens to encourage enemy troops to defect to the Song side. Many of them, by the way, were ethnic Han conscripts under the Jurchens. These coins promised safe passage to any bearer who came over to Song lines. By sowing distrust and offering reward, this act blurred into espionage. It induced the enemy soldiers to become Song informants, or just outright turncoats. Some later theorists even speculated that these coins could have been used as identification tokens for Song spies operating in Jin territory, though the historical record favors this defection narrative. Either way, it was a clever exploitation of information as currency, quite literally. Another arena of economic espionage was geography and exploration. Knowing the exact locations of gold mines, spice islands, or trade routes, that was immensely valuable. States went to lengths to keep such knowledge secret or ferret out each other's secrets. In the late medieval period, As Atlantic exploration began, the Portuguese jealously guarded their maps of the African coast. According to some accounts, rival Spanish agents tried to obtain these maps in the 1480s, essentially engaging in covert ops for cartographic intelligence. Back on land, the trans-Saharan gold routes were object of mystery and desire for Europeans, and there are indicators that the African traders gave deliberately misleading information to Berber middlemen to prevent them from bypassing certain caravan routes, a form of protective disinformation that confused foreign seekers. But by and large, fully fledged industrial espionage in the modern sense was limited by medieval constraints. Many technologies were localized. Stealing a secret formula, for example, the Chinese porcelain recipe, it was futile without the raw materials and skilled contacts to replicate it. And indeed, Chinese porcelain remained unmatched in the West until much later. All spies could bring back were samples and vague descriptions. But that doesn't mean that you should underestimate the medieval entrepreneurial espionage spirit. Individuals like the 12th century scholar Adelard of Bath traveled to Islamic Spain and the Middle East, learning advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, written in Arabic, and then smuggled this intellectual treasure back through translations, thus enriching European science. And while not espionage in a cloak and dagger sense, this transfer was sometimes done quietly to avoid the scrutiny of conservative authorities. In a way, books and manuscripts, they were the era's sensitive data, and acquiring a prized manuscript from a distant library, well, that could be as valuable as stealing state secrets. And so, of course, rulers patronized scholars to obtain such works, which occasionally involved some stealth or persuasion in foreign lands. By the end of the Middle Ages, the groundwork for the organized economic intelligence was laid. The Italian city-states and Hanseatic League had established archives of treaties and trade reports. The Portuguese and Spanish had been systematically charting new territories, and cities like Bruges and Nuremberg teemed with correspondents swapping commercial news. So it's really no surprise that in the 16th and 17th centuries, states would formalize these practices with chartered companies and secret services dedicated to securing economic advantage via espionage. But even in earlier medieval centuries, we see that whenever goods and coins crossed border, information rode alongside with them. The medieval merchant was often part adventurer, part diplomat, and part spy, whether gathering news of Mongol intentions on the Silk Road, or carrying letters between European courts as an unofficial courier. You always had to find a way to make a little bit of extra money, even if it was coming with some danger. And so we come to the end. Espionage. It was everywhere, and nowhere. A kind of open secret of statecraft, warfare, and commerce that left very few overt traces, but still managed to have profound effects. We've journeyed across continents and centuries, and we've found spies in princely courts and monastic cells, and also on battlefields and caravan routes. These spies were as diverse as the societies they served. Kings in disguise among their enemies, soldiers of fortune selling secrets for gold, even pious nuns and cunning grandmothers eavesdropping in palaces, double-dealing merchants in distant ports, nameless scouts slipping through moonlit forests. It's pretty cool, isn't it? The clink of hammer and chisel echoes at dawn over a medieval building site. In the Middle Ages, Europe's great castles, churches, and cathedrals were rising up stone by stone, and at the heart of these great projects was the stonemason. These craftsmen transformed raw quarried blocks into columns, arches, and carved figures. And though their work left a permanent mark on Europe, the men themselves often remain anonymous. So what was life like for a typical medieval stonemason? And how was their trade organized? To answer that question, we have to look through the scattered evidence. A city guild regulation here, wage laws and building accounts there, and even the stones themselves, many marked with the mason's personal symbols. And while the historical record is fragmentary, what we do have reveals quite a fascinating world. The stonemason, who occupied a unique social niche, a skilled artisan whose labor was in high demand, and they developed craft traditions passed down through generations. It's a story worth remembering, and definitely worth sifting through the evidence to find out the truth. And so, come with me over the next hour, and we can talk about the life of a medieval stonemason. Allow me to first welcome you to the channel, and we will have the additional thank you to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and the occasional donation and visit to the merch store. That's how we keep everything ad-free, because we don't like ads either. No one likes to be interrupted. So rest assured you can watch this all the way through and you won't have any ads coming up to disturb you. Also, if you've not yet left a comment or given the video a like or subscribed, well, do that too, because that really helps us out, pushes us in the algorithm and all that sort of thing. Anyway, with all that being said, let's get on with the task at hand, the life of a medieval stonemason. Masons in medieval Europe were certainly regarded as highly skilled workers, and positioned somewhat above the common laborer, but certainly below the elite. In an age when most people were peasant farmers, a mason was a tradesman who earned wages, and a good mason's earning power was relatively high. Let's take one example. In 14th century England, a mason might earn about 3 to 5 pence per day, that is at pre-plague rates, significantly more than an unskilled field hand's wages, which were 1 to 2 pence a day, and also above many other craftsmen like carpenters, etc. Now this placed masons in the middle sort of society, not really wealthy by any means, but certainly able to afford a decent living in town. Contemporary records like the Statute of Labourers in 1351 confirm these wage levels by attempting to cap a master mason's daily pay at 4 pence, and other masons at 3 pence, to hold wages to pre-Black Death standards. Now the importance of their skill gave stonemasons a measure of social freedom. Unlike serfs tied to the land, masons were generally free men who could travel wherever work was available, and many became literally free masons, if you'll forgive the term, in the sense of being free to move and practice their craft, and perhaps also free to work the prized freestone for fine carving. Because of this mobility and their role in prestigious projects, masons enjoyed a respect, one that most manual laborers did not. Now, chronicles occasionally mention master masons by name, especially those responsible for impressive constructions. For example, the 12th century French mason William of Seine was noted for rebuilding the choir of Canterbury Cathedral, and 14th century English master Henry Yavale is recorded as the king's master mason involved in Westminster Abbey, and a few other great works. Such master masons could achieve fame, and certainly a comfortable patronage. Yet, The vast majority of stonemasons remain nameless in the historical record. Tens of thousands of them worked on Europe's churches and castles, but we know only of a few hundred by name from contracts and guild documents. A mason's identity more often survives in an indirect way. For example, through a distinctive mason's mark carved on stone, or in common surnames like Mason. You probably know one if you live in a Western country, and that indicates an ancestor's profession. The anonymity of most masons remind us that they were considered ordinary craftsmen in their time. They typically lived modestly, lodged near the work site or in towns, and mingled with the local community. They were not usually literate or scholarly in a modern sense, though they possessed practical knowledge of geometry. And so in short, we can say that the stonemason occupied a respected but humble station, a man proud of his skill and vital to society's grandest endeavors. But socially, he remained a craftsman, doing hard physical work for daily wages, just like everybody else. But that does not mean that becoming a stonemason was an easy task. It required long and vigorous training. The usual path was to start as an apprentice in one's early teens under an experienced master. Apprenticeship contracts in various regions typically lasted about 7 years. For example, the City of London's Mason Ordinance of 1356, which is, by the way, the first known regulation of the trade there, mandated that no master take an apprentice for less than 7 years. Likewise, an early English document known as the Regius manuscript around 1390, which lays out the old charges or duties of masons, insists that a youth must serve his master faithfully for 7 years to learn the craft. During those years, the apprentice would receive board, lodging, and basic clothing from the master, and in exchange for that he'd labor and learn on the job. Of course, the training was all hands-on. An apprentice might begin with fetching tools and mixing mortar, and then gradually learn to square a block of stone, to use the mason's tools properly, and eventually the craft of carving the ornamental details. A critical part of a mason's education was, of course, geometry, and not abstract theory, but practical geometry for design and measurement. Masters taught apprentices how to measure outright angles, how to use a compass and straight edge to design arches or tracery, and how to scale drawings. This knowledge was often transmitted orally, or by demonstration. On large projects, masters sometimes prepared full-scale drawings on tracing floors, plaster-covered areas of the workshop, that is, or on boards to show apprentices and journeymen the exact shapes needed. Notably, at medieval cathedrals like York and Wells, archaeologists have discovered incised lines on plaster workshop floors, where masons drew out patterns for windows and vault ribs at full size. Formal guilds of masons existed in some medieval cities, and these institutions helped regulate training. In cities like London, York, and Paris, the Masons' Guild, sometimes part of the broader Guild of Builders, would oversee the apprenticeship system and uphold standards. The guild could examine a candidate's skills and decide whether he was qualified to be a journeyman, i.e., a paid worker, or even eventually a master, who would be eligible to run projects and take apprentices of his own. Guild records from places like London show that masters swore to teach their apprentices properly and completely, and not to dismiss them before their term was done. And in return, the apprentice agreed to keep the craft's secrets and serve the master obediently. However, across much of medieval Europe, especially in smaller towns or rural projects, formal guild structures were absent or weak until the late period. Many stonemasons,
learned their trade through more informal means. A young man might be taught by his father or uncle if masonry ran in the family, or a village youth might join a crew of a traveling master mason and learn on the job without any written indenture. Historians have noted that outside the guild-regulated cities, the mason's craft often operated on a master and workshop model, where a master indirectly hired men and trained newcomers as needed, without the oversight of a city guild. For example, in England, beyond the city of London, there is little evidence of masons' guilds before the 1400s. Yet, clearly, training happened, likely by apprenticeship in practice, just not formally recorded on paper by a guild. Whether within a guild system or not, by the end of this training, a man would have acquired the essential skills: quarrying and selecting good stone, roughly shaping blocks, fine carving if he had the talent for sculpture or delicate tracery, and the process of actually erecting a structure, working in teams to lift stones, laying them in mortar, etc. He also learned the professional norms, such as not abandoning a project without leave, and not doing shoddy work that might collapse later. When he completed his apprenticeship, he became a journeyman mason, meaning that he could earn wages by the day, and was no longer bound to a single master. At that point, he might travel in search of work, or even remain with his master as a hired employee. Only a minority would go on to be master masons themselves, those capable of designing and directing entire building projects. To reach that status, one often required exceptional experience and reputation, and in guild cities, one might need to present a masterpiece, an exemplary work, to be admitted as a master. Though direct evidence of that in masonry is scant compared to some other crafts, I think that the cathedrals and castles would speak for themselves. Now, in summary, the craft of stonemasonry demanded a long period of learning and practice, whether under the auspices of a guild or through a more ad hoc apprenticeship. In any case, by adulthood, the journeyman would possess a toolkit of physical skills and mental techniques that set him apart from untrained laborers, and these skills were highly portable, a fact that shaped the mason's lifestyle, as we shall see, and they were guarded as trade secrets to maintain the craft's reputation and value. But what about just the day-to-day grind of it? Well, pretty much like everybody else, the working day was long, strenuous, but a little bit more full of variety. On a major building site, such as a cathedral, the workday would start early. Masons generally worked from dawn until dusk, adjusting to the seasons, of course. In summer, this could mean 12 or more hours of labor with pauses for meals. In winter, shorter days of perhaps 8 hours, or whenever light and weather permitted. Work was typically 6 days a week, with Sunday always reserved as a day of rest and church attendance. There were also numerous church holidays, when labor paused, though at times pressing construction schedules might lead masters to work and keep going on minor feast days, but generally you'd get some time off. Now at daybreak, the masons would gather at the site, often at a temporary structure called the lodge. The lodge was a workshop and a meeting shelter, usually a simple wooden building near the rising construction. Here tools were stored and plans could be reviewed. The master mason or overseer would assign tasks for the day. Some masons, the hewers, would be given stones to carve or shape on the ground, while others, the layers or setters, would take finished stones up onto scaffolding to install into the walls. The tasks a mason performed depended on the stage of construction and his specialty. If wall foundations were being laid, masons worked at ground level, setting huge blocks in courses. If a structure's walls were climbing,
masons spent much of the day on wooden scaffolds high above the ground. They climbed ladders or framework to reach the work area, where they might kneel or crouch on planks alongside the unfinished wall. It was there, using trowels, that they spread lime mortar and carefully placed each dressed stone, checking alignment with a level or plumb line. Meanwhile, down below, other masons cut the next batch of stones. The ringing sound of chisels on stone was constant. Masons used an array of tools: iron chisels of various widths, wooden mallets or iron hammers, straight edges and squares for checking right angles, and compasses for drawing arcs and circles on stone. They paused periodically to sharpen their chisels or to fetch new blocks to work on. Throughout the day, there would be a few breaks. Typically, by mid-morning, there was a short pause for bread and ale. Oh, and, by the way, it might sound a bit strange to be drinking on the job, but this was pretty common. Ale was a common drink, as clean water was scarce, and ale provided a few calories. Of course, water would be dirty if you could get it, so you may as well have something that's a little cleaner. A longer break would come at midday for the main meal, which was often called dinner, which the workers might eat in the lodge or in whatever shade they could find. This meal could be simple fare: coarse bread, cheese, pottage, which is a kind of stew, and of course, more ale. On some well-funded projects, the employer provided food or a small beer allowance as part of wages. In fact, medieval wage rules often distinguished pay with food versus without food. One 15th century statute, for instance, stated that a mason in summer should get 4 pence per day if meals were provided, and 5.5 pence if he had to feed himself, effectively valuing the daily meal allowance at 1.5 pence. After the noon meal, especially in the summer heat, there might be a brief rest, and then work resumed through the afternoon until sunset. Working conditions could be dangerous, too. Obviously, no surprises. Masons on high scaffolds risked falls, and one famous case occurred in 1178, when Master William of Seine fell from the scaffolding while inspecting his work at Canterbury Cathedral, sustaining injuries that actually forced him to quit the project. Even on the ground, though, a mason would face hazards. A chip of stone could fly into an eye, a heavy block could crush fingers or toes, and years of inhaling stone dust could lead to lung ailments. They wore basic attire, perhaps a linen or wool tunic and a leather apron, but no specialized protective gear beyond maybe a cap or a hood. But despite all the risks, safety measures were rudimentary by modern standards. Instead, the masons relied on their own experience and a little bit of healthy caution. They would secure scaffolds as best as they could, and shout warnings if lifting a stone overhead. On large projects, they could employ treadwheel cranes, that is, giant wheel devices manned by workers walking inside them, or pulley hoists to lift heavy stones and buckets of mortar, operations requiring coordination between those above and below. And you might have seen those big wheel devices, kind of like the ones that mice run on in those old depictions of castle construction. You would have seen them. Anyway, a distinctive aspect of the mason's daily work was the use of mason's marks. Now, when a mason finished dressing, that is, cutting a stone, he often carved a small personal symbol onto an inconspicuous part of it. These marks served to identify the craftsman, which was especially important if the masons were paid by piecework. Each mason could then be credited and paid for the number of stones he prepared. Even on day wages, marks helped attract workmanship and responsibility. Over time, each mason developed a unique mark, often a simple, geometric or rune-like sign. Many surviving cathedrals have hundreds of such marks on their stones, invisible to the public but pretty obvious to archaeologists. Take a closer look next time you're at a cathedral or church. You might find one. It's fascinating evidence of individual workers' contributions. A mason in 1300 might carve a triangle or maybe a little X mark as his signature, and modern researchers can spot that same mark appearing throughout one cathedral or even at multiple sites if the mason traveled. In some areas, these marks were formally assigned. German masonry statutes note that when a journeyman was admitted, he took his mark in a special ceremony, indicating how the mark was tied to a mason's professional identity and a workman's pride. So after a long day of labor, the masons would clean up and put away tools. If they were working in their hometown, they went back to their family. But many worked far from home and lodged near the site. A large project might provide simple communal housing or a dormitory for unmarried workmen. In other cases, masons rented rooms or beds in local inns or taverns. In the evenings, camaraderie was strong too. Groups of masons might gather to drink and share stories at a local alehouse. They exchanged news of other building projects and prospects for work, but they also maintained a degree of professional fraternity. A newcomer mason arriving in town would be welcomed at the lodge if he could demonstrate his skills, and sometimes a traveling mason used subtle signals or perhaps phrases to identify himself as a member of the craft. While on the site, the men developed a brotherhood born of hard work and mutual reliance, which later generations romanced as a sort of secret society of builders. Despite the toil, many masons took pride in their contributions. We find evidence of humor and personal expression in some of the carvings they left. For instance, masons occasionally carved playful, irreverent figures in hidden corners of churches, such as a little stone man playfully mooning the crowd, or grotesque faces peeking out from the foliage. These little touches can be seen as the medieval mason's quiet signature, or even an inside joke. Most of their effort, however, went into serious structural and decorative work meant to endure for ages. A mason might spend weeks carving an ornate capital or sculpting a saint's statue for a church facade. When it was hoisted into place, he could stand back and know that his artistry became part of a monument to community and faith. So, the daily life of a mason revolved around this disciplined labor, skill, and also cooperation. They rose with the sun, labored with their hands and tools all day, and created tangible pieces of a grand design. The work demanded physical endurance, precision at lofty heights, and an intimate knowledge of stone. But it also fostered solidarity. The men ate, worked, and rested side by side, united by the shared goal of raising that lasting monument. Every masonry project, especially the large ones like cathedrals or castle walls, needed quite a lot of coordination. The master mason was the chief architect/builder and also the manager of the work. A master mason was in charge of a project and responsible for the design, often in consultation with the patron or the clergy, the layout and measurements and overall supervision of craftsmen. He was typically the most experienced mason on site and had a strong reputation from previous works. In medieval documents, the master masons are sometimes titled Magister Latomus, the master of works. They would draw up plans, or at least detailed templates, and direct how the work should proceed in stages. So under the mason there were other ranks of workers, and they go as follows. First, you had the journeyman masons, which were the skilled workforce who actually cut the stones and built the walls, as we described earlier. They might also be called fellows, or simply masons in records. Some specialized as hewers, carving and dressing stones, and others as layers, setting stones in mortar. But many could do both tasks as needed. Now then you had the apprentices. A few youths in training would of course be on site. Good chance for them to soak it all in. They would either be assisting or learning from a distance. An apprentice was usually attached to a particular master's household or workshop, rather than working fully independently. In addition to the masons, large sites employed many unskilled laborers to do the heavy hauling, mixing of mortar, digging, and the general carrying of heavy things. You know, the bad jobs. These laborers were not part of the craft proper and earned a much lower pay. They took orders from the masons and often worked in tandem with them. For example, a laborer might be assigned to each mason to constantly fetch materials. Within the group of masons, there could be further distinctions. Some projects refer to a warden or overseer mason, essentially a deputy master who handled day-to-day supervision of segments of the work, especially useful on very large sites or when the master had to be absent. There were also specialized roles like imagineers or image makers, the masons who carved statues and figurative sculpture, and paviors, masons specializing in laying paving or floor stones, though these were not separate ranks so much as particular skills that a mason might have, but yeah, some might be very specialized in a certain thing. The workflow on the medieval project was organized, but it had some flexibility to it. The master mason provided the overall plan and then delegated tasks. He might break the project into phases, foundation, walls, arches, etc., and assign competent masons to lead each part. For example, one mason might be put in charge of all of the vault construction, another in charge of shaping the window tracery, and so on. We know from contracts that masters sometimes subcontracted portions of work. A master mason might agree to build a certain chapel or tower for a set price, and then manage a team to fulfill that contract. In effect, master masons could act like medieval building contractors. They hired their own crews, sourced materials, and bore responsibility for completing the work to specification. There are records, too, of master masons in 15th century England who signed agreements to deliver a finished church nave or bridge by a certain date for a lump sum, indicating a high degree of professional autonomy, but also a little bit of business acumen, too. Supply and logistics were also part of the mason's purview. He had to ensure that stone from the quarry arrived in a timely manner, that lime for mortar was being burned and prepared properly, that timber for scaffolds and roof structures was on hand, and that tools were available and smiths ready to repair them. On very large projects, a separate official called a clerk of the works, which, well, it rhymes, I guess. It's kind of interesting. Well, the clerk of the works might handle record keeping and supplies, but master masons would have to coordinate closely with them. Masters often traveled to quarries to select the exact stone, for example choosing fine limestone from a distant quarry for sculpture versus local rubble for inner wall cores. Many letters from medieval building accounts involve master masons complaining about delayed shipments or requesting more laborers, showing how much logistics management was part of their role. Rulers and authorities gave master masons special powers when necessary. On royal works, for instance, kings sometimes issued writs, allowing their master mason to impress or conscript craftsmen and laborers, which basically means force them into work. During King Edward I's castle building in Wales in the 1280s, his chief mason, James of St. George, was granted authority to gather masons from all over England, and even, if he had to, recruit some from the continent. Similarly, in times of intense building, local authorities might compel workers to help. These measures were responsible to labor scarcity, and they show how valuable masons were, but also how the free movement of these craftsmen could be curtailed by state needs. Oh, and not surprisingly, forced labor was unpopular, and many masons fled such drafts if they could. But on most projects, masons worked as free agents, negotiating their wages. The master mason had to maintain a productive and content workforce. If conditions or pay was poor, the masons could and did often leave for better opportunities. There are recorded instances of masonry crews going on strike, or collectively refusing to work unless their wages were raised. Especially after the Black Death, that is, when the bargaining power grew, labor shortages and all the rest. And this is one reason why authorities like the English Parliament tried to intervene with legislation. They feared that crafts like masonry, crucial for infrastructure, could hold patrons hostage by inflating wages or withholding labor. Guilds, where active, provided the framework for the organization of the masons' work beyond a single project. For example, London's Masons Company eventually functioned as both a professional association and a regulatory body, setting the standard work rules and resolving disputes among members. The London Ordinances of 1356 that we mentioned effectively created a committee of master masons to oversee trade in the city. One provision was that if any mason would not be ruled by the craft's appointed masters, for instance a troublemaker or someone undercutting standards, he could be reported to the city's authorities, an early form of internal discipline to keep the workforce cooperative and reliable. On site, hierarchy was evident in daily routines. The master mason, or his deputy, would inspect the ongoing work. Mistakes had to be caught early. A block set out of line today could throw off the entire wall if not corrected. There was no modern building code or formal architect's plans to refer to. Everything relied on the knowledge of the master and the craft norms that he enforced. So we can imagine the master using a measuring rod or level to check the alignment of a newly completed arch, or testing the fit of carved pieces before they were hoisted into place. Quality control. It was a matter of pride as well as safety. A collapsed structure would ruin a master's reputation. But fortunately, medieval master masons were generally very adept. Catastrophic failures were rare, and usually due to design experimentation, as in a few instances of early Gothic vaults collapsing before the masons refined the technique. Took a few tries to get that one right. Masters were also compensated accordingly. On major church projects, a master mason might be paid a monthly salary rather than a daily wage, and often at a rate several times higher than an ordinary mason's pay. He might also receive certain privileges, sometimes lodging on site, extra allowances for a horse or travel, or a bonus when a phase of work was successfully finished. A master mason like Henry Yeovil in 14th century England became relatively wealthy and esteemed. Yeovil served as a sort of consulting architect to King Richard II, and he was even buried with full honor. While that is an exceptional case, it does show that a successful master could climb socially, forging connections with patrons and securing continuous employment or official titles. In fact, Yeovil was even appointed to the King's Mason, and that's pretty much the highest title you can get in that field. So, the organization of the trade. Medieval stonemasonry work was structured yet adaptable. Leadership came from the master mason, who blended technical mastery with managerial skill. The workforce under him was tiered by experience, apprentices learning, journeymen executing, with perhaps informal sub-leaders among them, and supported, of course, by those hard-working laborers. Guilds and customary law provided external structure, but much came down to the master's personal leadership and the brotherhood of the masons themselves. This system proved capable of executing extremely complex projects over many years or even decades. The continuity and knowledge sharing in these organizations of builders are among the reasons that the great medieval cathedrals could be completed across generations. The craft organization ensured that techniques were preserved and passed on, and that each new group of masons could just pick up where the last group left off. Now here's one defining feature of stonemasonry, and that's mobility, the freedom to move around. You see, it wasn't like a baker or a shoemaker who served a local clientele. A mason often had to go wherever major construction was happening, and it wasn't always close by home. The demand for skilled masons was episodic and geographically scattered. There was a castle here or a cathedral there, so the workforce became itinerant. A mason might work for years on a cathedral in one city, and once that work slowed or funds ran out, he'd just pack up his tools and travel to another site, in a different region or perhaps even a different country. This mobility gave rise to a broader fraternity among masons that transcended any single locale. Masons on the road would seek out the local lodge at their destination and introduce themselves. We have evidence, too, that experienced traveling masons sometimes carried simple credentials, perhaps a letter of introduction from a previous master, or the demonstration of a distinctive mason's mark to prove their, bona fides to a new master. If such a newcomer was accepted, he would join the work team and share in the lodge's life. There was a strong ethic of hospitality. A mason arriving in a strange town could expect fellow craftsmen to help him find lodging and work, especially if he shared some recognized sign of being a trained mason. Over time, these practices of mutual recognition were formalized into legends of secret passwords and handshakes, a kind of lore later associated with the Freemasons. But in daily medieval reality, they were pretty practical. Things like knowing certain craft jargon, or being able to identify a specific mark, that would be enough to show one's status. Because they traveled, masons were agents of cultural and technical exchange across medieval Europe. They spread architectural innovations from region to region. For instance, the advanced Gothic techniques developed in the 12th and 13th century France, pointed arches, flying buttresses, window tracery, etc. They quickly appeared in England, the German lands, Spain, and elsewhere, largely because the French master masons and their protégés were invited or drawn to those areas to work on new churches. A French master and crew went to Canterbury in the late 1170s, hence the Frenchman William of Seine rebuilding the choir there. And later, masons from England and Germany were called to Italy to assist in projects like the Milan Cathedral. We also find masons from Lombardy working in Eastern Europe, and English masons traveling to build castles for the Crusades. In Paris, Livre de Métier, in 1278, compiled by Etienne Boileau, makes one of the earliest references to the Freemasons as a distinct group of skilled builders, implying that they enjoyed certain privileges and traveled for important work. These cosmopolitan experiences made the mason's craft something of an international language. A mason from one country could often integrate into a lodge in another, because the fundamental techniques and measures were shared.
In fact, Latin architectural terms and drawn diagrams bridged pretty much any spoken language gap. The term Freemason in medieval documents, first clearly attested in England in the late 14th century, likely referred to this class of highly skilled, freer-moving masons. One interpretation is that the Freemason meant a mason free of the local guild's rules, or just free to work anywhere, as opposed to bound mason, obliged to one lord or town. Another explanation, as mentioned earlier, is that it denoted expertise in working free stone, the finest stone that could be carved intricately. In practice, both meanings overlapped. A mason who was a master of free stone carving was in high demand and could travel from job to job. Thus, he was free in multiple senses. By the 15th century, the word Freemason was used in England to distinguish the top tier of masons, the ones doing the sculptural and complex work, from the rough masons doing the basic walling. It did not yet imply any fraternal order beyond the craft itself, but it did set the stage for the later use of the term. Across Central Europe, the mobility of masons led to the formation of these supra-regional networks. In Germanic areas, late medieval masons working on great cathedrals like Cologne, Vienna, Strasbourg, etc., formed associations known as lodges. Representatives of these lodges even held general meetings to coordinate rules and practices. The Torgau Mason Statutes in 1462 are an example of agreed regulations from such an assembly, outlining how apprentices should be treated, how journeymen should conduct themselves when traveling to a new lodge, including the taking of an oath and receiving a unique mark at a welcome feast, and emphasizing that masons should not reveal the trade's secrets to outsiders. Whatever they mean by that. Well, the quasi-guild network extended over the Holy Roman Empire and kept standards pretty uniform. The itinerant nature of masonry also meant better opportunities for individual masons. If work dried up in one area, or if a mason felt underpaid, he could move to another region where his skills were needed. Many did exactly that, especially after events like the Black Death. This mobility was something authorities tried to control. For example, English statutes in the 14th century forbade workers from leaving their home country without permission, precisely to stop them from chasing higher wages elsewhere. Masons, due to their specialized skills, often flouted these restrictions. They were confident that if they reached a busy building site, the master there would hire them despite any legal technicality, simply because skilled labor was just too valuable to pass up. Socially, a life on the road could be challenging, but the Masons developed a sense of fraternity to mitigate that. They tended to help each other out. If a Mason fell ill or was injured far from home, the lodge might collect money for his care. Some guilds had provisions for a lack of rudimentary insurance. The members would contribute to support a sick or destitute brother Mason, or to send the body of a deceased Mason back to his home parish if it was possible. Stories from later operative Mason guilds in Scotland and Germany, show that a traveling journeyman Mason could knock on the door of the local lodge house and expect a meal and a place to sleep for a night or two while he looked for work, a tradition likely rooted in medieval practice. Overall, the stonemason's trade was one of the most geopolitically, mobile occupations of the medieval era. The widespread common culture of masons, similar working methods, shared technical language, often drawn from Latin or French terms, and the recognition of each other's marks and skills, made them almost a world unto themselves. This world of the lodge left only faint traces in writing, since masons themselves seldom wrote their practices down,
but its influence is seen in the uniformity of Gothic architecture across Europe, and the continuity of building techniques even as individual teams came and went. Long after the Middle Ages, this mystique of the traveling Mason Brotherhood would inspire the formation of modern Freemasonry, beginning in the 17th century, which took the guild tokens, symbols, and ideals of moral conduct and converted them into a framework of social fraternity. In medieval times, however, the camaraderie of Masons was pragmatic and born of the real experience of journeying, working, and living together across these great distances. But it all sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Traveling around, doing the work. Well, like anything else, the life of a stonemason had its share of bad times. Physically, it was demanding, and often quite dangerous work. We've noted injuries from accidents. They were a constant risk, and long-term health issues could arise from inhaling the stone dust or just, well, the sheer wear and tear on the body. Think about the sore backs and the arthritic joints. Few masons could work at peak heavy labor into old age. Many likely shifted to lighter duties like supervising or carrying smaller decorative pieces as they grew older, or they relied on family support if they could no longer do strenuous work. There was no structured pension system either. A mason's security in old age depended on savings, family, or charity from the guild or church. Maybe even the church that they built themselves. You better hope you get good charity if that's the case. Another challenge was the uncertainty of employment. Work for masons was project-based. When a cathedral nave was completed, or a castle was finished, a mason crew might be laid off until another project would commence. In prosperous times, with many churches and civic buildings going up, a skilled mason could go from job to job with very little time in between. But it wasn't always like that. In lean times during economic downturns, famines, or wars, construction could slow down dramatically. A mason might then have to travel further afield, or accept a lower-paid job, perhaps doing rough farming or day labor until the mason trade picked up again. This irregularity meant that prudent masons had to save some of their wages in good times to carry them through the slow periods. Guild ordinances often encouraged this foresight. One major upheaval was the Black Death, 1348 to 50. This plague initially halted many projects, but the severe labor shortage afterward allowed surviving masons to demand much higher pay. And they certainly did. Contemporary reports describe masons seeking double or triple the pre-plague wage, and in response authorities issued laws like the Statute of Laborers in 1351 to cap wages and tie workers to their locale, measures that many masons evaded by moving to wherever builders were willing to pay more. The push and pull between craftsmen and authorities continued for decades. On one hand, masons were needed to rebuild, and thus they had a bit of leverage on their side. But on the other hand, rulers feared the cost and the breakdown of the old order. Over time, the economic reality largely won out. Skilled masons by the later 14th century earned more in real terms than their predecessors before the plague. But they had to be cautious. In some kingdoms, harsh penalties could be inflicted on laborers deemed to be rebellious. The memory of events like England's Peasants' Revolt in 1381, where issues of freedom and wages were hotly contested, would have been quite relevant to Mason communities. There were also social and cultural challenges. Masons, being mobile, were sometimes viewed with a bit of suspicion by the local population. Newcomers in town all of a sudden, well, people would think they were spies or something. An influx of outside workers speaking with different accents, following their own lodge customs, could provoke local resentment or fear that these strangers might drive up wages or get into mischief. Masons were known to enjoy a drink too and could be boisterous. Town records occasionally mention fights or disturbances caused by craftsmen at taverns. The Masons' Lodge itself, being a semi-private space of a tight-knit group, probably also gave rise to rumors among outsiders. And yet, indeed, much later on, Freemasons were suspected of secretive plots, partly because people had long been intrigued by the closed world of the Masons' Lodge. But despite the hardships, the stonemason's vocation carried significant rewards. Materially, a competent mason earned enough to support a family, and in reasonable comfort, at least by the standards of the time. Archaeological studies of masons' houses were identified, suggest that they could afford solid homes in town, sometimes with a few luxury items. For example, in some English towns, master masons owned property and served in the local government, a sign that they were viewed as respectable middle-class folk. Beyond the economic, there was also the reward of craft pride. Masons knew they were doing extraordinary work, raising structures that inspired awe. A common laborer or peasant might toil on tasks whose results were pretty fleeting. A harvest consumed, a ditch dug that might fill in, but a mason's work, that was really enduring. Many masons, no doubt, felt a deep satisfaction in seeing a building take shape under their hands. They could point to a cathedral tower or a stone bridge and say, "That was me. I built that." In some cases, they literally inscribed their names or initials on the building. Rare, but it did happen. For example, a few cathedral wall inscriptions in France name master masons and ask for prayers for them, indicating they wanted to be remembered. The work also conferred a sense of belonging to a venerable tradition. Medieval society valued the concept of artisanal lineage, learning a craft that had been passed down for centuries. Masons were aware that they were heirs to Roman builders and inheritors of secrets of geometry that in their view trace back to antiquity. Medieval Masonic legends often mention Euclid and the building of Solomon's Temple, and this gave them a certain intellectual prestige among crafts. In a world saturated with religion, building a church was seen as a pious act. Masons could consider their labor a service to God. Cathedral masons, in particular, likely took spiritual pride in creating the house of God, and is telling that some masons and other builders formed their own religious fraternities or altar societies, dedicating candles and masses to their patron saints, blending their work life with the spiritual. Camaraderie was another rewarding aspect. The bond among men who had spent months or years in hard labor together, well, that was very strong. They shared meals, jokes, sometimes hardships, like when funding lapsed or wages were late, something not uncommon, but which they would endure or protest as a group. The Mason Lodge was not just a workplace, but a social circle, a support network, and at times an extended family. If a Mason traveled abroad, he carried with him that network, effectively being part of an international brotherhood. This fraternal spirit could be a source of personal pride or emotional support, especially in a time where people's identities were so tied to their guild or craft. And finally, the legacy of the medieval Masons is perhaps their greatest reward, though one realized beyond their own lifetimes. The monuments they built became their memorials. Most medieval Masons never had their names recorded on plaques, but their handiwork speaks for them centuries later. Each carved stone, each vaulted ceiling, it stands as evidence of their skill. The longevity of these structures means the Masons achieved a kind of immortality through their work. A modern visitor to Notre Dame or York Minster can admire the craftsmanship and, knowingly or not, appreciate the lives of those who toiled to create it. And in that sense, the medieval Mason achieved something many in that era could not. They left a mark on history in a very literal way. Alrighty, everybody. That is the end of the video for today. Unless you want to go watch another one, which, well, feel free to do whatever you want. In any case, I am going to thank the patrons and supporters, both on Patreon and YouTube. So we got Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gogan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Cordsey, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American, yes, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, Carrie, KTP, Lovely, Poma, Kevin, Marissa, Altazarkin, Lucy, Julianne, Rosie, Tivolo, Chris, Apocalyptic, Brandy, Fulsvein, Dude, Brinny, Aidan, Fabian, Michael, Agworm, Prince of Persia, River, Indian Trail, Catherine, Alexa, Big Gun 101, Brandy, Pesty Hunt, Stevie, Jessica Scott, Gail, Emily, Jade, Jake, Demonstow, Mason, John, Magenta, Dumpster, Tracy, Mossy, Frog, Catherine, Ezio's Art, Autumn, Monica, Jennifer, White Rags, Gertrude, Rose, and Formal Horse. Nay. All right, thank you very much for listening, and I will see you in the next exciting video. Farewell for now.